Buon salve non mente, ben arrivati cicini, bellini, patatini, pistolini, tincottini, auguri tincotti, sì, auguri perché questa giornata è anche la vostra giornata, perché io vi ricordo, tincotti nuovi, tincotti storici, tincotti che non ci sono più perché hanno abbandonato la famiglia dei tincotti. Se siamo arrivati a questa giornata, se siamo arrivati a 3 anni di canale, se siamo ancora qui soprattutto, con numeri che crescono, la community che cresce, sana, bella, unita come siete voi tincotti, è tutto merito vostro. È tutto fottutissimo merito vostro. Io faccio il mio, ma voi fate tanto ed è questa la sostanziale differenza, quindi un applauso e un ringraziamento anche a voi ragazzi, grazie davvero tanto. Ciao tipografo, bentornato ragazzi. Oh ragazzi, neanche farla apposta, c'è la 12 ore del Sebring, maratona estendibile, a chi è che gli arrivano le afte in bocca e gli esplodono le afte in bocca? Ecco. Vacca boia, sono pieno di after, vacca boia. No, ragazzi, non è il mio compleanno, è il compleanno del canale. Io compio gli anni ad aprile insieme a Marta. Ma il pandino quale, tipografo? Quelli attuali? Oh, partita, ci siamo guys, ci siamo, we are online. Come on. Allora, down with the music. Dodgers, Padres, Devil Rays and Braves. He'll be waving the green flag, inducted in the Hall of Fame in 2023. Tampa Bay resident as well. We are ready? He'll be doing the honors next time. Ma bella Gabbo, ma grazie Ciccio. Grazie Ciccio. CrowdStrike pit lane, Shea Adam and Nick Damon. It sounds obvious this one, Jeremy, but you have to get to the end of the race here, and it's particularly important. Last couple of hours will be in darkness.
Yeah, so all of the team, the most important practice session of the day on Thursday was that night practice session.
Sei uno stupidino.
That's when the race will finish. As you said, night time will be cooler this evening than it will be during the heat of the day.
La 10 non ha fatto il giro di qualifica. No, mi sa, no, è quella che no, aspetta, no, Taylor non ha registrato un giro buono, esattamente come le Iron Dams. Anche le Iron Dams, allora le Iron Dams non ho capito se non sono proprio uscite dal box o se non sono riuscite a registrare un giro valido. Taylor era fuori ma non ce l'aveva fatta. No, ma l'abbiamo visto. No, aspetta, tu non c'eri durante le qualifiche, vero? Perché c'è stato anche un incidente. Ciao Ira, grazie degli auguri. Auguri anche tuoi, anche tu sei una tincotta. È il compleanno di tutti i tincotti oggi, non soltanto mio. È il compleanno del canale, quindi anche voi tincotti siete festeggiati. Dicevo, che cazzo la Urus come pace car? Figata la Urus come pace car. Hola Dobby! Welcome back. Buona gara a tutti, che scemo che sei Donald. Ricordiamo Sebring 12 ore, gara che si concluderà di notte. Adesso sono le aspetta, sono le 9 di mattina, giusto? 14 meno 5 fa? Quanto fa? Sì, sono le 9:39 di mattina, quindi la gara finirà per loro alle 9:39 di sera, quindi sarà buio da poco, ma sarà buio. No vabbè, ma le Urus come pace car, tantissima roba, cazzo. Oh, scusate, aspettate, devo cambiare logo della pista.
absolutely accept that they didn't tell the sanctioning body. They're not appealing, and they have come to a solution. They found a solution with the technical department at IMSA, so they will be running in that special.
Grazie Donald, grazie Donald. Ah, giusto, mi hai ricordato Donald che devo aumentare brutalmente devo andare ad aumentare brutalmente la durata delle pubblicità. Così la gente deve abbonarsi, o va da qualcun altro o si abbona o si attacca. Allora, 53 spettatori, ma dai tutta sta gente.
GTP, in fact, in any of the sessions, and so the number 10 win, Taylor Acura, was moved to the back of their class. At the front of the grid, it's two.
Ciao Silent, bentornato ragazzo. Pronto? Lanciato.
Philip Eng is the best of the BMWs. Felipe Nasser with the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. And on the outside of the third row, JDC Miller Motorsports with the bright yellow private ear car. Fred McGriff waves the green
flag.
We are racing for 2024. 50 years of Mobile One, 72 runnings of the Mobile One, 12 hours of Sebring, and a clean start from the front of the grid.
Ottima partenza delle Cadillac. Vediamo se Emilio a fine giornata avrà ragione, che lui è uno di quelli che continua a sostenere che le Cadillac qua domineranno. Adesso vediamo se gliel'avrà se l'ha vista giusta o semplicemente gli ha tirato una macumba di quelle proprio fatte bene.
It looked a little bit untidy at the front of GTD. Might see some sanction there as the two. Oh, and at the back, this Ferrari's coming all the way across. That's a racing car.
Ah, iniziamo già con una Ferrari che va a muro.
By Antonio Fuoco, he was eaten up by
Antonio Fuoco.
The RCF, the second of the RCF Lexus, and there was an Aston Martin went through there as well. So Parker Thompson went through, and I think Mario Farnbacher went through for the Heart of Racing. We've also got the number 9,
giusto.
Pfaff McLaren, the driveway car moving slowly. Yes. That car was involved in the.
Ragazzi, com'è che si dice punto esclamativo che non mi ricordo mai?
Everyone still running, albeit with a left front puncture on the number 9 Pfaff car. So a deflated tyre. I suspect that was through contact. Still green at the front of the field. Drama at the drop of the green flag. But Pipo Derani knows nothing of this. He's 10 car lengths to the good and heads down towards turn 17.
Ignorance is bliss for Pipo Derani. He will complete the first lap of the 72nd Mobile 1 12 hours of Sebring presented by Cadillac in the lead. With a pretty handy lead by GTP.
Non è ancora partito il timing. Sorry ragazzi.
Stablemate if you like. Different team, of course, but Sebastian Bourdais.
Exclamation mark, ok, grazie Mabut.
Slots into third place for the Porsche.
Che cazzo è successo a McLaren?
A couple of positions.
Another McLaren problem is the Inception car. Now the racing car was right in the middle of the pack, and now did he get tagged or did he just nip sideways? That was a very odd one, as he spun right across the track. And how there wasn't more carnage there, I have no idea. Risi off to the right, then to the left. There's already damage on the Pfaff.
There's no way you could do that if you tried.
No.
Absolutely
no.
Unbelievably
Inception
fortunate.
is banged up as well. So was it the two McLarens coming together? Yes, as they checked up to avoid the spinning 62. So McLaren on McLaren, side by side. Right side damage on the 70 Inception, left-hand side damage on the driveway Motul McLaren. So the 62 is right alongside one of the Iron Lynx Lamborghinis. Oh no, it was from the other side. So who was that? That was a blue, a red and
possibly the Paul Miller Racing BMW.
I think it was a BMW.
Yeah, I think it would have been judging from what cars are around it on the grid.
Might have been the Mustang,
Cazzo che pelo, cioè proprio passato in mezzo a tutti, non è successo niente, per fortuna.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no worse way to start off a 12-hour race than with some significant damage, and that is on the right Porsche, the number 120, Adam Adelson, starting the race. There are ducts that are broken off, little carbon shards that are everywhere. The wing where the headlight is actually disjointed too. They have a new bumper cover to go on the car. Further back down the pit lane, the number 70 Inception McLaren did come in. The right front was dragging. I think there was an issue there, and now the FAF car is in.
Ok, exclamation mark timing to watch the timing on screen for a few seconds. Okay, guys.
It's going to be the front left. Let's have a look. Oh, that's right on the rim, as they say, but it's been some good work by Ollie Jarvis there because it seems to be very little extra damage.
Tanto avete visto che bel cielo plumbeo. Bella giornata di merda. Cioè ha fatto 2 giorni di sole incandescente. Adesso invece
They have got 12 hours to get it back. The cords are now off. Tyres back on again, and some excellent soft pedaling. There's a little bit of the front clip is a little bit detached from where it should be, but not in a major way. It's secure, but it's moved.
Hi, Zorra. Benvenuto. Welcome.
I think that was a pretty good
Willkommen.
Minimize damage to virtually nothing.
We'll have a word with both of those teams if we can and see if we can find out who else was involved at the start. Incredible piece of good fortune there.
No, Emilio, cosa cazzo stai dicendo adesso? La Lamborghini che c'è adesso non è quella che c'era in Qatar. Anche perché in contemporanea a Qatar stavano facendo le prove al Sebring. Che cazzo stai dicendo adesso?
Seriously?
Yeah, no, you can't be. That mustn't have updated yet, must it? That's about where he started.
Yeah.
So let me do a quick refresh and go through. Yeah, he's dropped down through the field.
Yeah.
But my goodness.
Ma ragazzi, non è soltanto una questione di BOP e di setup, è proprio, sono auto diverse. Cioè il regolamento tecnico che fa sì che queste macchine vadano in pista è completamente differente da quello WEC. Sono simili, ma non sono le stesse auto. Cioè, ragazzi, Cioè, questa Lamborghini qui non è quella che ha corso in Qatar. È un'altra. Ha il numero 63, la stessa livrea, tutto quello che vuoi, ma non sono le stesse auto.
So that will be a drive through for Julian Andlau.
Così come questa Porsche Penske numero 6 non è quella del WEC, sono 2 auto differenti. Dai, non iniziamo a dire puttanate, Guarda che cazzo, qua da pioggia, ragazzi. Non è l'MP2, Dobby. Non è l'MP2. Nell'MP2 la Ferrari non c'è. Allora, Ferrari c'è come squadra, perché c'è una squadra che mi sembra sia la F Corse che sia comunque presente. Però no, ho detto una cazzata, anch'io. Vedi, dir cazzate un attimo. No, Ferrari nell'MP2 non c'è. Se ti stai confondendo con le GTP, cioè queste qui, quelle hypercar, no, non c'è. Le hypercar che ci sono nel WEC non sono qui. Toyota, Ferrari, Aston Martin, non le vedrai qua. Ferrari c'è come GT.
Motorsport machine is, I think it's gone behind the wall, is what I've just seen. And in
Fammi vedere il tempo.
And come back into the pit lane from behind the wall. Here's another penalty, jump start. And that will be a drive through.
No, 20 gradi e nuvolo. Non dovrebbe piovere. Danno pioggia per lunedì. Quindi no rain. No rain for today. But cloudy.
And again, a bit untidy at the start. That's Ori Fadani for the AWA.
Esatto.
Adding insult to injury, that one, really. I mean,
yeah.
Oh dear, there's the number 9 Faf McLaren going behind the wall and back to the garage area. God, boy, that's So unfortunate for that team.
Yeah, and absolutely no.
No, vabbè, adoro. Stanno portando la macchina in garage, c'hanno il traffico.
Which has moved out the way.
Into the,
Yes. Ollie Jarvis not overly pleased about that. Huge amount of car parking now.
Devi stare attento perché qua ti esce qualcuno e pum.
Because the manufacturer single make series have vacated the paddock. Had over 220 haulers in there and nearly 200 cars on the entry for this weekend. But the top part of the paddock now a little less congested. That may have helped Ollie to get to
Ciao Fiorano.
the awning.
So tornato.
To come and damage for two McLarens, side-by-side contact as they avoided a spinning Davide Rigon in the number 62. That's the Racing Competizione Ferrari.
Number 5 car in the pits then serving the penalty.
Yeah, that was the changing of the tyres after the recon lap for that number 5 Mustang sampling Proton Porsche. And that will seem like a very, very, very long pit lane for Julien Andlar as he now comes off the pit lane speed limit and accelerates back up. Meantime, my goodness me, how do you like that kind of drama in the first 20 seconds of a 12-hour race? Pipo Derani for Whelen Cadillac leads by about.
Tanta, ricordati che quella Ferrari lì che dici tu ha preso la penalità, quindi non ha vinto Daytona. Gli hanno lasciato la vittoria, ma l'hanno squalificata dalla gara.
Porsche Penske Motorsport, it's the number 7 car with the black pinstripes. Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti in the 40, the red Acura. Phil Hansen for the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsports.
Ma come? Non so se tu segui le cose o meno. Vedi, tu sei il classico italiano ferrarista che segue soltanto una parte delle cose. BMW e Ferrari in GT sono state penalizzate per non avere rispettato il BOP imposto, quindi gli hanno tolto i punti della gara. A Ferrari gli hanno lasciato la vittoria nell'albo della Daytona, della Rolex 24, ma ai fini del campionato IMSA, WeatherTech, li hanno squalificati e li hanno zerato i
the tail end of the GT cars on this next lap, so now it's going to be really busy for the GTP drivers and the GTD Sport.
Emilio, non credo che siano in bagarre Derani e Bordale. No, soprattutto non nei primi 20 minuti di gara. Si fanno la loro gara tranquilli insieme. Chiamadoi, che pelo. Ma di sicuro non si mettono a battagliare.
From Felipe Nasser as he carved his way through. Derani still a second and a half or so up the road, doing a really good job through the traffic.
Good morning, Mark Alpes. Sorry.
People's strong points.
Fiorano, sub channel.
And the number
no, Kubica in WEC. This is IMSA.
with Mathieu Jaminet behind the wheel. That's the car with the white.
Okay, it's another. It's another race. It's another championship.
Those of you who know your old Porsche liveries, Salzburg alike, at least. There's a battle going on for the with the teammate car, Felipe Nasser and Louis Delatraz. A bit of a scrap, and a moment or two ago, the Era Motorsport LMP2 car off the track, right in front of the AO Racing car. So PJ Hyatt shuffled way
L'hanno già comunque ribattuto e riempito, quel bordo.
Dwight Merriman had just gone past PJ and then threw the car off the road. P2.
Narcio, sì, andiamoci ad attaccare alle cazzate.
And Ben Keating
non hai rispettato il BOP, sei stato penalizzato, punto. E l'America ragiona in maniera differente sulle penalità, non sta lì a guardare cosa fai, cosa non fai. Ti do un limite, tu lo devi rispettare, non lo fai, cazzi tuoi, io ti penalizzo, punto. Tu Valenza, mi sei italiano?
Yes, he did. He's in fourth now for the CrowdStrike Racing by PR machine.
Ah, ok, allora ben arrivato, ragazzo. piacere di averti qui.
With the Richard Mill car.
Come mai sei qui, se posso chiederti? Dai, perché è sempre difficile vedere italiani che vengono a cercare le gare dell'IMSA, che è il WEC. Infatti tanti ragazzi che ci sono qui sono arrivati sul mio canale grazie al WEC in Qatar, però è già difficile vederli anche per gare differenti. Va bene, Narcio, tutto quello che vuoi, sei stato penalizzato, fine, cioè non è che devi star lì a piangere da mammina. Sempre attaccarsi a queste cose. Fai ricorso, se il ricorso non fa, cioè, secondo te perché BMW e Ferrari non hanno neanche fatto ricorso contro questa decisione? Perché c'è poco da fare ricorso, soprattutto quando si parla di campionati americani. Punto. Sto lì a domandarmi perché li hanno penalizzati. L'hanno penalizzati, punto, fine. L'anno scorso hanno penalizzato Acura.
And then Antonio Fuego for Chetelaar Racing in the Ferrari. Then it's Mario Farnbacher for Heart of Racing. Second in GTD PRO, Madison Snow third.
Già subito il refuel così? Ah no, ha cambiato una gomma, ok. No, ha cambiato una gomma, mi sa che ha problemi di oddio, adesso mi sfugge il termine tecnico, però quelli che mangia male una gomma. Potrebbe essere. Bravo Dab, il tuo problema mi hai scoperto ieri su YouTube. Che senso? Il tuo problema, Dobby, è che non mi passi al lunedì sera, quando c'è anche Luca Pellegrini e siamo qui a fare il punto della situazione. Ok, vedere le gare, però è sempre bello anche affrontare discorsi inerenti al motorsport e alle gare che abbiamo visto nel weekend e quelle che arriveranno. Colgo l'occasione per ricordarvi che da qui in poi sarà un pochino magra la situazione per noi, perché a parte la NASCAR che è presente tutti i weekend, siamo in attesa della prossima gara ad Imola del WEC, ci sarà la prima gara del GT World Challenge ad aprile, quindi
concrete run race here at Sebring, and even when you got tires that are fully inflated, it's a problem. When you've got tires that you now can't use anymore, that's even more of a challenge for the drivers. But the race settling down nicely though. Cadillac still running out front.
Lunedì sera, Dobby, sì, tutti i lunedì sera alle 21 in compagnia di Pelle Motorsport. Luca Pellegrini è andato a cercare punto esclamativo Pelle, comunque pellemotorsport.com, al suo blog, ai suoi social dove scrive di motorsport a ruote coperte. E se volete essere sempre sul pezzo, vi consiglio caldamente di andarla a seguire. Bravo Ricky, fai tu la parte del money grabber. No, adesso sono curioso da Valenza come mi ha trovato da YouTube. Ottimo, bravo Dobby.
In the later stages of this 12-hour race, but all those big pack of cars there in the middle, but two of them already had problems. Then number 5 car with a penalty, number 24 with the puncture, so they've got a little bit of catch-up to do.
Yeah, added to that the Wayne Taylor number 10 Acura, the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti number 10 Acura, which got put to the back of the GTP field. It's been a bit odd at the start of this race. People out of position. Louis Delatraz at the moment trying to close in on the bright yellow Porsche ahead of him. That is Phil Hansen for JDC Miller Motorsports, and they're coming onto the back straight, the Ullman Straight now, with the secondary pit lane on their right hand side.
Credo di sì, non mi ricordo neanche io sinceramente, ma dovrei andare a vedere. Credo di sì. Era comparso un video della live del Qatar. Ma dai, figata, ottimo. Allora guarda, ti spiego alla velocissima. Nel mio canale non si parla solo di motorsport, ma si parla anche di motorsport, e si parla di tutto quel motorsport che non è la Formula 1 per n motivi. Uno su tutti che di Formula 1 in Italia se ne parla anche fin troppo, e quindi tutto il resto del motorsport viene sminuito, viene ignorato e cose varie. Invece qua si guardano le gare, come puoi vedere, che il WEC abbiamo comprato insieme, io e altri ragazzi, i miei tincotti, abbiamo comprato insieme il pass stagionale per le gare, quindi ce le guardiamo tutti insieme. Le gare dell'IMSA le posso ritrasmettere tranquillamente, quindi ce le guardiamo insieme. GT World Challenge, DTM. Quindi voglio creare una community che nei weekend, quando ci sono le gare, si mette lì davanti allo schermo e si guarda la gara in compagnia di altri appassionati di motorsport veri e propri. Ed eccoci qua. Come puoi vedere, in Italia ce n'è di gente interessata a seguire il motorsport, così come ci sono tantissimi stranieri, perché quei numeri che state vedendo, quei 77, non siamo tutti italiani, ci saranno tranquillamente una cinquantina di persone che non sono italiane.
Thursday night qualifying. Spoke to Stuart about that on Friday morning. He says that's not a problem. We know how to fix cars. Now I wonder if he's just tagged the wall. Oh,
was he clipped by the BMW?
What's the opposite side, Jeremy? It's the left rear.
Ah, l'è proprio spallata così.
Turn 17 actually. If he hasn't, he was very close to it. Maybe just ran into some debris there, and that's cut down the tire.
Ah, gli è esplosa.
And a good piece of avoidance from everybody around him. And per George, he's got 3.7
Bruzzon.
miles of the 3.7.
Bienvenido, welcome.
He was literally passing his pit box as it went.
Ciao ragazzo, ben arrivato.
Pete Motorani by a second at the front of the field.
No, sai qual è la sfiga? Al solito, quando è che gli scoppia la gomma? Sulla linea di traguardo, quindi devi farci tutto il giro ai 20 all'ora per tornare ai box. Sempre lì, mai 100 metri prima dei box, no, sempre 100 metri dopo. Comunque ragazzi, al solito la gara è lunga, può succedere di tutto.
With 20 minutes gone, that's the first of your VP Racing in-race updates. We'll do a full one for you in about half an hour's time.
Oh sì, Fiorano. Oh yeah.
George Kurt still touring around, trying to go as slow as possible. It is so tempting to try a little bit harder, go a little bit quicker. Really, there's nothing he can do now but just take his time. As the leaders, for once, have a little bit of clear track ahead of him. Pete Durrani coming out of turn 17 onto the front straight. It will
Beh, Ricky è l'IMSA, non lo segue. Non gli interessa mica a lui vedere le gare che non siano quelle cioè già tanto che fa vedere che segue il WEC, e c'è gente che segue il WEC, ma oltre a quello, al solito popolino italiano, quelli che si professano essere appassionati di motorsport, si fermano lì. Quelli che hanno iniziato a seguire il WEC perché la Ferrari ha vinto la 24 ore di Le Mans, e quelli che seguono la Formula 1, punto. Perché tutte le altre gare, GT World Challenge, DTM, stai pur tranquillo che l'unico coglione che le trasmetterà e le seguirà dal vivo su Twitch sarò io in Italia, poi non so, però sarò io, quindi facciamolo sapere in giro che c'è effettivamente un canale che tratta di motorsport a 359 gradi. Oh, ce l'abbiamo fatta, disintegrato la macchina, però ce l'abbiamo fatta.
After sort of 2 or 3 laps of working their way through it, also now they've got a few clear laps, and Pipo Derani set his best lap. The fastest lap, however, was set just a lap ago by Philip Eng in the number 24 BMW.
Natas, we are watching the race from IMSA.com. In Italy, IMSA.com is free. It's totally free. So I can restream on Twitch this race from IMSA.com. Free link, I don't know, but you can stay here. It's not a problem for me. You are welcome. Ah, l'hai capito, Dante, l'hai capito, dai. Bagar? Iniziano a battagliare un po' lì davanti?
Saying that maybe there was contact with the side of a wall that ultimately resulted in the puncture, but what it did, and what is more of an issue, is that the rear component is not seated and it's not hooked in like the puzzle piece to everybody else. So
yep, truth.
That could become an issue, especially in high situations.
Hello, welcome guys. Welcome to all.
Back down the pit lane. Is that serving a drive-through from starting from the pits?
Yeah, good point. I haven't seen that actually. Check on that. Its team car definitely got a drive-through for a jump start, but I've not seen anything to suggest the 17. And that car has gone back behind the wall.
Anzi, Liveling and Trust, welcome back. Oh, welcome back. It's not your first message. I'm so happy to see you again in my channel. Thank you, guys.
Crew over the wall. That'll be a drive-through. So George will have to come back through the pit lane again. This is very much the keys to the race, the Porsche keys to the race we was talking about before. You've got to be neat and tidy and try not to attract the attention of race control. And certainly don't want to be coming down.
Allora, if we, come si dice se raggiungiamo, ragazzi, come si dice se raggiungiamo i 100 spettatori?
Down to the first half an hour being completed, and across the line goes Pipo Derani.
È al suo fascino effettivamente. Allora, if we reach 100 viewers, I degrees the ads. Or if you want to support my channel for my live streaming, you can sub to channel. It's totally free. Cioè, it's totally free. Oh, thank you, Green Matt. Thank you. Anzi, grazie, Green Matt, bentornato. Quindi quando siamo in 100, ragazzi, avvisatemi che tiro giù un pochino le pubblicità, le metto magari a ogni 3 minuti invece che ogni 5 come adesso. Se no, se avete soldi da spendere, vi ricordo che è una maratona estendibile. Se volete cominciare a regalare sub in giro, fatelo. Dove cazzo è la Lamborghini? Where is Lamborghini?
And without those little bits of electricity, nothing is going to work consistently nowadays. So many components on current street and racing cars that need a good
culo Dark. Culo Dante.
Number 7.
3 leaders absolutely together again, and the 2 United cars side by side through turn 7.
And Louis Delatraz, excuse me, Ben Keating and Nick Bull.
Eccola là.
Still almost trading paint there as they go past the Triazi competition.
Nick Bull tried to take advantage of Dan Golbo being held up by the Conquest Ferrari.
Siete delle brutte persone.
wisely backed out at the last second, so remains in third place. So Ben Keaty now in the lead in LMP2. Dan Goldberg in second, and Nick Bull hot on his heels.
Keating, che è partito dietro, comunque ha fatto una gran bella prima parte di gara, si è piazzato davanti, adesso sta lì. Bella, gran bella mossa. Una United è andata fuori. Sai che si sono toccati, ho visto dei pezzi sparsi in giro per la pista. Watch out for the brakes. C'è Nerdpool. So che non le inquadrano, però c'è, è dietro. Oh, l'Albi. Alla grande. 3 anni. 3 anni di canale e si festeggiano i 3 anni di canale guardando la 12 ore del Sebring, quindi più maratona estendibile. So, è scritto qua sotto, è in piccolo, però siamo comunque nel pieno di una maratona estendibile.
Got your Andy Blackmore Sporters Guide on the wall, back at home or here at the circuit on 100.9 FM. Our first retirement is the number 17 AWA Corvette. Alternator issue has taken that car out of the race, having completed just 2 laps. An out lap and back in again. Andy Mantella, the only one of the team to get behind the wheel. Sean Creech Motorsport, by the way, had a little spin on this lap, but has continued for Lance Wilsey in the only Ligier JSP 217 in the LMP2.
He was doing well up until that because he was hanging on to the tail there with John Ferrano, and not far behind Henrik Hedman, Dennis Anderson. They're all running the train there, so Lance was doing a really nice job in that lone Ligier.
Hearing from back in the paddock that the Pfaff McLaren is now repaired and will be coming back to the pit lane in a moment or two. How many? They are now 13 laps off the overall leader. That is 9 laps away from their 11 laps actually away from the class leader in GTD.
Tu Albi come stai? Oggi stai tranquillo o sei comunque in giro?
And for the McLaren fans, that was side-by-side contact. The Inception number 70 McLaren and the Pfaff McLaren, as they were avoiding the spinning Ferrari. So it didn't really get to the bottom of how that Ferrari ended up spinning through the field. And,
no, we didn't, did we actually? It's a good point.
No, and in the paddock then, space has been cleared for Ollie Jarvis. And still a bit tight there. One of the BMW tyre trucks just in the way from Team RLL.
Ottimo. Cioè, allora sta McLaren torna in pista o cosa?
And heading back towards the pit lane. It will have to come back into the pit lane from the pit-in end of the paddock.
Bravo Sangue, questo sì che è un ottimo commento alla gara. Nasr.
Clearly number 85 car is capable of going faster at the moment, because for 2 or 3 laps in a row now Hanson's been ducking around in the mirrors, and for some reason, with how far into the race are we? Not very far. Filipe Nasr just does not want to give any positions at all.
And John Ferrano's just spun in front of the leaders coming out of turn 4 into turn 5 in the number 8 Tower Motorsports Orica, the yellow and black car. Now, did he jump or was he pushed?
No, ho visto che effettivamente è uscito, ho visto anche il post su Instagram, ma fatto scorrere perché stavo facendo altro. No, poi con calma me lo vado a vedere. Ho visto che, cioè, ho letto che hanno introdotto altre cose. Vabbè, poi con calma lo vediamo.
Number 04 car.
This is the penalty for too many over the wall at the last stop to replace.
Beh, la Lexus ce l'aspettavamo, c'era da aspettarsela, che sarebbe stata forte. Adesso vediamo effettivamente cosa combineranno. Ricordiamoci ragazzi che la gara è lunga, non siamo neanche alla fine della prima ora, quindi ce n'è da aspettare, da vedere.
Picking up points now for the season. Should mention as well, because we'll need you to help us here. Jeremy and I are of an age where we forget things quite easily, and at 4 and 8 hours, those are the times for the interim in-race points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. That's when they are awarded.
Più che altro, sai cosa, Mabot? Il traffico sta livellando, perché anche quelli davanti non riescono a scappare via, perché quando si beccano una zona di traffico perdono tempo, poi li recuperano. Beh dai, Taso, un po' c'era da aspettarselo, Porsche dopo la tripletta alla Rolex 24 vuole comunque portare a casa il risultato nuovamente. Cadillac ha bisogno di riscattarsi. Mi fa strano Acura che non sia presente qua davanti, che sia addirittura dietro a BMW. Magari si stanno semplicemente nascondendo un attimino. Vediamo. È inutile fare questioni, fare discorsi adesso che non siamo neanche alla prima ora.
And Risi Competizione are each tied on 15 points, number 1 and number 62. And in GTD, the number 32 Court-Off Preston Motorsports entry is tied on 13 points with the Inception Racing number 7.
Esatto,
because already had problems in this race. So the
Mabot è quello che probabilmente succederà di nuovo. Non so se c'eri lunedì. No, lunedì non c'eri. Abbiamo mostrato, ho fatto vedere che cosa è successo l'anno scorso qui a Sebring, gli ultimi 20 minuti di gara, te lo dico, poi se vuoi andartelo a vedere, vattelo a vedere, se hai tempo, se hai modo, se hai voglia. A 18 minuti dalla fine, i primi tre che erano in lotta tra di loro da più di un'ora, tutti serrati uno attaccato all'altro al buio, c'è stato un contatto, si sono autoeliminati i primi tre che erano davanti. Cioè, cioè a 18 minuti dalla fine, impressionante. Ma il Porsche è da tenere in seria considerazione, come... Poi il Team Peschi è sempre stato bello presente, quindi... Ah, ok, l'hai visto. Figurati noi. Cioè io mi sono messo io cioè, perché non c'era ancora 5 ore l'anno scorso, c'erano già 6 ore e io ero qui alle 3 di notte a urlare come un pazzo, che è uscita anche, cioè Marta che stava dormendo si è svegliata, è venuta a chiedere che cazzo sta succedendo. Io,
hearing from Shay that number 32 caught off Mercedes is done.
Grazie amore mio dolce. Capito? Che dolce che è. How sweet is my wife. She's put a beer in the frigo e in the freezer. Quindi anche voi adesso ragazzi ricordatemi che ho una birra in freezer, che se no la sciopa. Master, buongiorno. Guardate quanto è nero quel cielo però, porca troia. Speriamo davvero che non venga a piovere. No, fu Cursiello? What's happened? Why? Ah, ok. Short, ferma, short. No, aspetta, che cazzo è successo? Deadpool, dai, anche te, battute del cazzo, cretino. Wait. Ah, niente, fu Cursiello e basta. Giusto per info, l'auto 63, ovvero la Lamborghini, si è beccato un warning per aver tagliato. All cars pack up.
That's allowed, so long as you don't fire the engine. Well, the engine we think is overheating on that car at the moment. They're taking it back behind the wall to see if there's anything that they can do. Let's have a quick word with Mike Skeen from that
Nick
team.
De Vries. Master is not whack, is IMSA.
I don't know that it's overheating, but definitely an issue. Sounds like a bad noise up there. And
The WEC this year not race at Sebring like the last year. This is the really 12 hour of Sebring. IMSA, WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. And I speak in English very fucking well. Ok, vado a farmi un caffè. Approfitto della caution per andare giusto, devo aspetta, dov'è? IMSA count caution ready after exclamation mark caution to watch how many caution in this race. Ok?
No, that's really a shame. But tell you what, that was a.
No, Dante ha già finito la gara, ha parcheggiato la macchina e dal bar verso un bianchino. Hai visto la Urus che fa da... Sì, ci sono le Urus che fanno da pace car, tanta roba. Smettila di parlare male della mia Lamborghini, se no ti sospendo.
That'll be helpful for the teams and drivers, John.
Yes, 74 Celsius in the air. That's about 24 Fahrenheit on the track. It's actually a degree or two cooler than that, but humidity absolutely incredible. 85% forecast to be mostly cloudy for today. It is so thick out there you could cut the air with a cricket stump.
Yeah, and on that right before we went to yellow there, number 85 car Phil Hansen that had been all over the back end of Filipe Nasr in the Penske Porsche car number 7, battling for third position. He got shuffled out. We saw it on the one of the cameras there that I think it's over in turn 10 initially got held up, and then he was kind of freight trained. So number 85 car has fallen from 4th to 8th behind Conde Felipe in the BMW, the number 6 Porsche of Jaminet, and also the 2 Acuras, Louis Delatraz and Ricky Taylor, that were running together in 6th and 7th. So Phil Hansen all the way down to the 8th position, and Matteo Caroli is the last of the guys that have been running cleanly. He was only about 5 seconds behind the rest of the pack, but running nice and consistently. And then just looking at everybody's fastest laps in this race, and all of the GTP cars were within half a second or so. Actually, Julian Andlau turned a 49.7 to set the fastest lap of the race. That was on the 16th lap, so 3 or 4 laps ago. Missed that one. That's the best lap of the race so far. Then it's the number 5 car. It's one of the 2 cars that was making up some ground from earlier on after the unscheduled stop for a penalty.
VP Racing in-race update there from Jeremy Shaw. We'll catch up on a few of your communications as well at IMSA Radio. Hello to Nash's young boy. Good to know that you're tuned in. What was the issue with the Corvette starting all the way at the back? A non-homologated set of diffuser mounts put there to improve reliability, not a performance addition, but Corvette accepting that they hadn't told IMSA. They have now been homologated, so they are running in exactly the same way as we've had the 88 car, by the way, coming down the pit lane. I reckon that's a closed pit for Luis Perez Compang.
Devi stare attento, Dark.
5 seconds of fuel, that will be fine.
Anche perché sennò io inizio a perculare la tua Ferrari e mi ci vuole... Solo che non lo faccio perché è come... è davvero, è come parlare male dell'Isotto Fraschini.
sensible. It means you don't get stuck on the track.
È come sparare sulla Croce Rossa.
Yes.
Come siamo messi con il Fucursiello?
Caught right up to the early leader, Dan Goldberg.
Hello to
Comunque io
all listening back in the
ho
UK.
recuperato
Also,
una
Charlie Emmett,
birra.
British team water skier from Aylesbury. Now
Mia
lives
moglie
in
ha appena combinato
Florida.
qualcosa. Cosa hai
Turn
fatto,
7
Tata?
at the moment at the 12 Hours of Secret.
Ora?
Mother and son bonding
Oh, thank you,
time.
Slice. Thank you for the sub.
Second 12
Visto
hours.
adesso.
Can't wait for
I see
a
now.
Le Mans 24
Thank
in June.
you,
Charlie,
Ciccio.
you're
Ciccio
bringing
is
your boy brilliantly well. That's great
the
parenting.
Italian
Oh, the Mark
word
Whiteleg and
to
Gareth Evans
see
is
to
working on a
say buddy.
24
Ecco.
scale model at the moment in
Great
his shed.
sì.
Hello to right turn
Okay.
lover, to Wolfgang Kluth, Marco and
Yes,
Juan,
present.
to Ian McCarthy.
Ah, non è che oh, Dio, come
Thank
sono
you
forte.
for your look at that racy Ferrari. He reckons the Mustang pushed the racy Ferrari into the Lambo, which pushed him back into the Mustang before he activated the force field, which kept the rest of the field from hitting him as well. Very good.
Oh, so
Indeed. Hello to
So,
Dave Alcock.
in the
and
Fucursiello
Mike Jurgens and
Tinka.
Tim Coronel tuned in as well.
Tinka use the time
Space.
to
Uncle Toto.
do something about
Jam.
live.
Yeah, absolutely. Jam.
For
The,
example,
making
now
sure
I
he's
start
tuned in and watching everything
a
as
little
well. At
pool
IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us,
to know
the voice of sport here
Where
in the South
are
Highlands region, Highlands
you
ESPN 1060
from?
PM, 100.9 FM at the track, Sirius XM 206 and RS2 around the world. We're live from the 72nd Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff in the Global Broadcast Centre. Our Crown Stripe pit lane team, Shea Adam and Nick Damon, are about to get very busy indeed.
Go
Shea will get
with
the
the poll.
P2s first, and then we'll hear from Nick.
Vote the
as
poll,
the
guys. Come on.
GTPs get to
I'm
his end of
I'm
things.
curious.
Here come the hordes. Shea Adam.
We're going to have to keep an eye on whether Seb Priu or Sebastian Bourdais stays aboard, because I just had a radio transmission in my head that says
Che rompe.
Seb, you're going to stay aboard, and those are our two Sebs in the field. Both of the United Autosports cars do not come in. One of them does come in. That would be Ben Keating. He is staying aboard for another stint. Also staying aboard the number 52 PR1 Mathiasen. No tires, just fuel for both of them.
Up in GTP land, it's looking like no one is going for the black stuff. It's their chance to double stint. Now, I completely take that back, because looking behind me now, the Proton Porsche has taken tyres, and both the BMWs have as well, but certainly no tyres for the Porsches, no tyres for the two Cadillacs, and no tyres for the two Acuras. The 40 and the 10 Acura, the 1 and the 31 didn't take tyres. Also, the 85 JDC Miller car hasn't taken tyres, but it is changing its rear clip. So they've obviously had either want to change the downforce level of the rear of the car, but it actually looks
Bellandre, Bellandre.
on the left-hand side. So they have managed to
Guys, vote the poll. Se no qua mi fanno passare per uno che si botta il canale. Vote the poll, please. I'm so curious. And I need to come si dice, dimostrare. To prove to which that all of you are not bot but real spect. Come on. Vote the poll, please.
Quite long stops there. Let's see if we can work out what happened. They were repositioning the 6 car behind the 7 and tilting it on its dolly jacks to on the tires, so that it could get past its teammate whilst the fuel hose is in.
Ah beh, allora vale anche il discorso di basta che vince uno dell'MP2 e c'è Dallara. Proprio un ragionamento da ferrarista, oh, non ce la facciamo uscire dal...
Filipe Nasser now out in that car. but they clearly knew that was going to be an issue because it came in first and it's gone out well down the line. It'll be GTs into the pits next time around. And we'll give you a VP Racing in-race update before we go back to green so you can see how it's all shaken out. Not the worst of timing there, Jeremy.
Come fai a dire che Cadillac ha il BOP a favore, Emilio?
If they didn't stop on the first brief yellow.
That was the first yellow.
Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
so
Cioè, non puoi affermare una cosa del genere. Stai dicendo che Cadillac è favorita perché la direzione gara favorisce la sua vittoria. Non puoi scrivere una roba del genere. Dai.
Compound he was pushing pretty hard in that first stint, so he used up a little bit more fuel, but the timing certainly for the LMP2 cars was right on the money because they needed to make a stop.
L'eccellenza italiana viene pisciata in testa in determinati contesti, che noi siamo, cioè, che poi eccellenza italiana serve a un cazzo, considerando che non riusciamo a sfruttarla e non riusciamo a concretizzare il fatto che siamo davvero eccellenti italiani in giro per il mondo, che ci facciamo sfruttare, perculare e prendere per il culo. Soprattutto dai governanti italiani, cioè proprio il discorso cardine è quello. Eccola Rexy, Netpool. È ferma dietro un puntino rosso, questa roba qua, boh. Mica se riparte sto catorcio. Infatti è ancora lì fermo, vabbè.
It's Frankie Montecalvo, and also that Chevrolet Ferrari has done a driver change. It is Giorgio Cernigiato, I believe, who took over, but it could have been Roberto Lacorte. Actually, I think it was Lacorte who took over for Antonio Fuoco. So I'm going to go over and see if we can have a chat with Fuoco about what happened at the start and why he lost so many places.
Pretty tight on that Lexus stop. Oh, there's a stall in the pit lane, and that's holding everybody up. The
Che cazzo? Ha imballato. No, mi ha imballato la Lambo. Mi ha imballato la Lambo. Che cazzo è successo?
Of GT cars. Now they're not losing any time at the moment because we're under yellow. Thank goodness that didn't happen.
Infatti, eccellenza italiana.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely disastrous. I think he's got going again now, but yeah, that would have been frustrating for everybody behind him. But ultimately, that's up to the
è ripartita.
The teams get on the radio and say, look, okay, it's annoying, but don't worry about it. Just say where you are.
A posto, ragazzi, ci siamo.
Clear, then you can go past him. Hopefully, they would get that car going again. Indeed, they have.
Graham Doyle there with the problem. Joey Hand in the white and light blue Ford Multimatic GT3 behind him, trying to pull out and go past. Wasn't even enough room for him to do that. Right, before we start shuffling the pack again, and whilst the GTs are getting back up to speed to join the end of the safety car train, let's have a VP Racing in race update that has Pipo Derani.
Fatti Seppen Trust. Come in Qatar che avevano problemi di vibrazione, ma non trovando nulla l'hanno risparato in pista. Sì, infatti.
A driver who's just finished his first stint.
Antonio Fuoco, that looked like a bit of a crazy start. What did it look like from your perspective in the 47 Ferrari?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough start for us. The other two competitors jumped us, but then the pace, it was quite okay. And we know it's a long race. We already have conscience, so we need to stay calm, be focused, and do our best.
Stay calm, be focused. Grande Antonio, grande Antonio. Parla inglese come il Tinka.
We changed quite a lot from now until the end of the race, so we just need to stay calm and see at the end.
Good luck.
Thank you.
A bit further up the pit lane with the Winward Racing, the 57. Phil Ellis has just got out of the car. A much more difficult first stint than you were expecting when I interviewed for the poll yesterday.
Yeah, definitely a bit more track than
sorry, American guys, is correct stay calm.
But that's sometimes how it goes in racing. But I think we still had a pretty decent stint, just try to keep out of trouble. especially the first lap was quite chaotic in the first couple of turns, and
I mean, did you see what happened there? Because it seemed like everyone hit everyone. There was a Ferrari right across the track.
Okay.
to be honest, I don't know, because
Okay, thank you, Donovan.
around turn one, all I saw was smoke and debris.
Oh,
so,
stay calm
all
and
we really
focus.
tried to do is not hit anything and try to keep our tires alive. And,
Un po' come Valentino Rossi quando parla inglese, adoro.
At the end of the stint, you know, with the traffic, just take it super safe, see how the race develops, and yeah, gonna shoot for the later.
Track in good condition so far?
Pretty good. It starts to get a bit warm now. You feel it like towards the last couple of laps that the tire does fade a bit. But it's a bit nicer than I anticipated first.
Okay,
so
trust.
at the moment, but I'm sure it'll get a bit warmer later.
Thanks, Philip.
Of course.
Phil Ellis, who made up 8 or 9 places earlier on, whilst still keeping the car in one piece. All right, let's quickly run through the VP Racing in-race updates. Durrani for Whelen Cadillac, number 31, the red and white car ahead of Wayne Taylor Racing, the number 40. That's the darker red car, and that was up from 6th before the pit stops for that Acura. Cadillac Racing in the shape of Sebastian Bourdais. He started the race, he stayed in the 0-1 at that stop. Then Philip Eng for BMW, the number 24. Then Mathiasen for Porsche Penske Motorsport, as he's in 5th position in the number 6. Ricky Taylor coming from the back of the GTB field to 6th position for the black and blue Acura. Conor De Philippe is the second of the BMW M Hybrid V8s for Team RLL, and he's in 7th in the number 25. The number 5 Proton 963, that's the Mustang sampling car. Julian Andlau, problems early on, but he's now back in the fight with that number 5 car, and in 8th position, and has set the fastest lap of the race. And the Lamborghini SC63 in 9th position for Matteo Caroli. 2 other Porsches.
Ciao Metric, bentornato ragazzo, grazie.
Had very slow pit stops. They will cycle back in front of Nick Bull, who leads the LMP2 field, because there is a split for the GTP cars. So it will be Nick Bull in 12th position that heads LMP2 for Inter Europol, from Ben Keating for United Autosports, who was leading before the pit stops in the Wins car number 2. He's in 2nd. His teammate is Dan Goldberg in 3rd. And in the GTD Pro, it's Jack Hawksworth for Vasser Sullivan in the Pro car number 14 from Farnbacher and Heart of Racing and Madison Snow. Frankie Manticalvo
Si riparte?
with Vasser Sullivan.
Si riparte. Green flag.
12 leads GTD, and he is the 5th best GTD on the track at the moment. That's your VP Racing update as we come back to green with just on 11 hours and 4 minutes to go here at Sebring. Durrani jumping away nicely and controlling the restart. A little bit of a jink left and right there as he came out of turn number 1. Further back down the field, Ricky Taylor has taken Mathiasen on the restart. And as they come down to the hairpin, it's going to be a substantial lead for Pipo Durrani. Second Cadillac as well, that's the 0-1 car. Then Bourdais.
Ciao Mar. Scusa, ti ho visto adesso. Ben arrivato ragazzo.
Then the BMW.
Narcio, la gara è lunga, possono sempre recuperare. Pensiamo positivo.
Also moving quickly is Conor De Philippe, trying to make up positions in the 25 BMW. Whilst that action is going on at the front of the field, Nick Damon has this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, we just had Rexy in the AO car, the Porsche. That came in for a front right. So obviously either there's a slow puncture or they mispressured it. Now what we are seeing also is the Proton Mustang, which I'm walking down to now, which appears to be having a new rear under tray fitted to it. There's 2 men underneath. They just bought a big long flat thing, which must be the diffuser and under tray. So that car has been in again. Both those 2 cars came in as it went green. So these are green flag stops, and it's costing plenty of time for that car. And certainly the Mustang's going to drop that couple of laps by the looks of it.
Quite a lot of problems early on here. big pall of dust at the exit of turn 16 as we've got a gaggle of P2 cars coming down to turn 17. Nick Bull from Keating, Daniel Goldberg, PJ Hyatt right in the mix there with Stephen Thomas and TDS racing the yellower car. At the front of the field, Durrani still leads. The battle is for 6th position at the moment. Mathiasen in the number 6 Porsche with the Mustang sampling 963 behind him. Julian Andlau, we know how quick he is, and Connor De Filippi's right there as well. De Filippi getting the better run, goes to the inside, gets blocked by Andlau fairly stoutly. That door was closed very quickly indeed down to turn 7. And then behind him, that's Phil Hansen for JDC Miller. So a little 4-5 car battle starting to form up now as Felipe Nasr in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport, after that slow stop, is making back up time. At the moment, his teammate Mathiasen is the cork in the bottle. Penalties, Jeremy, and plenty of them.
Yeah, or 3 of them in LMP2. 2 of them for failing to adhere to the minimum full refueling time, which is 40 seconds on these cars when you come in for a full stop, which is what they needed there. Number 52 car that is leading currently, and number 11 car, which is quite a long way down the order. Also a penalty for number 33 for improper emergency service. That was one of the cars. Number 33 and number 88 came in for what should have been just a splash of fuel, 5 seconds of fuel. Then they had to come in again, which they did during that caution period to do their full service. But the team obviously did something else during that initial emergency service stop, and they had to come in and serve a drive-through penalty because of that.
Nick thinks that it might have been a bit long on the fuel, actually. He counted 7 elephants, not the 5 that they needed. That will be a stop and 10 seconds.
That's annoying for that team.
Stop
Meanwhile,
plus 10 for that.
It's back to normal at the front. The Cadillac of Sebastian Brendon finding a way past the number 40 Acura of Louis Delatraz, so back down to 3rd place. Here comes the number 52 car out of the lead then in LMP2 to serve that penalty.
Wow. Yeah, 91, I thought was, into the pit lane. And that's going to cost him a whole heap of real estate, isn't it? With the cars so close together after the restart. Ben Keating
Grazie Checchino.
P2 from United Autosports teammate Daniel Goldberg. The United Autosports team, as well as some of their drivers, have been real jet setters in the last couple of weeks. With WEC commitments in Qatar a couple of weekends ago. Last weekend, Sunday and Monday, they were at Imola for testing.
Bentornato Checchino, grazie della resub.
Get a little bit of a break after this one. Get home to see the families. Paul Di Resta said to me he had about 9 hours at home.
Beh, oddio, soltanto 3 penalità, dai. La 33, la 52 e la 11.
After the new LMP2 test at Imola. They were running the cars in the, if not completely full fat, then close to it. Just under 600 horsepower. So back to almost the original specification.
Niente di che, calcola che c'è stata una caution. Hanno chiamato una caution perché c'erano pezzi di auto sparsi in giro per la pista. Ovviamente ne hanno approfittato per fare una caution lunga a cavallo della prima ora di stint, quindi hanno aperto i pit, tutti ne hanno approfittato per fare il primo pit stop. Niente di che, gara regolare, niente di eclatante, a parte Delatraz che l'Acura adesso è in terza posizione perché ha approfittato dei pit stop. Sì, infatti, più che normale. Bella, hola Ciope! Bienvenido, anzi, bentornato. Come stas, Chico? Hanno dato un drive-thru alla 5, sì. No, 33, 52, 11 e 55. Queste sono le auto che hanno preso la penalità.
Well, that was
almost
weird.
like you let him through.
Yeah, he sort of slowed.
Entry to turn 1, not the exit. Yeah. That was very interesting.
Non lo so. Lo so.
Well, it was a good
Garca America.
17 by Bourdais.
Bienvenido.
And he made a
Todo bien. Chop. Muchas gracias. It's the anniversary of my channel. 3 years on Twitch.
It wasn't as if he was tight on his rear wing. That was really,
So there is a marathon estendibile and the Sebring 12. So
I don't know, but that was somewhat weird.
great day today.
The 2 Ford Mustangs, the GT3 Mustangs, number 65 and 64, they're running really nicely there, 6th and 7th at the moment in the class. In GTD overall, so to speak, the top 4 cars are all pro cars now. It's number 14 Lexus, number 23 Aston Martin, number 1 BMW, and number 19 Lamborghini. Then it's the GTD non-pro leader, which is Frankie Montecalvo, having taken over from...
Prossima caution, vado a mangiare qualcosa. Sto già venendo fame.
Then there's 4 more pro cars. The Chevrolet Corvette of Alexander Sims has worked out very swiftly from the back of the field, of course, after being at DQ after qualifying. Then the 2 Fords, and then the other Corvette of Tommy Milner. So the 2 Chevrolets are sandwiching the 2 Fords right now. That's kind of cool.
And we have completed our first hour of racing and a little bit. 5 minutes into hour number 2 now.
Best lap of the race there by Sebastian Bourdais, the new race leader. So with that over there, he was clearly pushing hard there. 1 minute 50.6 for Sebastian. I think he was just, he was just being a bit more incisive, if you like, than Pipo. I think Pipo, did they change the tyres on that first thing? I think they probably didn't. I can't remember what our CrowdStrike pit reporters told us, to be honest. But
which car was that, Jeremy? Sorry?
But most of the leaders, in fact,
yeah,
because what I was told before, and likely there would be double stinting for each of the first probably 3 stints of the race, particularly until it gets hot again. So maybe if the number 1 team did change tyres, they were able to have a bit more grip in the early part of that lap and able to make the pass. So really interesting there to see Bourdais really charging there and setting that best lap just a couple of laps after the restart.
Got another penalty coming, and this is significant. It's the leader in GTD Pro, Vasser Sullivan Lexus, drive through. I said it looked a bit tight when they left there. Well, they did run over some equipment. So they are running a backup crew this weekend, or at least their crew chief, normal crew chief, over-the-wall crew chief, his sideline is here. Oh, big Keating, he did that earlier on the week, but he locked up the rear going into Christensen curve. He was struggling from a long way back as he was trying to challenge the car ahead, and in trying desperately not to run into the back, locked it up, spun to the inside. It was a perfect handbrake.
Cazzo, è ororaccio questo, eh?
Earlier on, he was in behind the crowd.
Sì, è per forza che è andato in bloccaggio, era troppo sotto. Cazzarola.
Had to take evading action, as did PJ Hyatt and Gar Robinson as they came through. Dwight Merriman, I think, a little bit too far back to take advantage of that. Yeah, that's if you weren't with us earlier, or you're just catching up, the CrowdStrike by APR with puncture earlier on, had all 4 tyres changed, and that's why that car is off the pace at the moment, or further down the LMP2 leaderboard than you might expect. George Kurtz a lap away from
A dopo Mabot, tranquillo.
in that Algarve Pro Racing CrowdStrike red, white and black number 04. It's very unlucky actually, the tyre went down.
Tante va che non è la Formula 1.
Very slow in lap
Vanno avanti tranquilli anche con la gomma spiattellata, non ti preoccupare.
Jack Hawksworth and Vasser Sullivan at the head of the GTD PRO field. That gold and black livery for the Mobil 1 50th anniversary. That car will have to come into pit lane for a drive-through. That means it will give up the lead to Mario Farnbacher in the Aston Martin Vantage. Oh, maybe not the Aston Martin Vantage, because diving down the inside, Alexander Sims in the number 4 Chevrolet Corvette, and he will lead at the line as the Lexus pulls into the pit lane. Smashing bit of overtaking manoeuvre. Now, what did Jack run over? Actually hit his own crew member as he was accelerating away. Said it, thought it was a bit untidy. I only saw the back end of that when that happened live.
So that's him.
Yeah, just nudged him.
Yeah, just
and that's
he was on the brakes into him, and the car probably only moved forward 6 inches perhaps or so. But because there was any contact with the crew guy, that's why the penalty was called. So a little bit unfortunate there, but also fortunate that there was nothing worse than that.
He was being waved away and just tried to clean the grill one more time.
One more rub.
Yeah. And as Shea's just said in my ear, and this bears repeating to everybody, a great reminder that Johnny Knotts and the rest of the IMSA pit lane officiating team, they are there for everybody's safety. You do not want to be spinning a crew member out into a live pit lane. So this battle at the front of the field for 6th position, Mathiasen still holds on to it in the Porsche 963 for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
No, Kizzy.
Here we go.
I don't want to remove my cam. If you have a problem, you can search another channel.
And if Filipe makes that one stick in the BMW from Team RLL. Saw a very relaxed and happy looking Bobby Rahal this morning as I was talking to Ron Fellows.
Giusto, ragazzi.
Bobby was driving past and had a quick chat. Looking very well indeed, Mr. Rahal, and that's good news.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's ominous for the rest of the field that Chevy Corvette has worked its way from the back of the field to the front in GTD Pro. Alexander Sims already pulled out a second on that last lap over Madison Snow and BMW.
Who's also got past Mario Farnbacher, because Mario was second as Jack pulled into the pits and got beaten to the line by Alexander Sims and Madison Snow. Jordan Pepper in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, the number 19, the green car, that's not that far behind either. Another good run going for Russell Ward, who's up to 4th in GTD in the Winford Racing car. Phil Ellis started very well and made up, I think, 8 places, Jeremy. And Russell now up to 4th. That's a 16-place gain, because they were put right to the back of the grid. Shea Adam.
I actually talked to Russell before driver intros began this morning, John, and he said, it's all right, we know we've got a fast car, and the thing is, it's better the hotter it gets. Well, right now, it's not hot. It's actually decidedly cooler, dare I even say, for Sebring standards. Russell is looking forward to the afternoon stint because he says between 2 and 5, their Mercedes should come to life.
Oh, Boxy, welcome back. How are you? What's up? Please balance your radio audio. You are so much louder. Oddio, aspettate, scusate ragazzi, cosa vuol dire? Che il mio parlato è troppo alto rispetto al...
Russell Ward with John Potter ahead of him, tries to the inside again on the flex box Aston. That's going to let the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari 296 come through. Also in there, behind them, got a whole bunch of cars actually. A variety of machinery. Sheena Monk's not that far away from this little battle in the Gradient Acura. And it's happy birthday to Sheena. She is celebrating today. an eye open for that car as the leaders come through the GT battles. It's danger time for the leaders, isn't it? Sebastian Bourdais, Pipo Derani, Louis Delatraz, top three, separated by just on 4.5 seconds, those three.
Yeah, that's right. Bourdais certainly pulling away at the front. He pulled out over 3 seconds over the last couple of laps on Pipo Derani as they negotiate traffic there. Maybe our CrowdStrike pit lane reports just confirm number 01 car did or didn't take on fresh tyres during that stop. And if you said it already and I missed it, my apologies.
Nick Damon can add to that.
From my recollection, I was looking up and down.
Ok, Narcio, grazie. Un po' di sostegno da parte vostra.
Porsche took tyres and a new rear clip.
JDC car took tyres?
Yeah, because it had a new rear clip. Because they had damaged the rear clip on it, so they did both things at once.
Surprised.
And I don't think anyone else took tyres, and the only anomaly was why the 7 took so long, but it didn't take tyres.
The 7 also took a long time, but they were clearly expecting to take a long time, Nick, because they pushed the 6 back as soon as it came in.
È come se parlassi in continuazione.
So not sure if that was some reprogramming that was going on or whatever, because they didn't change drivers, so no clue for that one. But clearly they knew it was going to be a longer stop for the number 7 Porsche. Dropping them down. Still in 10th at the moment. They're only 15 seconds away from the lead. It's early days here. Welcome along if you are just joining us. Little bit of wind blowing behind the cars going down to turn 1. That's 180 degrees change from earlier in the week when it was on the nose of the car into turn 1. Now it's pushing you into turn 1 and on the nose of the car into turn 17 at about 4 miles an hour. That breeze at the moment, the stars and stripes on the start-finish line proudly standing out from the flagpole.
No, vabbè. Guardalo. Traditore. No, passo lunedì, passo. Bombolone alla crema. Bombolone alla crema.
So Bourdais just prepared to push a little bit harder on the outlaps and Pipo Derani in the early stages of the race and taking the lead. Thank you very much indeed for that great information. And it's really interesting. I thought most of the teams were going to be double stinting.
Come stai, Ciccio? Bentornato.
In this race, and that has been confirmed. So that was just Sebastian Bourdais wanting to get himself to the front and pulling off a nice move there at turn 1 to take over this race lead, and he's settling into that lead again now. Just about worked their way through all the GTD cars for the second time. So now we'll have clear running again for the GTP leaders. Just looking at the number 25 BMW, we saw it get past number 5 Porsche a couple laps ago, and just got past the number 6 car as well. So Colin Di Filippi just passed Mathieu Jaminet up into the 6th position in car number 25, a couple of positions behind his teammate.
È lunga, gara di 12 ore, quindi può succedere ancora di tutto. Finora gara regolare, una caution, ma non per incidenti o per vari, perché c'erano dei pezzettini in giro per la pista. Tutti ne hanno approfittato più o meno perché era a cavallo, cioè perché era più o meno a cavallo della prima ora di gara, quindi tutti ne hanno approfittato per pittare. Niente, gara tranquilla per ora. È giusto che sia. Vedi che le pubblicità servono a qualcosa. Abbonatevi, spilorci maledetti.
Absolutely made up to have beaten a driver who he competes against, but freely admits that he measures himself and is a bit of a role model for him, Ben Keating, and he beat him in qualifying.
Oh, welcome back, Luca. How are you?
In that purple LMP2.
From the last year that I don't see you in my channel. How are you? Dicevo, Bombolone, abbonati, spilorcio del cazzo, così non hai problemi di pubblicità.
And through, no second invitation needed for PJ.
Oh.
leading in the Oregon. Yeah, just going back to
I'm
this
good,
weekend.
I'm good, thank you. It's
Race lag because
the anniversary of the channel today, so I start a marathon extendable and we watch the Sebring. So it's a fucking good day. Good day.
Nürburgring Endurance Series. We'll have both covered for you in sound and vision on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels via Radio Le Mans.
Comunque Bombolone, ti dicevo, niente di che, gara tranquilla, combattuta, molto serrata. C'è stata una caution non perché c'è stato un incidente o altro, semplicemente perché c'erano dei pezzi in giro per la pista, quindi hanno chiamato la caution. Ovviamente tutti ne hanno approfittato per pittare, anche perché era quasi a cavallo della prima ora, quindi niente, siamo qua. Sai, ti chiedo 3,99 €, sai che roba.
Also 150.3 in the Acura. Fast lap of the race was set early on.
Thank you, Trust. Thank you, buddy.
49.9. Just the one car sub at 1 minute 50.
Sì, stavolta ci sono io. Ciao, Dredd.
Expect that to be added to, wouldn't we?
We do.
Be the LMP2s who are next in the pits for scheduled stops. About 4 laps away.
Two-car Ben Keating putting the pressure on Gar Robinson.
Grazie, Ciccio.
Turn one. The third and fourth place there, they go through turn one in the LMP2 class. Ben Keating got a good run through that corner. Is he going to make a lunge down to the inside?
Procede, siamo all'inizio, dai. 12 ore, 10 ore e 40, siamo proprio appena passata la prima ora, gara tranquilla, combattuta, bella serrata, ma finora niente di che. Yes, Trust, only in WEC, like Ferrari.
Hours
and Isotta Fraschini.
To go. We are joined in the Global Broadcast Centre by an absolute legend, and we knew it already, but he's just been inducted into the Sebring Hall of Fame. Welcome to the man I used to call the Wizard in his driving days. It is Ron Fellows. Hello, Ron. How are you?
Hello, John, Jeremy, and Eve.
Good to have you.
You all are the legends. You're still doing this. This is awesome.
What else are we going to do? We're self-unemployable and to do anything else. Let's be honest.
As most racing drivers find out when they retire. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Ron.
Indeed.
Back at Sebring, a place that you've had plenty of success in.
Yes, indeed.
And my goodness me, look at the size of this field. First of all, this is like turning the clock back a bit, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, there's. It's hard to believe it. Sebring with the length of the pit lane.
No.
Yeah.
If this gets any bigger, we're going to need more.
It's normal. One time to expect like in WEC, like Rolex 24. It's normal. I'm so happy to see a lot of Italian guys watch this kind of race with me, because in Italy, IMSA, WEC, nada. Only in Italy, only Formula One, only F1.
It's an awful long way away. That's first tranche of points at the 4-hour mark. Do you miss it, Ron? I've got to ask you.
So I'm here to show another kind of motorsport to my Italian follower, my Italian community. It's a little big family.
And that's, I think that's probably a common theme for anybody.
Thank you, Chopper.
They miss the camaraderie and the connection with the team, and because that's the most
I'm happy to see in every race. Oddio, come si dice? Sorry, aspetta. Wait. I'm happy to see all of you every time when I restream, when I show the race. No, buddy, no DJ, because IndyCar is a copyright event, so I try one time to show to restream the first race of IndyCar 2 years ago, and Twitch banned my channel for 2 days, so no more IndyCar. Sorry.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I've got your back. I've got your back, Rod. Don't worry. For 6th place, right up behind the leading GTD car. Those are 2 GTD pros, of course.
But IMSA, WEC, GT World Challenge, Europe, DTM, I restream this kind of races because it's free, so I'm here.
More pro drivers or full pro lineups allowed in GTD Pro, whereas you have to have a non-pro driver.
Ah, Choppe, like in Italy. Only Formula 1 and MotoGP.
For all 4 of the Corvettes, they feel they've got a point to prove, and Tommy Milner's got a good run.
Oh yeah, Alex Palou.
The Lexus, meantime,
Sì.
versus Acura at the sharp end of the GTP field, and that's Philip Eng defending.
I know, Choppe.
Taylor in the number 10, the black and blue car. Eng going round the inception.
But like in Italy, the Italian pilot in IMSA, in DTM, in GT World Challenge, in WEC, there are Antonio Fuoco, Mirko Bortolotti, Raffaele Marcello is Italian, okay, with Swedish. Now he's Swedish, but he's Italian.
Factories, there were lots of factories in the 80s in IMSA. It certainly harkens back to that. But it's, you look at the size of the field, and as you mentioned about GTD,
like in Italy,
like in Italy. And there's even for the GTP guys, there's drivers rather. There's it's not that super easy to get by.
Come si dice svizzero, scusate? Come si dice svizzero in Swiss? No? Swiss.
Somebody that's not in your class, that's in a that's in a similar car.
Yeah. How long have you been with
Swiss.
GM now? Because I'm talking about Tommy Milner there.
Valentino Rossi, good driver. Just a moment. Raffaele Marcello, Mattia Drudi, Antonio Pierguidi, Antonio Fuoco. There are so many pilot in Italy. Occhio.
Through the traffic, and Pipo Derani able to follow him, but then Pipo Derani gets a bit of his.
Ciao Chico, bentornato. Giovinazzi. Dai ragazzi, Giovinazzi, Bortolotti, Caldarelli, bravo Narcio. Giovinazzi si è trovato al punto, nel posto giusto al momento giusto, dai. Dai. Sì, è quello il fatto, solo che il problema è quello. I piloti italiani in Italia non se li incula nessuno perché non corrono in Formula 1. This is the problem. In Italy, the Italian pilots are not famous because they don't race in Formula 1. This is a problem because we are many pilot strong.
As a venue, as a promoter of an IMSA event, effectively you'll be able to promote next year's event even before you get to this year's.
Yeah, it certainly can't hurt, and in knowing that, and it's really on us to get the message out to the fans.
Antonello, sì, Chop.
This time next year, this is the date. So yeah, very unique opportunity to have, the next year's schedule announced in March. So.
Yeah, I said to John when he was doing it yesterday, John Turner, president of IMSA, said, so these are the suggested dates. He said, no, these are all inked in.
Yeah.
And it's incredible amount of work.
And I love Spain. We need to change.
Trying to schedule things in the past, and we have to cover things all over the world. I know how difficult that makes it. You've got the dates sorted out. Then you're going to have.
Ma gli spettatori ci sono sempre. Vanno e vengono, dipende.
United Autosports and AO Racing, Era, Richard
Vedi, anche Tinkabot dice che è una coincidenza.
They're going to give you a good show.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the P2.
I love Spain.
Spectacular. It's close racing.
I love Spain so much.
The entire GT field, so GTD field, and we're definitely looking forward to it. I think, there was initially a little bit of dissent, where are the GTPs, but fans have gotten they've gotten over it and have embraced the fact that we continue to have a IMSA WeatherTech Championship event, and it's we can maintain a lot of the partners have been very supportive for Canadian Tire Motorsport.
Ok, funziona allora qualcosa lì sotto.
And Michelin, so that's what's important, is being able to have an event.
È colpa della Maria come si chiama, dell'incontrada oddio, come si chiama l'altra, quella di Giorgio Mastrota. È colpa delle showgirl spagnole che sono venute in Italia negli anni 90, gli anni 2000. Stupido che sei, Taz. Au racing. Au.
And each car has at least one Canadian driver. Yeah. So and it's always been one of the the Corvette Corrals have always been very, very popular, and it's no different at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park.
What are your duties for the rest of the weekend? Are you just going to be enjoying yourself? Are you just shaking hands, signing autographs as the new class of 24 inductee?
Yes, there you go. Yes.
No, it's not my problem, Chopper.
I'm loving the lanyard. Yes. And when was that picture taken?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Già è vero, Mare, è vero.
I don't think so. That's 20. I think that's like 2001 or 2. Yeah. But thank you. I wish I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Voi, ma io comincio ad avere fame.
Yeah. So we part of the ambassador duties that I have with Chevrolet Corvette Racing is the Corvette Corral. We did that yesterday, and certainly seeing our friends from Mobile One and Michelin, who are partners with our Corvette school in Nevada, is always great. And
no, lo è che no.
Nevada, we got a whole bunch of schools next week, and Michelin event, and got some NASCAR drivers coming out to do a little road race training, so it's all good.
All good.
Come
on,
yes.
Look at that place. Yeah, me too.
I'll go to touch. It's not like you don't know a guy.
Not that far from you.
No.
It's not like you don't know a guy. Absolutely. Will you give our best to the...
Che non ho preso patatine. Mi faccio un toast. Allora, però voglio aspettare la caution. Last caution is an advice for all of you. Next caution, we go to a break all together with a sandwich or chips. Okay, like in pub, like in pub. Beer, chips, fish, sandwich, no, all together.
Thank you very much for being with us today.
C'ho fame.
More importantly, on behalf of all of our viewers and listeners, thank you for the entertainment that you've given us down the.
Oh, you give me goosebumps.
The years. And that hanging around your neck is very well deserved. You've been nothing but a gentleman.
My wife, sorry.
That's how you get it. Ron Fellows, let me shake your hand as a
Thank you, John.
Hall of Fame inductee.
Yes. Thanks, Jeremy.
2024.
Right. Keep up the great work, guys. You guys are the best.
Thank you, and we look forward to getting north of the border for Canadian Tire Motorsport Park later in the year. 10.5 hours to go. Settling in now to the longer runs, and the classes spreading through nicely with the first 11 are GTPs, then the next 12 are LMP2s. It'll be LMP2 stopping next year, Adam.
It will, and a lot of the teams have already sprung into life and jumped up on the wall, waiting perhaps for a caution to come a little bit early, and then maybe they get their opportunity. If not, it should be within the next lap or two, as the first pit board has actually come out. I believe that is for the number 2 United Autosport car, so that should be the first one. And I'm seeing one helmeted driver directly across from me, actually. Inter Motorsport have Ryan Dial ready to get in and take over. That is the championship leading car. On their first stop, they put a new tail on the car, a new rear wing cluster. So interesting that they've already used one of their allotment.
And there was a drive-through penalty for the 55 Proton competition Mustang, Ryan Hardwick, in and out of the pit lane, and the fire bottle properly manned at the last pit stop. Again, safety related, and absolutely understand why that has to be called. That car now running again. And just watching the leaders for a moment as the pit stops begin. Ben Keating into the pit lane with that car that has been going so well, the United Autosports win car, but the leaders together down at turn number 7. And oh, very big off indeed for the 88, bouncing across the infield grass. And that's Luis Perez Campang behind the wheel of the Richard Mille.
No, no choppe. No choppe. Last year, WEC race in Sebring, but not the 12 hour of Sebring. 12 hours of Sebring is IMSA. WEC last year, one race go. Cioè, the 8 hour in Sebring.
Turn 2, I'm hearing from race control. So exit of turn 1 as he was bouncing across the grass. Now,
yes, Choppe, correct.
Is moving.
Bella botta, cazzo. Non ho visto cosa è successo. Scusate ragazzi, stavo scrivendo WhatsApp. Tutto da solo. Ouch. Ouch.
Except the car went off in the opposite direction.
Correct.
But other than that, it was the same.
But he just dropped off that tiny little bit of the right rear, and instead of hooking the curb and pulling him back to the right, he went off to the left. It's right front.
Big crash.
All of the rear, really, for Luis Perez Campang.
Italy lesson.
No punctures,
Big crash.
all the wheels,
In Italy,
pointing in the right direction.
we say che botta.
That is a huge break.
Che stack, che botta. What a crash.
But we've stayed
Che
free,
botta.
and the leaders are together again down at turn 7.
Dio fa. Faccio condividere il tuo canale a un mio collega. Aspetta. Sei da telefono, Peppo?
All of the leaders in LMP2.
Allora aspetta, ti giro il link del mio canale in chat, fai copia e incolla e glielo giri al tuo collega. Copia. Arrivo, aspetta. Fai copia e incolla di questo link qua.
So they did set that right for the CrowdStrike by APR car. Gar Robinson taking on fuel, tires, and fuel for himself. The drinks bottle, old-fashioned style through the door, being up. We also had a driver change for the number 99 AO racing car that started on pole. PJ Hyatt brought it in. Matty Brabham, first ever laps in Sebring in a race, is now out on the track. The 5, Proton Porsche has just been off the track.
Yes, it has, coming out of turn number 4. Big slide, gets it back. Julian Andlauer managed to save it there, but down at turn 10, maybe brake-by-wire problems with that car, because he couldn't get it stopped at turn 10 into 11 and drag some more dirt onto the track. Shea Adam with that CrowdStrike pit lane update on the P2s, all now having rejoined. Nico Pino took over from Ben Keating in the number 2 car. That was the first of the leading LMP2s to pit. And United Autosports have put Bijoy Garg in the 22. The 88 has made it back. The Richard Mille.
Rani si è fatto sotto con Burdais.
And into the pit lane for the number 6.
Sto andando a prenderlo.
They're doing a new nose and a new tail on that number 88 AF Corse LMP2. I'll keep an eye on that. As we have also into the pit lane, the SC63, the Lamborghini is coming in. That too will be a driver change. Looks like the yellow on the helmet means that it is Grosjean taking over and not Cairoli, although keep an eye when he jumps off the wall. It's fuel and tires. Yes, it is Grosjean, by the way. Fuel and tires for the number 6 Porsche. I do not see a driver change going on, although the door is open, and it is still open, so maybe they're doing a drinks bottle the old-fashioned way. Yep, Matteo Cairoli getting out of that car. Andrea Caldarelli being saved for later for the Lamborghini. Rouge shaking the head for Cairoli, actually, as he walks over the pit wall. Still waiting on the fueling for the Porsche to finish. The number 6 with the second best pit box in the pit lane. Now it fires back.
Minchia, ve le immaginate un'altra Lamborghini LMDH Iron Dams, tutta rosa? Sarebbe figo avere un equipaggio tutto femminile che mi corre nelle GTP. The car is driving to the scene of the... Come on, trust.
So maybe doing it, changing something else in there. Drinks bottle's got a bit sticky. Don't know. See if we can find out. Now, we've missed nothing at the front of the field because Pipo Turani is...
però è un bel investimento, perché è un... Cioè, è completamente differente portare... Cioè, una cosa è portare una GT e un'altra è portare un LMDH. Come costi sarebbe bello, però si sa mai, vediamo. Perché poi il problema è sempre quello, le pilote. Ci vogliono pilote di un determinato grado e di una determinata bravura. Cioè non metti lì una macchina solo per far presenza, ovviamente deve essere competitiva.
No, the Flexbox sponsored car. It's not the Tower car, is it now?
Those Porsches have really been struggling lately. Clearly, I think running towards the end of their second stint on this first set of tyres during the race.
Vediamo cosa succederà più avanti. Ciao Moreno. È arrivato, ragazzo.
Over the course of the last 4 laps, the 5 and 6 and 7 were running pretty much nose to tail.
C'era.
In whatever order, because they were shuffling around a fair bit.
Dove sono finite tutte quelle? Errore per Nasr. Tutti in quella curva lì, anche ieri. Arrivano tutti lunghi in questa curva. O l'ha toccata leggermente la Lexus, non ho visto. Andiamo, Moreno. Maratona estendibile per il compleanno del canale e soprattutto 12 ore del Sebring, quindi tanta roba. Vero? Mi è sembrato anche a me avesse preso un piccolo bump.
GTPs.
Quindi se vuoi, Moreno, festeggiare a pieno, potresti anche fare una mossa pazza e prolungare la maratona del Tinca con, non so, una donazione, una sub regalata, dei bittini.
Jeremy was saying, a big gap back from that 6th position, nearly 20 seconds now. To the 3-4 Porsche.
Madonna, ma come cazzo è possibile che quelli che mi seguono sono tutti o dei braccini corti del cazzo o dei poveri in canna che non c'hanno neanche 3 euro per un cazzo di abbonamento? Mamma mia, oh.
Another 4 or 5 laps, 50 laps completed next time around for our leaders.
Fate prima a dire, no, Tinka, non mi va di abbonarmi al tuo canale. E allora io sai cosa faccio? Aumento il numero degli ads. A quanto l'ho messo adesso? 4 minuti ogni ora, mettiamo 5 minuti ogni ora. 5 minuti di pubblicità ogni ora. 1 minuto ogni 12 minuti. Imparate.
Jack Hawksworth driven.
Tiro scemi con sta pubblicità, cazzo.
One of the crew members' headphones fell out when he jumped over the wall and he couldn't hear the team radio, and so didn't hear the call then that the car was about to be released, and carried on cleaning the front of the car, and that's
dopo.
he got a little tap on such small things. Probably didn't even realize.
Adesso c'è ancora il cagacazzo che voleva che togliessi la webcam.
Now into the pit lane for the 4-0. This is Louis Delatraz out of 3rd position, and that is Shea Adam watching for us.
I got you. Louis Delatraz out of
C'è
the
da capire le strategie delle varie auto, che non sembra che le GTP siano in grado di fare uno stint di un'ora, a differenza delle GT, che sicuramente ci corrono un'ora questa pista con benzina e tutto. Le GTP forse no. Mi sa che si aggirano sui 40-45 minuti di stint, quindi bisogna vedere come gestiranno le strategie box.
They've got more tyres because they didn't do night practice. We've got a change in GTD as well, as the BMW has...
Go Pino, go!
As the Corvette rather has... no, as the BMW
Pino from Chile.
Up to turn 3. Wow. See them the next time around. Just having a look at those stint lengths there. That Lamborghini, only 25 laps, and the same for the Penske Porsche, number 6. That's 4 possibly 4 laps.
29
Sì, anche loro stanno cominciando a fare i conti, però loro contano in giri sugli stint, non in tempistiche. Però anche loro stanno parlando delle tempistiche per i pit stop. Ah, come sprecare 3000 punti canale. E dice 26, ok.
Number 7 Porsche coming round the outside and putting a lap on both of them. And at the front of the field, Sebastian Bourdais now 2.5 seconds ahead of Pipo Derani. And those cars that have just made their pit stops in danger of going a lap down here to the race leader. Now, the race leader's got to make the equivalent pit stop, absolutely understand that, but safety car comes out and things get a bit spicy.
Ma tienili, Taz, li usi per le musiche o per farti regalare un abbonamento.
And that dark grey, silver and red.
O per farmi bere una birra alla goccia. Cazzo te ne fai? Ecco, vedi. Anche perché non ce la faccio a non dire le parolacce.
Now leads in GTD Pro.
Appunto, tienili. C'è gente che ha 60.000. Poi nelle live così lunghe li tiri su.
Number 99 car ahead of number 22. Across their 50th lap.
Leader is in the pit lane. Sebastian Bourdais then.
Ok, Cadillac dentro. Vediamo come andrà.
Yeah.
On the 52nd lap.
So that was, as you say, Jeremy, 30 laps. BMW coming in as well from 3rd place. Shea Adams watching the stops.
Sebastian Bourdais staying in the pit lane. Scott Dixon taking over for his first stint to the race. Still hard to believe Scott Dixon has never had a podium in the 12 hours of Sebring. Maybe that changes today. They're doing fuel and 4 sticker tires for the 01 Cadillac. For the 24 BMW, it is fuel but not new tires. They're doing a tire pressure adjustment, at least on the left rear, but now it's Jesse Krohn for Philip Bank. And for the number 10, that's the Konica Minolta Acura. They are doing fuel fuel and tires. I must admit, I didn't see if they did a driver change, but there was no new driver up on the wall. That is the sound of the Porsche coming in finally, and the sound of the Cadillac leaving. Great stop from Chip Ganassi's boys and girls. The number 7 Porsche is a driver change, and I believe that is Dane Cameron jumping off the wall and taking it over for Felipe Nasser. The BMW gets out just behind the Acura, very close down here on the pit lane.
CrowdStrike pit lane report here, Adam. So, Pipo Derani, how many more laps can he go than the similar car? Team RLL going onto the internal combustion engine. Here comes Derani into the pit lane, the very next lap from the similar car. Now this is a battle of the pit crew ship.
Yeah, it is, and the critical thing was that one extra lap. We know the brains on the Whelen Engineering Cadillac know how to win races. They did it a year ago here at this one, although that was a bit more controversial, a bit more luck kind of fell into their hands, but that's all right. They are doing fuel and tires, and yes, driver change. Jack Aitken jumps over the wall, so Tom Blanca is not yet being employed in that car. Also into the pits, the number 25 BMW. This time it's Maxime Martin taking over for Connor Di Filippi. We've got the 85, the JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche into the pits as well as the number 5. This is the Proton competition Porsche. So the 2 customer Porsches staying out longer than the 2 Penske Porsches. Very interesting to see that play out. For the number 5, it's going to be Jimmy Bruni taking over, as well as fuel and tires. And for the 85, it is Rick Westbrook, who is now going to be behind the wheel around Sebring, a winner here back in 2013 with the Corvette program, and Ollie Gavin and Tommy Miller.
Seems a long time ago now. Oh, that's because it's quite a long time ago, isn't it? Still a balmy 26 in the air. 79 Fahrenheit, 75 Fahrenheit or 24 on the track. That temperature's barely changed. Still got that little breeze blowing behind the cars as they go down to turn 1. Coming up to 11:30.
A te ragazzi, stiamo facendo una storia per Instagram.
As the next set of pit stops will give you a VP Racing in-race update just to bring you up to date after the pit stops for the leading cars. Looks like the GTDs are coming in as well. Mike Rockefeller has brought the Ford number 64, the Multimatic Mustang, in, and Chris Meese will take it out. Full service for that car. And the front of the field once again very, very active, and Pipo Derani did get out ahead of the 0-1, now piloted by Scott Dixon, but Dixie goes to the outside on the S's. This is very fast through here, through the 2 left kinks, and then the right-hander Scott will have the inside line and toughs it out there with the other Cadillac, and there's a touch right front to left rear. Well, no love lost between those 2 teams.
Derani didn't want to give that up, did he? He nudged the number 01 car heading in that transition between the left and the right there.
La toccatina c'è stata.
Excuse me, not Derani.
From IMSA.com. In Italy we can see the race with no problem. It's totally free in Italy. Sorry.
Scott Dixon had the run, so they got position in the pit stop, Jeremy. A little bit of a lock up by Scott Dixon going into 10, but gets a into 13, excuse me, gets a ripper exit. Pulls alongside, looks like a skill electric set at the moment. Have you got the Cadillac GTP skill electric set? Now we've got full course yellow. Incident out on the circuit.
Why? Ah, cazzo, non l'ho mica vista.
Looks like the tower car.
Che cazzo è successo?
Catherine Legg, by the way, has taken over the Gradient NSX. And that is a sideways impact for that car.
Foot brake. Oh yeah. Foot brake.
If it is the 8, and I'm pretty certain it is, it's Michael Dynan behind the wheel. AMR safety team are there. Open the right-hand side door. Drivers on the left. They're having a chat with him. It's been a substantial impact. The rear of the car is deranged, particularly on
Le
the
ha
left-hand
dato
side.
una bella ghega. Puoi vedere?
Gates have closed.
Grazie.
However, oh, he just got on the curb. He was trying to get past some GT.
Tutti insieme? Che botta! Che botta! Wow.
Ian James has entered a closed pit, but that could be for emergency.
Allora, quelli che hanno appena pittato si troveranno in grande margine, perché si ritroveranno tutti davanti. Chi è che ha pittato? La Cadillac dorata? Non ho visto, non stavo seguendo.
Tower car in a second. Scott Dixon leads the motor race from Jack Aitken in second.
Chi è che ha già
Two
pittato?
Cadillac V Series are GTPs. The
No,
golden
tutti hanno già
black, number
pittato.
one, and the red and grey 31. Then Brendon Hartley for the number 10 Acura for Wayne Taylor Racer with Andretti. It's a car that started at the back of the grid. They've worked their way through. Help with a couple of yellows. Jesse Cron is now behind the wheel of the 4th place BMW. Good news is that, now let's just confirm that. I thought I saw the driver out of the car for a moment there. I thought I saw Michael out. Yes, I did. So that's good news. He's standing up. Oh, hands on hips, hands on head. I think he thinks he made a mistake then in that case, as he was coming through the traffic. Those split-second decisions, though, are very difficult to know. It's the almost the return on investment, isn't it? Of what do you do? Do you take it? Do you lose the time? Do you try and force the pass? We're coming down to another hour completed. Got down to Jesse Cron in 4th, 5th is Colton Herter for Acura, Maxime Martin for the 2nd of the BMWs. And then this is good news for all the Porsches, because they're going to close up that gap, which was 20-odd seconds, and they are in order. Richard Westbrook for JDC Miller in the yellow 85. The 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport, that's the one with the white stripes. The 7, the one with the black, for Fred Mackavecchi and Dan Cameron. Jimmy Bruni has the Mustang sampling number 5, the dark grey car, grey and gold. And then Romain Grosjean in the 63. He is a lap down on the leader, Jeremy. Will he get away by on this then?
No, he won't, because he'd been lapped by the overall race leader, which of course is GDP. So no, he can stay lapped down. I mean, and unfortunately for him, I don't expect any of the GTP cars to come in the pit lane,
so he won't get that lap back.
So he won't be able to get that lap back. I mean, for those of you who are not familiar with the way IMSA works, the pits are closed now. Once everybody is packed up behind the safety car, then we'll have any cars that are in between the safety car and the respective class leaders, i.e. LMP2 and the GTs, they can go past the rest of the field, past the safety car, and then pull up to the back of the field. They hadn't been lapped by their class leader, so they're back in the correct position, if you like.
Exactly so.
And then we'll go through the pit stop sequence. We'll have the pits open first of all for the prototype cars, and then next time around for the GTs.
Great piece of work again by our track services team, working with the MR safety crew. The tower number 8 is being craned onto the flatbed. They're not going to try and tow it on there. Let me finish the rundown. In LMP2, it's United Autosports number 2, Nico Pino behind the wheel of the Wins car, then Matt Brabham for AO Racing, and then purple 99, and Bijoy Garg's been installed in the 22.
La speed, high speed.
Madison Snow leads.
Welcome.
Paul Miller Racing in the dark grey number 1 from the gold Alexander Sims driven number 3 Corvette, and Iron Lynx with Jordan Pepper in the 19 Lamborghini Huracan is third. In GTD, they were the pro runners. It's Frankie Montecalvo and the Vasser Sullivan 12 from Manny Franco in the 34 Conquest Racing Ferrari, then the Magnus Racing Aston Martin, number 44 in third position. Pit lane crowd strike report. Here is Adam.
With Sebastian Bourdais. Seb, you clearly wanted to lead this race quite badly. Unfinished business after last year. What was it like when you had clean air for your Cadillac?
Yeah, I mean, the car was really good. Obviously, because of the minimum tire pressure that we have to go by.
Scusate.
We're just on the edge, and then people was kind of holding us in a tempo.
Oh, no problema. Thank you.
To stay above target, so
If you want sub my channel,
over the 2 stints, so
you are welcome.
I got by and felt like the car was pretty good.
Thank you
too
to be here.
But that was a nice gap, and unfortunately, kind of got nailed by a couple bad breaks in traffic. But that's the name of the game, and yeah, it is what it is. But the Zero in Cadillac's pretty strong, and Cadillacs in general, clearly. So hopefully, it holds true the whole time. We're obviously in a kind of a wait and see phase of the track, but you still want to be positioned and be in control. We're gonna have to double stint a couple of sets of tires, which we've already done one. So if we keep getting yellows, maybe another one, then we'll be done. So we'll see, but early going.
I was going to ask about that because I know you said you maybe took a little too much out of the tires and pushing so much, but how was it when you were on the second stint of the tires? Still drivable?
Yeah, no, I only really started pushing once I got by people, and you know, at that point I was pretty confident that I was going to make it, but for sure the pressures got a little higher than I would have wanted, so I started to get a little bit of instability. But yeah, it was all under control. It's just it's difficult to gauge your pace and how much you want to keep the gap and how much you're going to be hindered by traffic.
Next year, Limi.
Still early, so just
Anzi, Elvin.
A lot of chances in traffic.
Next year.
The rest of the way.
Thank you.
Shea Adam with Sebastian Bourdais on that crowd strike pit lane report as we head down towards the first 2 hours completed, Jeremy. A little bit disjointed with a couple of yellows. The tower car looks to have stood up pretty well. That's the cause of this intervention by the Cadillac V-Series safety car. Michael Dynan going around the outside of a couple of GT cars.
So, foot brake.
12, just getting up on the curb, pitching
I got
sideways
to
tires in the runoff of turn 13. And the irony will
and
not
prepare
be
a sandwich for me.
Who know this circuit?
See
know
ya.
that was turn 13 is called Tower Turn, and it was the tower car that ended up in the tyres there. Nice and quiet on the start-finish line because the safety car is on the back straight. We'll hear them come past this time. The pits will open this time for the GTD and GTD Pro runners, and everybody will come, won't they? Has it been a while? Let me have a look.
Yeah, no, yes.
They 30
should,
laps, 31 laps,
yeah.
32
yeah,
laps.
in fact, we saw
round.
the number 65 and number 23, they came in presumably needing emergency service, so they'll have to serve another. They have to come in again to top off, so they'll drop them to the back. Yeah, 65 was Joey Hand, who was running fourth. Yeah.
And what was the other number you said there, Joe?
23 was in the lap before.
Right, and that was also in a closed pit, was it? That was Alex Riberas in the Hartley racing car. Shit, Adam, take a deep breath. Here come the GTD and the GTD Pros.
Alrighty, so the first car that I can see hitting its marks is the number 19 Lamborghini. That is a driver change, and I believe that is Mirko Bortolotti taking over. Number 12 Lexus is in, no driver change, but they are changing tires for that car. Both of the Corvettes in, both of the Corvettes doing driver changes. We've got Nicky Katzberg with the full crack for the fans at home. Fuel and tires for the 4 Corvette, and for the number 3, it is Alexander Sims out of the car, and that was Antonio Garcia, the King of Spain, taking over. Risi Competizione also doing a driver change. I didn't see which driver got in. Number 23, splash of fuel only for the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and away it goes already. Back into the fast lane before Rexy can even get into its pit box for the number 77 AO Racing Porsche. That is fuel, tires, and driver change for them. again. And I think that's Michael Christensen taking over because it's not a bright green helmet as Lauren Heinrich's new helmet design is. Also into the pits, we've got the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That is Roman DeAngelis taking over for Ian James. And the number 45 Lamborghini Graham Doyle's gotten out. I think that was Danny Formal getting in. 65 Ford Mustang was the sound you heard in the background there. That was fuel and tires for them. And now it is Fred Vervish who has taken over for that car. Number 14 Lexus going back out. Fuel and tires for Ben Barniket. He stays aboard for another stint. There's the number 83 Lamborghini. I think that was Michelle Gadding's helmet, but you'll have to double check me on the timing and scoring screen, because I must admit I didn't see who got into the car. Fuel and tires also for the number 34. That is the Conquest Ferrari. Blue on the helmet, so I think that's Cedric Spirituali, the race winner of the Invitational class of the 12 Hours of Bathurst a little bit earlier on this year. Number 120, Wright Motorsport Porsche is going back out. Adam Adelson, yet another stint. What a Lions job he's doing so far in today's race. Is the number 27 with Roman DeAngelis rejoins and cuts in front of the 120. That is not correct pit lane protocol because the 120 was ahead and already in the fast lane, so race control might want to have a look at that.
Nicely done, Shea.
Thank you.
And just to...
I lied.
Did you?
Yeah, the Lamborghini did get back on the lead lap. Apologies for that. So we do have all 11 GTP cars on the lead lap because of the other pit stops. Right before the caution period, the Lamborghini was able to get back onto the lead lap. It fell a lap off the lead because of the early stop, but then it gained it, as you said earlier on, it did indeed gain it again once everybody else came to the pits.
And it was indeed Michelle Gatting in the Iron Dames number 83. What was the other one? Michael Christensen, definitely, because I saw the onboard from him, and he's got a very distinctive Porsche branded helmet. The number 34 was the other one, wasn't it, Shea, that you were talking about? The Conquest Racing was indeed Cedric Spirituali, so good spotting. 3 for 3 on the ones. Shea does that, by the way, by gently hovering over the pit like a drone, and just by the power of her mind going backwards and forwards. She stands on the outside pit wall and has far better eyes than I have, quite clearly, to spot up and down when all those cars come in. You have a split second to spot the helmet designs, or the height sometimes gives it away of the drivers before they trip the pit exit line. Excellent work on that CrowdStrike pit lane report. So we're into another hour completed, under 10 hours to go now, and let's reset the field when they come around next time around for the GT cars after those pit stops. But as it stands right now, I reckon that Winward Racing are leading in GTD with Russell Ward behind the wheel of the 57 AMG GT3. They thought they had a good car even before they turned a wheel. They had a feeling that things were looking well. Chetalar coming in for a late pit stop, as well as a couple of other cars. What was that? That was the number 8.
Wait a minute. Yeah, and the reason for that, John, is that they'd made a pit stop, I think, right before the caution period.
Right.
So they'd made their stops, number 57, number 78.
120's just come in as well, the Adam Adelson driven Wright Motorsport car, and it's Giorgio Giotto in the Chetalar car. Also back out onto the pit lane, in fact out of the pit lane, is Lilo Wadu du Salier. So the Richard Mille AF Corsa Orica, which is now 13 laps down on the overall leader, so that's probably about, let's not do probably about, that's 12 down on LMP2. That was the car that was crashed earlier on, remember. Well, that car is restored to health. It looked absolutely pristine as it was rolling back out. We've lost the 17 AWA Chevrolet Corvette almost before it got underway. Mick Grenier's had problems with the Court of Preston number 32 Mercedes with an engine issue, and Ollie Jarvis with problems as well on the Pfaff Motorsport car. Let's go to Shea Adam, who has Alexander Sims.
Alexander, the bad news was you had to start from the back of the field. The good news is it didn't take very long to get to the front. How good is the number 3 Corvette?
Well, yeah, it's working pretty well today so far. Got to say that we had a few issues in Thursday on practice. Seemed to rectify those for qualifying, but you never quite know what it's going to do on full tanks again. But no, it seems like the car's working well. Maybe dropped off a little bit towards the end of the stint, but yeah, no, it's all I'd say decent, but for now, who knows what we're going to get to come the night. Things always do change a little bit, but no, it seems to be good so far.
How was the car when you were double stinting the tires? Did you feel a big drop off in performance, or was it fairly stable?
Well, we didn't double stint the tires, so I don't know if others did or not, but yeah, no, I think our tire allocation, with assuming we get some yellows and things, it should be all right to single stint the tires.
That could be a huge advantage to you guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks a lot, Shay.
And happy birthday for yesterday.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks.
And we're back to green flag racing, and immediately the BMW jumps to the inside, trying to make up positions in the line and get some real estate. Goes past past the number 40. It's the battle there between Maxime Martin and Colton Herter for 5th position. Martin jumping through for a moment at least. Yep, they split them up. Jesse Cron's just ahead of them. So it's BMW, it's Brendon Hartley in the Wintilla Acura, then the BMW, then the Acura, then the BMW from 3rd down to 6th, and they're having a cracking scrap at the front of the field. Scott Dixon's jumped away by 3/4 of a second from Jack Aiken on the restart. That's hearing that there's a problem on the Porsche number 43.
I'm back.
That's Jared Andretti. He's just left the pits in that Andretti Motorsports car, but the floor is coming off that car, and they're going to have to come and do a stop plus 10 because they didn't serve their emergency service obligation correctly, and a further problem for the heart of racing number 27, who had to come in for emergency service as well, I think. Leaving with equipment attached, that'll be a drive-through as well. Porsche keys to the race. Get through to sunset, 7:30 tonight. Have patience in traffic and be tidy. We haven't. We've had a lot of untidiness, which has resulted in the really frustrating for everybody. There was a touch on the exit of turn number 1 between the BMW and the number 40 Acura on that restart. Actually a very, very good save indeed by Colton Herter, but he did lose the position to Jesse Kron. Maxime Martin was interested there for a moment as well. Running the red light at the pit exit. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's another bit of untidiness for Wright Motorsport and Adam Adelson. He'll have to come back in, and he can do about a quarter of a soft-boiled egg there. 60 seconds stop. The pit penalty box, which is a pit out, is going to be quite busy.
It is, isn't it? Just a couple of notes here in LMP2. Nico Pino now leads number 2 car for United Autosports. At the 10th and 11th positions in that class, well, 9th and 10th actually. The number 81 and number 33 that had fallen off the lead lap, they delayed their pit stops and got back onto the lead lap in that category. So the Ligier is back on the lead lap with Joao Barbosa with that car, but having got the wave around because they hadn't been lapped by the leader prior to that stop, then they elected to come in as we went back to green, so he's kind of off the tail of the rest of the pack, but he's running well and has just set that car's best lap of the race. Also the number 04 car that had a problem early on, the APR by CrowdStrike car, that
spero si ripigli nell'arco del campionato, mettiamola giù così. Continuo a dire che esteticamente parlando è la più figa che c'è in circolazione, Però purtroppo va un cazzo. Che ci possiamo fare? Comunque bentornato Pietro, contento di rivederti qui. Tu come stai piuttosto?
In third place in GTD PRO, turning into turn 17 under the Mission Foods bridge. And behind him is Antonio Garcia. Nicky Katzberg's right there as well. Daniel Serra for Risi Competizione. Out front in GTD PRO, Ford Multimatic and the Mustang of Chris Meese. Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing, right in his wheel tracks in second place. Then Jake Walker for Turner Motorsport, that's a GTD car. And there are two GTD cars ahead of the GTD Pro battle as well, by about 3.5 seconds. Russell Ward and Misha Goikberg are up the road a little bit in respectively the Winward AMG number 57 and the 78 Forte Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah, and their strategy that they pulled out by coming in a little bit earlier than everybody else absolutely paid out perfectly, because then when the caution came out, the pits were closed, they were able to cycle through and take over the lead in the class. That's number 57 and 78, so the two non-pro cars ahead of the GT4 leader. How cool is it to see that Mustang in the lead? Because that's another car that came in, we thought it was emergency service actually, but it must have been right before the caution came out for number 64, because he hasn't been in again, or if he did, he's going to serve a penalty. But again, that 64 Mustang then leads from the BMW of Neil Verhagen.
Yeah, they came in just before the caution, Jeremy, I think.
Yeah.
I remember shit in my ear. Some great battles in GTD and GTD Pro with Nicky Katzberg.
Oh, sounds surprised.
Well, no, Nicky Katzberg's just been passed by Daniel Serra and the Risi Competizione 296 GT3 Ferrari.
Hi Kimi,
Time in
welcome.
LMP2. It's second place for Matt Brabham and AO Racing in the 99 Spike the Dragon. Nico Pino is only half a second ahead of him, so target acquired there. And next up will be Bijoy Garg, won't it? Yes, it is, but he's about a second and a half away from the two leaders. He's got his own battle with Kuba Shmakovsky,
who's just set his best lap of the race last time around in car number 52.
Shea Adam has some news from the pit lane, and I'm afraid to say it's not good.
No, it's never good when you see people taking down their pit stand, and that's what happens at the Preston Cawthorpe pit box. The number 32, I put that the other way around, it's KPM, Cawthorpe Preston. They are officially out.
That was the car that had the engine trouble. We thought it might have been running a little bit hot. It was certainly making some noises that they didn't like.
Correct.
Thank you, Shea. Write that down, I'm afraid. That's the magic marker of doom for that one. Impressed by Matt Brabham back into this form of racing. Just a second or so behind Nico Pino. There's a find as well. Nico peddling that United Autosports USA car very nicely indeed at the front of the field. Took it over from Ben Keating. United Autosports really making a good fist of it over here with two cars for the full season. Gary Robertshaw looking after the LMP2 side of things for an increasingly busy United Autosports from Yorkshire in the north of England. They're running the McLarens in the World Endurance Championship as well. And European Le Mans Series getting underway shortly for them with LMP2. Scott Dixon just holding about a second lead at the moment on Jack Aitken. Two Cadillacs then again. I was about to say we're just over a second away from Brendon Hartley, but he's just put the fastest lap of the race in for the Acura that he's driving, the number 10. It's the conic of an altar-coloured car. So he's not letting the two Cadillacs get away. He's got about 3/4 of a second, oh, make that 2 seconds actually, back to Jesse Cron for BMW. Then the second of the Acuras, the Colton Herter driven number 40, the red and silver car. Outstanding livery on that car. And then there's about a second or so back to Maxime Martin. And then the Porsches again. Porsches in the first part of the stint, sort of holding on to what's going on, running in the 51s, but the top three are all running in the 50s now.
Yeah, new best lap of the race for that particular car for Scott Dixon, the 01 car in the lead of this race. About a second over the other Cadillac of Jack Aitken. Certainly interesting to see the relative performance of the cars at this stage in the race, when they're, by and large, they're running, well, pretty much all on fresh tyres now, but double stinting the tyres in the early stage of the race for the first 2 or 3 stints. They're probably going to have to do that. And the Porsche certainly seem to be struggling on used tyres.
It's funny actually, back in the old LMP1H days, the Porsche never liked used tyres in the FIA WEC either, but we seldom knew when they were on it, other than looking at the lap times. Welcome back to CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Nick Damon, who's been taking a pit stop of his own. He's back, he's in the lane, and he's with Ben Keating.
Yes, Ben, that was a busy first session for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really busy. You know, I was so excited for PJ Hyatt to get on the pole, and then I felt for him when he spun on the formation lap, just trying to warm his tires up. But no problem. They're back up there up front now. But it was fun running up front for a while with Dan, getting up in the lead. It's a lot easier to lead in these LMP2 cars. Not being behind somebody else is worth a lot of time. So it was a very, very busy session. I made a mistake, getting into the back of George in the second stint. Just trying to force the issue with the GT car, and wasn't expecting George to brake as quick as he did, but I think everybody's okay from that incident, and I was quick after the incident, so I was pretty happy with my time in the car. It was there's a lot of traffic, and traffic is difficult, but so far so good.
How much are you pushing 100% at this point? How much are you holding back?
I can tell you I'm not holding back. When you make a mistake like that, you get a little bit of the red mist going. I found myself wanting to make up for it and pushing a little bit extra hard.
Hola Perez, bienvenido.
To the other P2 cars. That was fun.
Welcome if you're not Spain. Spanish. Quella roba lì, if you're not spagnoleggiant.
So, it was. I'm not holding back. Is the answer to the question.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Nick Damon with that CrowdStrike pit lane report. Hello to all of you tuning in around the world. My goodness, it's busy on @IMSA Radio. Thanks for the kind words on the coverage, everybody. If you are watching or listening, Sirius XM 206 here in North America, 100.9 FM.
Peppo, calcola che loro sono 5 ore avanti rispetto a noi. No, scusa, cazzata, sono 5 ore indietro rispetto a noi. E loro, la gara è partita alle 9 di... scusa, ho detto la cazzata. Sono partite alle 9 di mattina. Calcola che non è tanto soleggiato perché è tutto nuvoloso. C'è pochissimo sole a illuminare. Quindi... la gara dovrebbe finire alle 9:40 di sera, ora locale, quindi teoricamente le ultime 2 ore le faranno al buio. Adesso non so che ora tramonta in Florida il sole, però credo alle 7 di sera ci sarà il tramonto, quindi Le ultime 3 ore saranno al buio. Il tuo collega?
Yeah, correct. So he worked his way up really nicely during that first stint, having started out of position. He worked his way up before that.
Sì, più o meno sì.
He was up into the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position, so he passed 7 or 8 cars. Good effort by PJ, really good effort by PJ. A tremendous run yesterday in qualifying. He was also on pole position for one of the Asian Le Mans Series races.
Ok, no, era curiosità, perché volevo sapere dov'è. Ok, allora alle 19 più 5, 24, quindi alla mezza tramonta, alla nostra mezzanotte tramonta. Mezzanotte e mezza.
Clearly pleased with his efforts in qualifying, but not getting carried away. Although he got carried away on the warm-up lap.
We've all done it or nearly done it.
Grazie Ciccio.
Exactly the same thing.
A me invece farebbe piacere se t'abbonassi. No! Un catorcio fermo a bordo pista. Dante! Dante!
On the outside of turn 1, it's the Ferrari number 21 from Francois Arnaud, and he was dead stick, but he's got that car running again. For a moment I thought he'd gone into the wall. I don't think that was the case. Just stopped in the air course of 296. It doesn't sound like it wants to rev as he's...
No, not you. Non DJ, Dante.
Have had contact with
okay. No, there is another guy.
So
Dark Dante Demon. Italian follower.
That sounds better. That Ferrari.
Great name, Dante. Like the great poet, great Italian poet Dante Alighieri.
The car involved, which was Catch Van Leg in the Gradient Racing Acura. They were battling for 11th and 12th on the circuit. We'll have a look at Catherine's car as it comes by next time around and see
great
any
name.
sign of damage. Race control, having a look at that. Anything that goes on at turn 1, potentially very, very big accident there because of the speeds involved. Francois Arnaud now back up to speed, because you can't see that much. In fact, I can't see any damage on the car. And then again, I can't see the right-hand side at the moment. I'll have a look when he comes past the window. 9.5 hours, a little bit more than that still to go, just after midday here. Air temperature creeping up now, 27 Celsius, that is 81 Fahrenheit, still 75 on the track, 24 Celsius, that's barely changed. Just a little bit overcast. Yeah, went down, Catherine and Francois going down to the first corner together, Catherine on the inside.
Hey, money.
Hard to see
Welcome.
if there was a touch there.
Money.
It was just the bumps that caused Arnaud out. And it's a tough one to call.
Sì, gliel'ha data giù secca.
On the brakes, off the brakes, on the brakes, off the brakes. Got the car pointing in the right direction, and then had to get it down through the gearbox. Often these cars are a little recalcitrant to change down if the engine is only ticking over or not running at all. You're not going to get it to change down. You don't have the electronics talk to each other. Let's have a look at the right front. Oh, it's a tiny little scuff on the right front of the gradient car, mainly in white this year, looking an absolute picture. But that didn't look like it was Ferrari red, that little scuff on the right front corner of the JG went with NSX. Looked to be tyre debris that had been thrown up.
Piove. Piove, ragazzi.
Well, and there we are. They've seen enough. They have the evidence.
It's raining. Look at this little gotcha of water.
For that light contact. Again, we're not talking anything malicious here or vengeful. Light contact with a car that's already on the absolute ragged edge of
Come sbucano così dal nulla.
on the bumps here to turn someone around. Checking back at the front of the field then, with Scott Dixon leading by 2 seconds at the moment from Jack Aitken, who's got about another 2.5 seconds on Brendon Hartley. Cadillac, Acura number 10. Then it's the BMW, another 1.5 seconds further back, with Colton Herter in the red and silver, number 40 Acura from Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. And next up, and just about a second further behind, in LMP2, Nico Pino leads for United Autosport by 1.3 seconds, and then it's another 2 seconds back from Matt Brabham to Bijoy Garg in the 99 EO Racing, the purple Spike Dragon, and Bijoy Garg in the 22 United Autosport. Russell Ward still leads and is the
sì.
overall for the number 57 Winward Racing AMG GT3. He's the best of the GTD.
Oh, thank you, Grace. Thank you for the sub. Welcome on board. Welcome on Tinka's family. Now you are a Tincotto. No, Luchino, per ora tutto regolare, i ragazzi seguono, bella gara, anche gli stranieri apprezzano la live, quindi tutto secondo programma.
In GTD PRO. In GTD, second Jake Walker is in 27th position for Turner Motorsport in the 96 BMW, and Misha Goldberg for Forte Racing as the Lamborghini Huracan number 78 in third position. That's VP Racing.
Poi comunque siamo soltanto all'inizio, vediamo tra un po'. A dopo Luca.
Contact with François Arnaud in the Ferrari 296.
The number 25 BMW, Maxime Martin, just lost a position to Richard Westbrook on that last lap. I think he had some issues in the traffic there, so Westbrook up into 6th position now in the best placed of the Porsches, in the BMW of Martin, and then the rest of the Porsche train there, Dane Cameron in car number 7, Jimmy Bruni in car number 5, and Fred McWerky in car number 6. And then running identical lap times is Romain Grosjean in the Lamborghini. He's about 2.5 seconds behind, and he's been that distance behind the Porsches for the entirety of this stint. Even on the first lap, he was about 2 seconds behind them, but now running exactly the same pace as the others in GTP, other than the 2 Cadillacs.
Just after 10 past midday here in Florida, 10 past 4 in the UK. Racing drivers tuned in from all over the world. They can't be here racing, but they're staying tuned in, and you can tell them that Brendon Hartley's the fastest man on the track at the moment, just in a 1:49.620. One very interested racing driver tuning in from central England, from Bedfordshire, is Felix Tandy, who's tuned in, recognised Nick's voice. He was interviewed by him recently. Felix has just made his debut.
No, ma tranquillo sangue, ma figurati, ma ragazzi, tanto la gara è lunga ed è abbastanza regolare, quindi non vi preoccupate, cioè che cazzo, liberissimi di fare quello che volete nel mentre mi tenete in sottofondo, no problema. Allora, una LMP2 finita a muro, quindi seconda caution della gara, sempre a cavallo dell'ora, quindi al solito tutti ne hanno approfittati per pittare. C'è stato un po' di rimescolamento nella classifica, ma niente di che. Cadillac continuano a stare davanti, si alternano la 01 e la 31 nel comando, e dietro effettivamente c'è stato un po' di rimescolamento, perché Acura con la numero 10 è lì, Hartley è lì dietro, la BMW sono spariti, cioè, Carino, interessante, regolare. Comunque guerra, perché sono tutti lì. I primi 4-5 di ogni categoria sono lì che se la giocano, a parte in GTD che adesso stanno ricominciando nuovamente a fare i giri nei pit, quindi ci sta, tanta roba. No, ma sangue, lo so che mi state seguendo, tranquilli, non vi preoccupate. Dovrei dire la stessa cosa di tutto quello che, cioè, degli altri che non scrivono neanche, quindi vai tranquillo. What's up, Choppe?
Even though he's running teams, he's seen people driving his own cars, but when it's your son that's out there, it's a little bit different to how you get involved.
Hi Money. Aspetta, ciao bro, sei italiano Money? Presumo di sì, perché il TTV è classico di nick italiano. Ah, ok, grande. Appena arrivato Ciccio. Cazzo ci fai qua? E sei anche tu un appassionato di motorsport?
Send my thanks to all the people behind the scenes who make this possible. A great 12 hours of Sebring. You know, that's a really good point, Kurt. And thank you for reminding me, because Jeremy, Shea, Nick and myself get the glory bits. We get to talk about it and meet the drivers and such like. Behind the scenes, there is an army of people. Curry, back in London at the moment, is our London producer, making sure that
sei tu. Ragazzi, sono un po' preso al momento. Sto seguendo una gara. Sono 12 ore di gare. Non riesco a concentrarmi a seguirti.
Making sure that all the technical bits and pieces work here, as well, of course, as a phalanx of engineers and technicians at the circuit, and of course our intrepid camera operators.
È vero, è sbucato una 62 lì nella grafica a sinistra, non l'ho notato.
And they've had some very long days this week. Work has been exemplary. I loved Thursday evening. Absolutely sparkling. And then to finish everything off, there's a whole army of people up at the brand new NASCAR Productions Operations Centre, Global Broadcast Centre if you will, up in Concord, North Carolina.
E ora mi dà così, esattamente come prima. Prima ti dava nessun dispositivo trovato, adesso errori di comunicazione.
The replay team, who I still lovingly
Ma hai cambiato porta? Hai cambiato porta USB? Io non ti ho detto di staccare e cambiare porta, io ho detto stacca e riattacca. Devi solo riavviare.
In my ear they do have tape hips signed on the replay area of it. Concord this week. Ladies and gentlemen, we salute you. And Gert, thank you very much for that submission at IMSA Radio. Reminding us all about what goes into making the broadcast, and that's before we even talk about the volunteer marshals, people checking passes, parking cars. Special hello to everybody out at gate number 4 who have been brilliant with us every day that we've come in. Always get a really nice smile when we come in, and it's been the same set of people over there for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been great. The gentleman I saw last night manning the crossover over to by gate 5, and he was there from 5 o'clock in the morning until, when did we leave here? After 8 o'clock, isn't it?
9 o'clock.
So thank you very much to all of those volunteers.
Hundreds of them. I've got some news for you. Charlie Eastwood's out on track, and he's not walking around. So Tower Motorsports Oregon, the number 8 car that was in the wall at Tower turn number 13, he's back out again. So excellent work by that team, and that car with laps to make up, but again they will want to continue and get miles under the Michelin tyres.
Just watching, we're on board with the Ford Mustang here. That's the lap car of Adam Adelson directly ahead of him, but the Ford a couple of laps ago.
This is Chris Meese leading in GTD PRO, by the way.
Leading GTD PRO, and he was actually closing on Russell Ward, who's leading overall in GT GTD, the non-pro car, number 57 car. The last lap was a little bit slower for Christopher Mees.
Chi era quello che si stava infilando a destra?
And Antonio Garcia's right there, and Daniel Serra's just a little bit farther back in the Ferrari as well. But this Ford is really running strongly.
Oh.
They had a good result at Daytona, the top 6 for the first time out with this brand new car. But I spoke to various people yesterday, and they weren't. Really, the comments that I heard didn't suggest us running as strong as this in the early stages of the Sebring 12 hours.
It's still
close to their chest.
Well, and it is still a very new car, and yes, they've been tested. But what do you do first? You get the reliability first, and then you tune for speed. And Chris Mees is a very experienced driver, particularly in GT, so he knows exactly what it should feel like. And all the drivers, indeed, we could say that in that programme. So it'll be a case of them now looking for tunable performance. And at the start of a car, Corvette the same. There's a Corvette of Antonio Garcia not too far. The top 3, by the way, in GTD PRO. Ford Mustang, BMW, Chevrolet Corvette are within a second and a half of each other. Daniel Serra just a little bit further back, maybe a couple of seconds further back for Risi in the 296. But you unlock a lot of performance early on in a car's development, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you just look at the order in the GT in general. We've got Mercedes, Ford, BMW, Chevrolet, Ferrari, a second Chevrolet, then a BMW, then a Lamborghini, then a Lexus, then an Aston Martin. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Wasn't that 9 out of the top 10 are all different and all running within 5 seconds or so of each other. Remarkable. And we've been green now for.
What have you just said?
Well, no, my point was we've got fairway in there. And the other interesting note there is the Lamborghini SC63, the brand new GTP car, that's now running a second and a half behind that trail of Porsches. It was 2.5, or between 2.5 and 3. But Romain Grosjean turning some nice consistent laps there in the low 151s. Last time around was a 151.3 for the Frenchman. 51.3, his best lap was a 51.2. So again, really good consistency this far into a stint for that brand new to IMSA at least, Lamborghini. Just a one race under that car's belt in a WEC opener a couple of weeks ago.
Me lo stavo chiedendo anch'io, Narcio. Sì, se lo stanno chiedendo un po' tutti.
As well, been a couple of changes around in management in Lamborghini Squadra Corsa as well, which at this stage of a program could potentially be a little bit disruptive when you've had the same team developing the car and then all of a sudden there are changes.
Però prima non era davanti. Purtroppo mi sono perso qualche passaggio. Credo che sia davanti da quando sono ripartiti dopo la caution. Me lo sono perso, sarò sincero. Voi ragazzi avete capito come mai la Mustang è davanti? Un grow, welcome, bienvenido, willkommen, ciao, how are you and where are you from?
Jack Aitken in the similar car, 01, black and gold livery, recognising the 50th anniversary of Cadillac technical partner Mobile 1. And it's now 3 seconds actually between Scott Dixon and Jack Aitken. Scott's been absolutely hammering the low to mid 150s, 150.779 that time around. He had a little bit of traffic. Fastest Porsche last time around, Richard Westbrook, and that car's fastest lap of the race actually, the JDC Miller number 85 car, 150.730. So pretty much the same lap time as Dixie did, but that's the fastest car of the Porsche, the fastest lap of the Porsche's race, whereas Dixie's car, Cadillac, has done a 150.1. So half a second quicker. The Porsche does not like the heat of the day.
Well, the factory Porsches don't, apparently, but the privateer car there, Richard Westbrook, as you say, in this stage in the race, that has definitely been the best of the Porsches. It's now, what, 5-6 seconds ahead of the best of the factory cars, which is Dane Cameron in the Daytona winning car number 7.
Thank you to Papa. Thank you to Papa for being here, to be here with us.
Not making any mistakes.
If you want to
well be that the whole kind of balance of the field, as opposed to balance performance, is very different once we get into the.
I am an Italian channel and I restream all the races of IMSA. So if you wanna come back another day, another race, I'm here for you.
Says, is the SC63 racing here this weekend? The same car.
Bad Papa Smurf.
The short answer to that is I don't know.
In Italian is Grande Puffo.
For the simple reason is
Big Smurf, non Papa Smurf. E Alex Ayrton siempre bienvenido.
In particular, is entirely different for WEC is to hear.
If you wanna support my channel with a sub, is also for you to don't see the ads of Twitch.
The other reason I don't think it is because
you're not you're free to decide.
All of the cars from
Buonasera Alex, mi sei italiano o hai scritto in italiano?
In order to be ready for Imola in a couple of weeks' time to avoid any potential issues. So I would think.
Ah, sei italiano. Ottimo Alex, ben arrivato allora.
Specific chassis. Don't know for sure though, and it's a good question. So we'll ask that. Nick's in the lane at the moment, and we'll ask that and see if we can get a definitive answer. But
gara è lunga ragazzi, la gara è lunga.
Be that it is a separate chassis.
I grew up enjoying something at this track.
Going on at the front of LMP2 as Ryan DL has caught Matt
Come BDP? Sarebbe?
Number 99 has the blue number 18. That's AO.
Intendi il BOP o il BDP?
Ryan DL target acquired.
Ah, ok. Ok, Papa.
Into turn 10, lovely line through there.
Ah, il BOP. Che cazzo di domanda? Scusa la domanda, Alex. Che cazzo di domanda è? Qui come BOP come siamo messi? Siamo messi bene. In IMSA il BOP lo fanno estremamente bene. Infatti gara estremamente equilibrata, bella combattuta, altissimo livello, e sarà veramente una lunga e snervante lotta. Ma ancora questa storia del BOP, che palle! Cioè, perché ce l'avete così tanto col fatto che Porsche ha portato a casa la vittoria? Porsche ha vinto in WEC, fine, cioè. Sono sempre lì ragazzi, non state lì a diventare scemi col BOP. A Ferrari e Toyota di vincere in Qatar non gliene frega un cazzo. Non è che devono vincere tutte le cazzo di gare nel WEC. Quelli che partecipano al WEC, una gara devono vincere, punto, una, che ha 24 ore di Le Mans. Delle altre frega cazzi. Ma sì, ma cioè il disco
it's something new for us, and we discover something more. So naturally, we're just getting better and better.
Did you get like a whole, many hard disk drives information from the WEC team after Qatar?
No, I mean, we work very closely. All the crew works very, very well together. We share information.
Caution. Caution, aumentiamo il conteggio a 3. Terza caution della giornata.
So we're starting already from a good point, thanks to them.
Andrea, thanks very much and keep cool.
Thank you.
We have a full course yellow, John.
We do indeed, and it's for Lila Wadou de Cellier. She's out of the car being the 88 AF Corsa Richard Mille LMP2. It's gone straight on at turn 7. She left the car quite quickly as if she was worried possibly.
Ma non so mica se ha preso un allegnato meno, perché è andata dritta e si è spento. Secondo me ha avuto problemi.
So not sure at all, and she's being quite insistent.
Allora Alex, dato che è anche il compleanno del mio canale, che il mio canale fa 3 anni e c'è in atto una maratona estendibile, potresti fare proprio la scena, dimostrare agli altri che sono tutti dei braccini corti di merda, che c'è gente valida su Twitch che sa anche abbonarsi ai canali che reputano degni. O no? Cosa dici Alex? Facciamo questo sub? Mica è money grabber che sono.
Yeah, we're going to get a couple of P2. I think also just in the number 2, the Nigo Pino car. We obviously started by Ben Keating. It was definitely 5 out of
Mamma mia, tutti dei braccini corti del cazzo. Subitevi tutta la pubblicità. Ho messo la pubblicità a 6 minuti. 6 minuti di pubblicità all'ora. Avrete un minuto di pubblicità ogni 10 minuti. Quindi tutti i cazzi vostri. Bella Dade. Niente di che. Guarda, gara molto equilibrata, molto combattuta. Aspetta. Ah, sei tu che stai parlando di sottofondo. Beh, Mabot, basta abbonarsi al canale e la pubblicità è andata. Hola siempre. Bienvenido, chico, come stas? Tornato dal porto? Tornato al porto. Aspetta, al porto, come si chiama? Come si dice al mare? Vabbè, quella roba lì. Hola sempre. Date, dicevo, niente di che, gara regolarissima. Terza caution, la stanno facendo, sembra che lo vogliono fare apposta, perché in 3 ore hanno fatto 3 caution tutte a cavallo dell'ora, quindi anche adesso probabilmente inizierà il balletto dei pit stop dove tutti si fermeranno. E no, comunque regolare, nessun incidente grave, niente da segnalare, però gara estremamente equilibrata e combattuta, nessuno che domina, nessuno che riesce a scappare via, sono tutti lì e se la stanno giocando molto bene. E poi vedo un capa così, d'amblè mi arriva un Capo Moraschi che si palesa e dice: minchia, buon anniversario, ticca. Come stai, ragazzo? Come si dice, più magentino che spagnolo. Comunque, mentre avevi la pubblicità, Alex, avevo detto: non state lì a cagare a cazzo col BOP per il WEC, tanto a Ferrari e Toyota, così come a chiunque altro, non gliene frega il cazzo del WEC, cioè del campionato in sé. Oddio, li frega, ma fino a un certo punto. A Toyota e a Ferrari non gliene frega il cazzo di essere arrivati fuori dal podio, perché a loro preme vincere la 24 ore di Le Mans. Fine. Quelli che partecipano al WEC hanno un obiettivo, che è vincere la 24 ore di Le Mans. Poi se porti a casa anche il risultato del campionato va bene, ma se non vinci Le Mans non ti si incula nessuno. Guarda quello che è successo l'anno scorso. Tutti si ricordano che Ferrari ha vinto Le Mans, pochissimi si ricordano che la Toyota ha vinto il WEC. Perché? Perché non gliene frega il cazzo nessuno, neanche a quelli che corrono nel WEC. Ma infatti, Narcio, il problema è che ci sono gare prima ma anche dopo Le Mans, quindi Ottimo, ottimo. Tutto a posto, Ciccio, tutto a posto. Contento di aver fatto 3 anni di canale. Festeggiamo con la 12 ore al Sebring. C'è comunque maratona attiva, quindi se volete far stare il tincone in live non avete nient'altro che cacciare i danni.
5 seconds of fuel, no more, or fix damage that could either get you stranded out on the track or be dangerous to others. So if you had a flat tire, for example, you can change the one.
Quindi quando vedi scritto da qualche parte gente che polemizza il BOP nel WEC, fai come me, fai come quelli che un minimo di sale in zucca ce l'hanno. Scrivi, fregatevene del BOP, non è la Formula 1, il WEC non ha bisogno del dramma che c'è in Formula 1 per essere belle, per essere spettacolare. Comincio, la puttane mammata.
Yeah, you've got to come in, so it'll drop you to the back. So all of those cars have got to come in one more time.
Which they'll want to anyway, because 5 seconds of fuel won't really do them any good.
It'll get them to when the pits are open, and that's a little bit more, but that's about it.
So they'll come in.
Esatto, Mabot, proprio e quella è la sostanziale differenza tra un qualsiasi campionato e la Formula 1. Che per vincere il campionato non ho bisogno di vincere tutte le gare. Guardate l'anno scorso, come è finita in IMSA? È finita con uno che con un team che ha vinto praticamente non vincendo mai, perché è sempre arrivato a posizione, a podio. Appena arrivato sta andando a casa, sta andando bene Arion. Vai a cagare, timer, date. Oh, che belle le BMW del Lego. Ok, sempre. Tanto io sto a chi.
And named after Lieutenant Hendrick, Floridian native, who was a B-17 pilot and went over to the UK to train the
Tu non sei né figlio di immigrante né figlio di preta pura. Tu sei proprio figlio di puttana. per citare fanculo, vai.
Within 3 days of getting to the UK at a little place called Polbrook, which is just round the corner from where I live. 28th of July.
No, non taggarmi, Alex, tanto leggo tutti. Non è che state scrivendo in 50.000, quindi c'è bisogno di taggarmi.
Into the pit lane, Nick Damon has the GTP field, including Scott Dixon.
Yeah, we got the leader that's coming.
Ma guarda, non l'ho. Sai cos'è, Alex? Sarò sincero, io ormai sono 2 anni che non seguo la Formula 1, ma zero, non so nulla. Anche sta roba qui di sto ragazzino qua me l'hanno raccontato, che io ho tolto la Formula 1 dai social, da qualsiasi cosa, non seguo più un cazzo. Vediamo come va, riparte la. E poi dov'è Arion? Quale Cadillac? 01 o 31? Quale Cadillac è la tua? No, non è Oronzo Canà. È Lino Banfi, ma non era Oronzo Canà. Era un altro film, ma adesso mi ricordo. Quando faceva il commissario.
And they're going, so we've got some of the P2s also now going who had their emergency service. So yeah, everyone came in, and again a mixture of tyres, but the 25 didn't, and I don't know why.
Maxime Martin.
È 0-1 anche tu. No, non è Thomas Milian. Sì, è Lino Banfi che faceva la pubblicità. No, non era sai che non me lo ricordo, ragazzi. Ciao Poldi, comunque. Non mi ricordo che film era, però mi ricordo questa citazione con Lino Banfi che fa: tu non sei né figlio di immigrante né figlio di preta pura, tu sei proprio figlio di puttana nato. Andiamo. La citazione è questa, ma non so il film. L'ho sempre vista e sentita sta citazione.
the sake of a lap.
Yeah.
One thing we didn't get the bottom of, and Nick, after
Ok, Arion, detto.
maybe you want to have a little
Capito.
saunter up to Porsche Penske Motorsport, find out why the very long stop for the 7 earlier on. And they clearly knew it was going to be a long stop because they wiggled the 6 behind it as soon as it came in, even though it came in second.
Dipende dalla pista, Mabot, dipende dalla pista. Perché a Spa, per esempio, hanno un'ottima regia internazionale, perché sono abituati a gare di un determinato livello, quindi la mettono giù bene. Effettivamente devo dire che in Qatar la regia ha fatto poca gara. Invece qua in IMSA 3 anni che seguo il Sebring, 3 anni che la postazione delle telecamere la spostano. Non è mai uguale. Cambiano sempre il posto dove mettono gli operatori con le telecamere. Adesso voglio chiedere agli italiani che cazzo ci fanno qua a seguire il Tinka, perché io non ci credo che ci sia gente che conosca la Sebring, che conosca la 12 ore del Sebring. Non ci posso credere. Dai, cioè, a meno che non mi arriviate dal mondo del sim racing, io non ci credo che ci sia gente che conosca la 12 ore del Sebring. È impossibile. Sono anche bravo i miei muti erutti.
27 Harder Racing car is a driver change as well. Looks like, yeah, that's going through there. To my right, it's a
Non so di che cosa tu stia parlando, ma sarò sincero. Giusto, ragazzi, scusate, ne approfitto per... Che tu sei italiano, Arion, vero? Sì, tu sei italiano, sai quel francese. Chi è quel francese? C'è anche un ragazzo francese che ha un nome simile al tuo. Respect for the bumps. Allora, lascia perdere la serie Gran Turismo, Alex, te devi fare una roba. Allora, devi mettere prima di tutto il follow al canale, poi devi abbonarti al canale e al lunedì sera passare qua. Perché al lunedì sera io, in compagnia di Pelle Motorsport, ovvero Luca Pellegrini, parliamo di motorsport a 359 gradi. Tutto quello che non è Formula 1 qua viene trattato, non tutta la settimana ovviamente, però nel weekend, lunedì, qua si parla di motorsport in maniera seria e del motorsport serio. Quindi parliamo di NASCAR, di IndyCar, di IMSA, di WEC, di DTM, GT World Challenge, PTCC, Supercar australiano, capito? Quindi se davvero hai bisogno di qualcuno che divulghi il motorsport in Italia, che non sia la solita Formula 1 del cazzo, hai trovato il tuo canale, Ciccio. Vero, ragazzi? I miei tincotti che mi seguono da un po' più di tempo possono confermare questa cosa? Mi date una mano a convincere i novellini a rimanere qua e entrare a far parte della community del Tinka, perché è una community che rispetta il motorsport. Sì, no, è arrivato il follow, è arrivato. Ragazzi, scusate, ne approfitto, porto giù il toporagno. È lì che dorme, però... No, Donald, non si è abbonato nessuno perché sono tutti o dei braccini corti del cazzo o dei poveri in canna. Cioè io non lo so. Ce ne sono veramente troppi. Oh, bravo. Ragazzi, ne approfitto davvero, porto giù un attimo il toporagno prima che questo dorme della grossa. Guarda che da stamattina che non va giù a fare la pipì, non vorrei che si sveglia. No, però puoi regalare l'abbonamento a qualcuno. Vediamo Mabbo, Tyrion, vediamo come Alex, chi potrebbe essere degno. Vendetevi, fatevi regalare un abbonamento da qualcuno.
one. Interesting.
La faccio, la sveglio e la porto giù. Perché davvero ho paura che poi mi si svegli mentre non c'è una caution e questo deve andare giù, se no mi piscia in casa. La vecchia bastarda. Dai, la porto giù un attimo. Voi fate quello che volete.
Is it just a red flag? Is it just a red flag as they went to go through?
Or a red light until everybody went through.
Right, not someone stalled again this time.
No, indeed not. Thank you, Nick. CrowdStrike pit lane report from Nick Damon. Just under 9 hours. So we are in now to the run to the first tranche of points, aren't we? Because at the end of the next hour, Jeremy, is the first awarding of Michelin Endurance Cup points.
Good point.
So
Yes, indeed.
We just keep reminding ourselves of that, shall we?
Yes, good point. Good point. Yeah, major shuffling of positions here then, isn't it? So we're going to go Dane Cameron in the lead with that pit stop from number 25 BMW. So all of a sudden, curious to know how they managed that. Just short fuel in the car, I guess. And it's the only way they can make up that many positions, do a much shorter pit stop than anybody else.
Yeah. You got to wonder what that does to them later on in the stint as well, don't you? If it, so I am.
That's our fourth different leader then in this race. Will be Dane Cameron as we complete the 84th lap, the 6th lead change. And what, 3 hours, just over 3 hours, Ian, as you said.
Now, we told you about this new addition for IMSA with the energy monitoring system that we have in real time now. And a couple of people, including Mr. Shaw, has asked me to find it again. And it is on imsa.com/GTP-telemetry. So imsa.com/GTP- and the minus sign telemetry, TELEMETRY. And that tells me at the moment that Maxime Martin has 100% of his energy, and he's doing 64 kilometers an hour.
Oops,
59.
can't find this page.
Really?
imsa.com/GTP/telemetry.
GTP-telemetry.
Ah.
There you go. Live IT support on our broadcast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the responsible adult.
Yes.
Down in the pit lane, we've got an unexpected item in the pit lane area. And it's not Nick Damon, it's his car.
It's the 40 Acura, and this is the one that parked at a jaunty angle coming into the pit stop last time. It had to avoid its teammate, the 10. It came in quite an oblique angle before Colton Hurd has spun it away. That was a really long slug of fuel, so my only guess is they actually didn't, because of where it was, which obviously positioned the fuel filler nowhere near where it needed to be. It's several, well, at least a metre or two too far to the left of it. Perhaps they couldn't get enough fuel in, because that was a long fuel fill there. I mean, he's going to go to the back of the GTP. It's not the end of the world, but not a thing to happen. You know, another little error in the pit lane.
Interesting, Nick, because he was showing us having full tank. Who isn't on that imsa.com/GTP-telemetry is Dane Cameron. So Jeremy's speculation was entirely correct. That was a time stop, Jeremy. They've done that for track position, haven't they?
Yeah, it would appear so. So now we're going to see for the first time what pace the Porsches really do have, at least at this stage in the race.
At the front of the field. With the air temperature as warm as it has been today at 27 degrees, that's 81 Fahrenheit, 75 on the track. It's been pretty constant, that's 24 Celsius.
Shot there with the... So what were we saying about the Colton Hurder's car?
Came back into the pits.
Because?
A further top up of fuel,
yeah,
I think.
fine.
It was...
So
thinking
we've
that...
got
it came in at a strange angle and maybe they didn't get all of the fuel into it.
So a very different order we're going to have then for the restart.
Oh, yes.
I think every car has changed position. Yeah, it has. Every single car has changed position
Well,
in
Jack
GTP.
Aiken's in the same place. He's still
Yeah,
second.
that's true. He's still second. You're right. You're absolutely
So
right. He
let's
was
run
third.
through that, actually. It's a good point, Jeremy. At the top of the field, as the number 4 Corvette has gone straight on at turn 7, but now refires and continues. Here's our VP Racing in race updates. Remember, they were adjusting the brakes, we thought, at the last stop on that number 4 Corvette. Dane Cameron for Porsche, Penske Motorsport with a timed stop and only 70% of his energy allowance in that car as it stands. Then now the Jack Aiken car is second, the number 31. Meantime, the number 40, which made that late stop, is pushing really hard to get through the field. That's down in 11th. So 7:31.01, Scott Dixon. That's how they'll restart. That's our VP Racing in race update. And the Porsche gets a decent jump off the line, but has to push to the wall. And here comes Aiken right across the white line towards driver's left. The Porsche goes wide and Aiken will try again. And the Porsche almost makes contact. Dane Cameron pushing Jack Aiken right to the edge of the track. Fierce defence by the Porsche driver there, desperately trying to get his tyres up to temperature and pressure, and he's for the moment consolidated his position at the front of the field. Scott Dixon in third with a watching brief at the moment. Richard Westbrook in the 85 JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche 963 in fourth position, ahead of the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Arion, comunque, sono sempre io, think the best.
And then it's Jimmy Bruni.
E l'altro account è quello che tengo dal telefono quando tipo devo scendere e cose varie. Green flag, scusate. Scusate, non ho visto che stavano ripartendo. Sorry.
Very tight indeed down towards turn number 1 as Jack Aiken.
Perché c'è una Porsche davanti? Cosa sta succedendo?
As they went up through turn 2 to turn 3. How far across was the wheel in Cadillac? Well, he had 2 wheels over the white line, and if he'd had any more, he'd have been scraping the wall on driver's left there. So stout defence, robust defence, shall we say?
Was that in reality?
Ok, avevo una Porsche davanti. Vediamo quanto durerà, però abbiamo una Porsche davanti. Arion, se posso, domanda. Conosci Opera come browser internet?
The motor race.
He's been doing WC the last couple of years, so he's learned those tricks.
There were some penalties thrown out for pushing people towards the pit wall at Qatar, which I was very pleased to see. It's one of my least favourite things in the world, that, pushing people up towards a pit wall. And there was some in the single seaters as well.
New leader in LMP2, and Mikkel Jensen was jumped from 4th to 1st in the TDS.
Usa Opera. Opera non ha bisogno di blocker esterni e cose varie perché ha la sua integrata, quindi puoi attivarlo e disattivarlo direttamente dalle impostazioni del browser internet, quindi non dovrebbe farti problemi, non dovrebbe darti problemi sulla visualizzazione di IMSA.com. Anche a me ogni tanto mi parte il blocco dell'antivirus di McAfee quando apro IMSA.com, gli do l'ok di visualizzare e me lo visualizza. Quindi credo sia solo una mera cosa legata a come è settato tu la di blocco.
Yeah, the 74 car had lost a lap, it's now regained it.
And there was an emergency service for the number 20 high class racing LMP2, the MDK by high class. They're going to have to come in. They did not serve their
fa strano.
services obligation correctly.
Mi fa molto strano sta cosa, comunque.
Hold for Seth Lucas. Shea Adam.
Dall'altra parte stai tranquillo che non crasho se non posso restreamare la gara, come per esempio se abbiamo visto la IndyCar, io vado comunque in live, ma organizzo un salottino virtuale dove io vi faccio vedere la gara in privata sede tra di noi e voi venite in live con me a farmi compagnia e facciamo proprio salottino che guardiamo la gara a schermo, metto il live timing come fanno quelli che hanno 400 e passa spettatori, no? E ce la raccontiamo nel mentre che guardiamo la gara insieme. Sai perché, Arion? Perché mi sono messo d'accordo con IMSA per veicolare tutti gli italiani qua da me, se no non ha senso. Cioè, che senso ha per me andare in live su Twitch facendo vedere IMSA se poi tu te lo guardi per i cazzi tuoi dal tuo computer? Vieni qua e lo guardiamo tutti insieme. Mi sa capitato più velocemente degli altri.
That car speed was craned onto the flatbed and then taken back to the paddock. So, Jeremy, you said we're going to find out what the Porsche can do with effectively 3/4 of a fuel stop done. And they're doing 51s, 51.3 against the 51.2 of Jack Aitken, against the 51.7 of Scott Dixon. But this is an interesting ploy by Porsche Penske Motorsports because
ok, allora se avete notato questa cosa ci sta.
Can't push too hard at the beginning of a stint, and therefore if they're a bit lighter and they can save their tires.
Ma quando, Alex?
In terms of the lightness of the car and less dynamic load being put into it, they know that they're in pretty good shape because nobody else wants to push their tires harder with a full fuel load to get by them. I think this is really clever thinking.
Really interesting, isn't it? And of course now
comunque non so se avete visto sul mio Instagram, ma ho fatto il post del finale della gara 2 delle Mazda dell'altro giorno e ho taggato Workman, il rookie, il ragazzino, quello che ha vinto la gara, che ha ripubblicato il mio post. Think International. Sinceramente non mi ricordo, Alex. Anzi, non mi ricordo. Sinceramente non lo so, perché io sono uno di quelli italiani bigotti del cazzo che seguono soltanto la Formula 1 e che seguono soltanto la Formula 1. Mi sono rotti i coglioni di seguire la Formula 1, mi sono dato ad altro, ho fatto partire il progetto con Luca Pellegrini per fare divulgazione di motorsport su Twitch ed eccomi qua. Adesso la Formula 1 non la cago più di striscio, non la seguo e cerco di portarmi in pari con tutto il resto. Quindi mi racconti un evento del genere dell'IMSA, cioè dell'IndyCar, e io non lo conosco. Perché? Perché sono figlio malsano della Formula 1, col paraocchio e il paraorecchie, che guardava solo quello. Capito? Tutto lì il discorso. A dopo, Iron.
Came in a little bit later than everybody else. Number 40 came in to do that splash as well a lap afterwards, conceivably.
Yes, that could explain it.
But it doesn't explain why the number 7 car short stopped it, because that's definitely going to have to come in before the 4-hour mark.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Unless they feel, again, maybe they think it is worthwhile for them at this stage of the race just to try something a little bit different and split the strategies of their cars. Adams, let's go down to BMW and we can ask Nick Yellerly about that. It seemed a rather odd choice to leave that car out one lap longer.
Nick, you got everyone upstairs in the booth talking about this. Why did you wait 2 extra laps and lose track position in that last stop?
To be honest with you, you would have to ask BMW. I don't know quite the reasoning behind it, I'm afraid. But yeah, obviously they know what they're doing, and I trust everything going on up there, I would say.
One of the theories is that it's to make sure you have enough fuel to reach the 4-hour point for the Michelin Endurance Cup points. Are the Endurance Cup points things you discuss in the strategy meetings or bonuses?
I think it's something that definitely people will talk about. But yeah, I'd say with more bonuses, we're just focused on the end result.
Both cars going well. Are you pleased with the BMW performance in the first 2 hours?
Yeah, I would say so. Obviously, the qualifying was a bit of a lottery. Car 24, car 25 only got the 1 lap, just more because of where you are in the pit lane. So if you didn't get everything together for that lap, it was difficult to qualify at the front. But yeah, hell of a long way to go.
Thanks, Nick.
Cheers.
Well, to start out your first ever 12 hours of Sebring with a triple stint, when the longest you've ever run here before, Adam Adelson, was about 30 minutes.
Sai che non lo trovo Mabot, sto Ginetta Mechanic Moonbolt. Non lo trovo su YouTube.
Well, considering it was my first triple stint in my entire racing career, at arguably the most difficult track on drivers, one of the most difficult tracks on drivers in the world.
Se ce l'hai e sei su gruppo Telegram, giralo sul gruppo Telegram.
Too many feet wrong. Some minor mistakes, but nothing that we can't recover from. And you know, the team's been working so hard, and I'm just so proud of where they got the car to be and the entire effort. And I couldn't have asked for a better first Sebring 12 hours so far, at least. Yeah.
Is that you done for the day now? It's just going to be Elliott and Jan for the rest of the race?
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, but, you know, I'm going to be on standby on reserve. You know, I'm still feeling good. Going to rest up a little bit just in case, but, you know, I couldn't think of 2 better drivers to hand the car off to, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
And I wish you guys could see his mom's dress for the occasion. She's got one that's dressed just like the car livery with 120 and Adelson written on the back with an American and an Israeli flag. It's just a thing of beauty. Just before you leave me, I mentioned drive time, 1 hour minimum.
Side by side coming out of turn 17, and there was contact between Dane Cameron and Jack Aitken, but Aitken has muscled his way through into the lead of the race. That had been boiling up for a little while, and as they came out of turn 17, it was the Whelen Engineering Cadillac driver who was, I think, the most determined. So that's put a little bit of a spanner in the works to the Porsche plan. Now, Dane Cameron with just 45% of his energy, had a decent run into turn 17. Jack Aitken just let the brake off in the first part of 17 and went to the inside. Loads more grip, huge amount of grip on the inside. Almost like a motorcycle pass, actually, where you get side by side, then just release the brake. And that Cadillac is riding the bumps so well. And he's immediately pulled out about a second, and now it's Scott Dixon who's hunting down the Porsche. Shea, sorry, let's come back to you for those drive times that we were talking about.
Very easy for us to keep track of.
Bella Wolfie.
For the pro cars, so
È tornato,
GTD
ragazzo.
and GTD Pro, 3 hours for the non-pro cars, LMP2 and GTD.
Thank you, Shea. 1 and 3, easy one to remember. Oh, a little bit of an impediment there for the now new leader for Whelen Cadillac, Jack Aitken, as he came up behind the Andretti Motorsport Porsche onto the back straight, but the Porsche could not, the GTP Porsche couldn't manage to take advantage there. Scott Dixon in 3rd place, trying to close down Jan Halen, by the way, took over the right number 120. Just heard Shea talking to Adam Adelson in our CrowdStrike pit lane report. So Dane Cameron now in 2nd position. LMP2, Mikkel Jensen leading as into the pit lane off sequence.
Is that its penalty, is it?
Oh, is that the penalty? Yeah, that was the improperly served service for, you're right, for high class, MDK high class. That'll be a 10-second hold at the end of the pit lane there as well. Let's talk about some fast laps. Tatiana Calderon has just put in the NSX's fastest lap of the race, 2:02.417. She's within a second and a half of Miguel Molina in the AF Corsa Ferrari. That's a battle for 8th and 9th in GTD. A little further up, we have Parte Racing, Alex Riberas, the number 10. Oh, the position 10 rather, for the number 23 car. Just put that car.
Sembra senza il sembra, Narcio. Vanno molto di più.
Chavez has just put the Andretti Motorsports Porsche 43 car fastest lap of the race. He's down.
No, aspetta, Wolfi, l'hanno appena fatto una caution. Dai, basta. Ne stanno facendo una ogni ora di caution.
Now through the traffic once again. Here comes the Cadillac, and it's managed to nip past the Porsche. Second place goes away from Dane Cameron. He jinks out from behind the Wintilla Racing Lamborghini. And there's still an opportunity to get back. Cameron has a look up the inside. Dixon moves over as he goes past the Chetala Ferrari, the blue car, through turn 3. So Dixon now up to second position, and it's back to Cadillac being 1 and 2. Traffic again playing its part. About 4 seconds between first and second at the moment. Well, Dan Cameron fought the good fight. Hasn't been able to hold back the Cadillacs for as long as he would have liked.
So Gar Robinson making a pit stop there for the Riley team, so he can get to the 4-hour mark from here. So it's another full course caution that will definitely play into his favour, because he will cycle his way to the front, because everybody else will have to make a pit stop as well.
Shea was watching
strategy once again for Bill Riley.
Shea was watching that. It was full service, and Josh Burton getting into that car. 4 new Michelin tyres and a full tank of VP racing fuel. Josh will rejoin in a moment or two. Dan Cameron now down to 40%. Fred Macko 55. Richard Westbrook 60. Jimmy Bruni 60. Oh, now we've got side-by.
Ci prova,
Sorry,
ci prova.
we've got a problem for the number
Che bel sole che è uscito adesso. Sembrava dovesse venire giù un diluvio, invece. Che ci prova all'interno.
Turn 16 and on to the back straight. Beautiful bit of driving in traffic, by the way, by
altri problemi per la McLaren.
I'm not sure.
In all that shuffling around.
Aspetta, picchiato da qualche parte, infatti era senza specchietto. Che cazzo è successo?
BMW's have leapfrogged both number 6 and number 5 car, which lost even more ground. Jimmy Bruni, he lost a lot of ground on that last lap.
That is not a happy sounding McLaren. Almost sounds like the pit limiter is on. I'm sure that's not the case.
Mi sa che è giù a gas fino in fondo, ma ha problemi di motore. L'hai tirata per bene, Wolfi, cazzarola. L'hai davvero tirata per bene.
Awning for quite a long time, and they were looking at the back of the car now. It is a mid-engine car, but obviously you've also got the transmission.
Sei riuscito a dare qualche evento che segui dal vivo? Certo, l'anno scorso sono andato a vedermi il WEC a Monza, il GT World Challenge a Monza, quest'anno andrò a vedere il WEC a Imola, poi a settembre di nuovo il GT World Challenge a Monza. Ovvio, non vado a vedere la Formula 1. No, cazzo, sembrava la Lexus.
Right, so it
Cos'è successo?
A problem for the number 9 McLaren. It's taken a hit at turn 16, and the Lexus was involved there.
Tutto lì?
The 12 car, and there's debris all over the exit at turn 16.
Sto lì? Cioè, ovviamente, indipendente, cioè, sono andato a vedere la Formula 1 una volta, ma perché avevo il biglietto pagato da un mio amico che aveva il pass. Cioè, per lavoro gli hanno dato 2 biglietti, non aveva trovato un accompagnatore, mi ha chiesto, minchia, al volo? Se no col cazzo, perché di sicuro non vado a spendere centinaia di euro per andare a vedere la Formula 1. A differenza del WEC che con 50 euro ho il biglietto per 3 giorni e faccio quel cazzo che voglio, quindi... Anzi, se riuscite a organizzarvi, andare a vedere dal vivo, andateci ragazzi. Franchino, ti dirò, ti sei perso una gran bella prima parte di gara, molto interessante, bella combattuta, non ci sono stati episodi eclatanti, però regala, più che altro è molto ben equilibrata come gara, e quindi le lotte sono di strategia e di concentrazione. Sono tutti lì. Oh, Master, todo è más interessante che la Formula 1. Todo. WEC, IMSA, Mazda M5 Cup. Sì, effettivamente faceva un po' caldino. Ma leggermente. Che sfiga sta cazzo di McLaren. Era quella che era già finita nel parcheggio inizio gara, vi ricordate? Adesso, oltre ad avere il problema che non va, troverà di nuovo i pick-up fermi in giro per il parcheggio che non lo faranno passare. Che palle. Cazzo vuoi? Non mi hai più risposto già. Vabbè amore, è confermato per le 19:30. Poi che sia dentro fuori non so dirtelo, però è confermato. Madonna, non mi hai più risposto. Amore, non mi hai più risposto, cosa ti devo dire? Ti ho scritto meglio fuori, ma se non c'è va bene lo stesso. E non ho più risposto.
Sixth
start for James Hinchcliffe without a finish.
Guardami così.
First time he's raced outside of Daytona. Fire extinguisher not properly manned for the number 99 car. That's going to be a drive-through. Matt Brabham will have to come back in again. Oh, these are the things we were talking about in Porsche. Keys to the race. Get to the darkness, get a 7:30 sunset, be patient in traffic and be tidy. Get it sorted. All of these little things add up. Iron Dame's the problem
che ha combinato?
Number 83, the pink Lamborghini. They've not really shown any pace this weekend either. It's Michel Gatting behind the wheel of that car. In 17th in GTD.
Perché non dicono che c'è la guida della numero 34?
50th overall. Yes, that's right. 50th. That is pretty cool, isn't it, to have this many cars? The incident involving the VAF, McLaren and Klaus Bachler for MTK is under review, by the way.
No, sarei curioso di sentirli pronunciare sbirrazzuoli.
It is 5 seconds now between Jack Aitken and Scott Dixon, with Dane Cameron another 5 seconds further back. He's the head of the Porsche train.
From the BMWs into the pits.
Jesse Krohn into the pit lane in the BMW number 24, and this cannot, Shea Adam, be a standard stop.
No.
Oh, it's Nick Damon, is there?
Yeah, and it is the rear deck's coming off. They've done a full driver change, new rear deck going on, full fuel at the same time. Now, whether they see, I didn't get a chance to see obviously it must be a damage. They weren't ready to do a tune-up on the carb, so it must be damage on the left rear of the machine. And they're now just, now they're going to try and get the thing to remount into something that's been slightly clunked, and that never works. Well, this is the 24 BMW. This is a car that didn't come out at an odd time. We've got pictures of it. You could see they've got this uneven length turnbuckles to get the rear end. Oh, excellent kick there by the mechanic. And they are absolutely belting this thing, trying to get it in. So obviously there are some mounting issues as well. A little bit of scuffage on this right-hand side. No, it's not fitting. It's not going in. And this is the sort of minor problem that might end up meaning they have to go behind the wall. They can't get this in with two people and a big hammer. Trying again. You've certainly got a little bit, well, the problem you've got is you've now lost a bit of carbon fibre on this left-hand side. So where the cutout for the hole, where they have a hole above the tyres, which you see to reduce downforce, the outside, the right-hand side, that is missing about, I'd say, a foot worth of carbon fibre. So they're trying to push it into a gap, and they're missing one of the key locating pins on that far left-hand side. Nothing a big boot can't do, and a big boot for the mechanic. Spin at turn 7. I think they're going to be okay, and they are.
Aspetta, ma Merriman è l'uomo dei matrimoni?
That's a long stop. Obviously, I assume must be a bit of contact, John.
Thank you, Nick Damon in the pit lane. That was the BMW number 24, era number 18, Dwight Merriman off the circuit. He tried to turn it back onto the track and then stalled it, but he's got it going again. This is the era number 18. It is now once again rolling. Wow, we've had plenty of drama.
Yeah, we have, haven't we?
It's the 12
Ragazzi, tranquilli perché è arrivato Alessio. Chissà in quanti ti avranno fatto sta battuta, Ale, lo so. Sono l'ennesimo coglione che ti fa una battuta del genere, però tranquilli, è arrivato Alessio. Ciao ragazzo, ben arrivato.
Let's find out what's going on down at BMW. Nick Damon has this CrowdStrike pit lane report with Jesse Krohn.
Oh, che bella la mia nuova asta lunga. Detta così sembra veramente pericolosa e brutta, però la mia asta lunga che ho il microfono comunque vicino, anche se mi corico. Ben arrivato, Ale. Contento di averti qui. Adesso sono già curioso, mi devi dire chi cazzo sei, da dove salti fuori, come mai hai messo il follow e sei qui a guardare questa strana gara che non è la Formula 1. Dai, voglio capire cosa spinge un ragazzo italiano a seguire una gara che non sia Formula 1 sul Twitch. Dai, illuminami. Anche perché non c'è una bella figa a tener botta a presentare la gara, cioè a far vedere la gara. Cioè c'è un orso barbuto e ciccione, quindi mi devi davvero svelare il motivo. Pincone è ossessionato dal Formula 1. Affanculo.
Jesse Krohn problem. All in that little schmozzle coming out of turn 16.
No, più che scottato, proprio mi sono rotti i coglioni. Mi ha fatto girare il cazzo, ma la Formula 1.
And the Faf McLaren, and in avoiding that, he got hit from behind. Jesse Krohn and that BMW. Replacement bodywork. The car is back out. Bijoy Garg into the pit lane from the top end of LMP2 for United Autosports. And have a quick look, I should be able to tell you. I think that is fairly much on time.
So 100 laps in the books now.
Che sfiga sta cazzo di McLaren. Proprio giornata no per la McLaren.
Front 4.5 seconds, there goes completely 101st lap. Jack Aitken, and they get back to Scott Dixon in second place, 5.6 seconds. They put a full second on that last lap.
Oh, fico. Guarda, confermi un andazzo ben preciso. Gira che ti rigira, gli italiani che conoscono questo campionato arrivano tutti dal mondo dei racing. Comunque sono piacevolmente contento. Guarda, io di tutta risposta ti dico, io non mi occupo solo di motorsport sul mio canale, ma faccio divulgazione motoristica, quindi non parlo di Formula 1 perché di Formula 1 in Italia se ne parla anche fin troppo. Non mi occupo di sim racing, giustamente, perché sarebbe un mondo a parte. Mi occupo di tutto quel motorsport che non è la Formula 1, e quindi quando ci sono delle gare che si possono ritrasmettere, le ritrasmetto, proprio per mettere gli italiani nelle condizioni di vedere qualcosa di bello e di diverso e di migliore rispetto alla Formula 1. E al lunedì sera, in compagnia di Luca Pellegrini, conosciuto sui social come Pelle Motorsport, andiamo in live alla sera alle 9 e facciamo il riassuntone del weekend motoristico, quindi riguardiamo gli highlights, facciamo domande, facciamo divulgazione motoristica, ok? Ovviamente trattiamo quelle formule, cioè ruote coperte, ovviamente è inutile parlare di Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula 4, abbiamo della IndyCar, ovviamente la seguiamo, però sai, l'IMSA con tutti i vari campionati, Mission Pilot, Mazda, MS5, WeatherTech, il DTM, il GT World Challenge, no? Quindi se vuoi tornare al lunedì sera, se davvero vuoi seguire il motorsport, sei più che benvenuto, e spero di rivederti di nuovo. E intanto è arrivata l'amante di Dark Dante, quelli che continuano imperterriti a seguire la Formula 1 pur avendo dimostrazione del fatto che ci sia molta più scelta e molto meglio in giro.
To the overall race leader, he's now only a couple of seconds ahead of Richard Westbrook in the number 85.
Ciao Simulation, bentornato. No, aspetta, ma mi sei uno nuovo Simulation? Non sei... No, aspetta, mi sei tornato in live. Come stai Ciccio? Che da quant'è che non ti vedo? Appena arrivato ma ho visto una P3. Che stai dicendo? Non sto capendo cosa stai dicendo. No, non è una P3, è una LMP2. Ma sì, per forza, è multimarca? Cioè, scusa, è un multiclasse l'IMSA WeatherTech. Ci sono 4 classi di auto. Ah, no, aspetta, sì, ferma. Sì, no, è che allora tutte le LMP2 che stanno correndo sono delle Oreca, tranne quella che hai visto tu, che è l'unica Ligieux che sta girando, ma comunque rientra nell'LMP2. Ok? No, tranquillo. Anzi, complimenti per l'occhio, perché non è una roba da tutti, rendersene conto. Complimenti.
The Cadillac, however, has more. It's 16, it's plus 16 from where it was. Very interesting. So 103 laps down then, and 30% of energy left for Jack Aitken in the leading car, number 31. 35%, however, left for Scott Dixon. See whether that will play into his favour with 20 minutes to go before the first set of points is issued for
Ci
the
voglia.
Endurance Cup.
Bienvenuto, welcome.
To the leader in each of the classes at the 4-hour mark. 4 points for second, 3 points for third, and everybody else gets 2.
Ripeto, Simulation, non è da tutti avere quell'occhio lì e rendersene conto.
Compared to 350 for the overall win at the end of the night in each of the classes. Plus 35 points for the pole position as well, and on down in qualifying as well.
Saw the number 83 Iron Dames come into the pits. I think that car's gone behind the wall, shit, Adam.
It just made made the hard right-hand turn. Now this car came in for some service about a lap and a half ago, or 2 laps ago, I guess it is now. They took an air hose, brought it out over the wall, stuck it in the footwell of the driver's side, and tried to blow something out while they were refueling. It was a very light refueling, so they hadn't been out of the pit lane long before that. Clearly the mechanic working with the air hose was saying, it's not working, it's not working. And they said, let's send her back out and see if it gets any better. Well, it didn't. And now that beautiful pink Lamborghini is back at the garage.
Yeah, and just in case you didn't hear, you're fans of the Iron Dames, you probably know Leila Wadu as well. Her car now retired, came to a halt at turn 7, had to be craned onto the recovery vehicle. Yet to find out the issue there. Suspect some kind of drive line, maybe a small electrical fire in that car, because Leila was out of the car.
Tutto a posto, Ale. Preso benissimo per la gara. Gran bella gara, estremamente interessante. Finora per niente monotona, per niente noiosa. La maratona, no, sono bello rilassato, sono proprio in fase panciolla che me la sto godendo alla grandissima. Oddio, festeggiamo poi dopo la gara, tanto la maratona procede e continua. Per ora adesso non so a quante ore siamo, però l'ultima volta che ho visto dovrei concludere la maratona intorno alle 5 di stanotte. Se avete voglia di partecipare prolungando la mia presenza in live, mi ritroverò costretto ad andare avanti con la live. L'anno scorso ho fatto le 8 di mattina, quest'anno vediamo cosa mi farete fare. Però tanta roba. Devo trovare, è scomoda sta sedia se vado giù tutto. Devo trovare un supporto per... Aspetta, se non vado giù tutto vado fino alla penultima tacca.
The lap time deficit is growing.
Side by side into 17.
Ok, così...
Salt being rubbed into the wound.
Sì, così va già meglio. Comunque Ale, io speravo che tu passassi dalle ragazze di My Tears Has Gone per seguire 2 ragazze su Twitch che parlano di Formula 1, invece non ti sei neanche palesata, sei veramente una brutta persona.
Nick Damon is down at that end of things, and once that car's gone, we'll find out why they had that long pit stop.
And Dane Cameron's getting out, so it is a full service, 4 tyres. Cameron skips out.
Anzi, non sei una brutta persona, sei una brutta fan della Formula 1. Ti professi essere una fan sfegatata di Formula 1. Io ti consiglio di andare a seguire 2 ragazze che parlano di Formula 1. Tu cosa fai? Te ne dimentichi. Ma imbarazzante, guarda. Ok, Iron, non c'è problema, tranquillo.
Noi siamo 2 coglioni e non ci lamentiamo, simpatici e pelosi, siamo qui che dondoliamo. Siamo 2 compagnoni che fa rima con coglioni. Ti sei guardato bene, sei un coglione pure te.
Brava, così mi hai ricordato che devo disattivarlo.
Well, I like the idea of trying the strategy. I really do. That's going to drop them way back down now. As far as GTP is concerned. Going to drop down to somewhere around about 7th or 8th, I would think.
Lo so, però siamo fin troppi. Ale. No, non quando ci sono le gare, sono una delle... Cioè, dai, disattivo anche l'alert della CRI quando ci sono le gare, figurati se tengo coglione attivo, dai.
Porsche. Adam, down in the pit lane.
I have a question for Jeremy. Who was second in the Michelin Endurance Championship points in the GTD class? Because we're not going to get anything above 2 points.
A proposito della Crick, sa che cazzo sta facendo? Non si è palesata in tutto già. Ah no, lavorava oggi, è vero. Aveva scritto ieri che lavorava.
They continue their fight back. So who was it in second who's benefiting from the bad day that both of those teams have had?
In GTD coming to this weekend, as you said, there's two cars, number 32 and number 70 had 13 points apiece. They were just 1 point ahead.
Problema tuo, Ale.
In car number 57, so they're looking pretty strong again. That's the car that, of course, that won overall at Daytona. It was only third in the points. Triasi Competizione was next, just 1 point behind them. And then the number 80 car for Lone Star Racing, Mercedes, on 10 points, along with the AF Corsa Ferrari, car number 21.
RS2 around the world.
Continuo a dire che non sei.
The Voice of Sport here, Highlands ESPN 1063 AM.
Ci posso fare niente.
FM at Sebring International.
Quello che dicevo io. Ah, sì, vai bene, però è quello che dicevo ieri. C'è una sostanziale differenza tra quelli che seguono la Formula 1 e quelli che effettivamente sono degli amanti del motorsport. Gli amanti del motorsport ci sono sempre e comunque, indipendentemente dalle gare. Quelli che guardano la Formula 1 guardano solo.
And this is turning into one of these classic Sebring races. We've not lost that many cars, couple of retirements. Let's run through them for you. Haven't seen, well, we won't see the AWA Chevrolet Corvette number 17 and the KPM Mercedes number 32 as the Lamborghini GTP comes into the pits. We'll get an update on that in a moment. FAF Motorsport are battling problems behind the wall, as are Tower Motorsports. They came out again having fixed the car, but the car's back in. No, that was just a pit actually. And the FAF Motorsports McLaren is actually just on its way back to the pit. So these two official retirements are the 32 Mercedes and the 17 AWA. Just waiting for the FAF car to come back. It's on its way back at the moment. And Lamborghini pit stop, SC63 in from GTP. That was a 25 lap stint, so they're not getting the run. I wondered, Jeremy, if this is tyre limited now for Romain Grosjean and some of the Porsches.
La 9 sta tornando da dietro il muro, quindi la McLaren è la 9, no? Se non mi ricordo male. Sì. Ok, hanno comunicato dalla direzione gara che sta tornando in pista. Ah, tranquillo Ale.
It's not like the 10 lap shorts. They are 2 or 3 laps short. Nick was watching the stop.
Yeah, it was kind of a standard stop. You're right. I mean, I was hanging around the back of Porsche, so I go with Dave Cameron, but he's chatting to his engineers. But it does appear to be that people are realising how long they can last on the tyres and working from there backwards in the heat of the day. And perhaps 2 full stints.
Merda, mi sono tirato su per fare una roba, non mi ricordo più che cazzo volevo fare.
It is, but the good news is from maybe one more double stint, they're going to be able to put on fresh tyres at every stop thereafter. So that's what they can't wait for. And right now, as I say, it's just sort of damage limitation, if you like. Clearly their car isn't good on old tyres. It's not as good as the others, it would appear, but they're not going to have that problem later in the race. But even at the end of a stint, that's...
Hello to Dave Mockford, who's watching and listening back in a cold United
Kingdom.
On a Saturday night, all the football will be Saturday afternoon. Football will be finished. I'm staying away from the results. I don't want to know. I'll catch up later. Hello to Steve
giusto, cosa volevo fare.
Seeing some fans saying the bumps don't add to this track, repave it. I say no. Sebring's always been a wild bumpy track. The test machine and the driver. If If you want a smooth, easy service, watch snooker. I'm not going to disagree with that. Unfortunately, every time you repave a track, we're talking about Mid-Ohio, funny enough, to a couple of the drivers here earlier in the week. And both Watkins Glen and Mid-Ohio, Watkins Glen a couple of years ago and Mid-Ohio most recently, and we'll be there in late May, early June. The little nuances of the track that's added to the character disappeared when the tracks were repaved. I think it would be sacrilege to try and pave the concrete areas. I'm not even sure whether you could do it properly here, to be honest, and how you would prepare it.
You'd have to rip up the entirety of the concrete.
Yeah, and the problem with that,
Massive
Jeremy,
job.
is it's about 4 foot thick, and probably more. These are all runways and taxiways. This is not just a bit of concrete that somebody's laid down for a path in front of their house. It is hashtag respect the bumps for a reason. You know, there are yeah, emphasis on respect is Shea's just said in my ear. There are some paved areas, some tarmac areas around the circuit, and yeah, all right, maybe they could like down at turn 7, which is where the driveway McLaren is, back from behind the wall. Also coming out again is the Iron Dames number 83, so there'll be a little few cheers for that one.
Lo so Alex, però non l'hanno ancora fatto. Io voglio sentirli pronunciare sbirrazzuoli.
That's what this place is.
Fa.
That would be like saying, do you know what? I think we should bypass the Laguna Seca corkscrew.
Credo ancora lì. Non li hanno, mi sa che non li hanno tolti.
And I know it's difficult. I think the bumps move. Sometimes they're better, sometimes they're worse, they're harsher.
Oh, Valentino. Anzi, Valentino, buenas tardes. Bienvenido.
Part of the charm of this place. And I think if it was
Come estás?
If it was a billiard table or snooker table flat surface with fabulous grip, it would
Parla per te, Alex. Io sono qua bello tranquillo. A casa, sulla mia bella poltrona comoda da gaming. Comodo, che mi guardo una bellissima gara in compagnia di bellissime persone e di un paio di amanti della Formula 1. Quindi, alla grande. Gracias por darnos este contenido. No problemos.
It's going to be a full service. Nick Tandy is waiting to jump on board. And the car comes to stop exactly on it.
Felix is done.
Yeah, Felix, a very good point, well made. Yeah.
Non l'ho seguita, Narcio, sinceramente. Poi aspetta, Cetiliar sarebbe? La Cetiliar, che numero è? Come estás todo por aquí? Todo bien. Es un problema se hablo English.
And obviously there's enough yellow flags to keep them together, it doesn't particularly matter. But then they have to work out whether they
I speak English better than Spanish.
Very relaxed stop this one. They're just having a bit of a peer, but everything else seems absolutely fine.
Me lo son perso, scusate ragazzi, sto facendo altro.
The Jimmy Bruni Porsche, except that that's not one of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. They've just been warned for powertrain. So they're exceeding. Now, that can happen when you are spinning up the rear tyres a lot because the torque sensor is on the drive shafts at the back. And that could certainly be the issue here. I think I'll have a nose around and find out what he can with that. Meantime, crowd strike by Algarve Pro Racing have been in and out. It's been a
Coach, are you here?
11th position at the moment in LMP2.
Coach,
Very surprised to see them come in before the Michelin Endurance.
mio amico grande.
Because they, in the form of
¿Dónde estás?
and George Curtin last year, were the champions of that. So for them to throw away that possibility of more points, but it was Fuel Tires drinks bottle for Toby Sowery, who has.
Ciao Janux, bentornato. Oh, te l'hanno tolto sto cazzo di banner
That was simple service, but it means that they're going to walk away with 2 points from this segment.
Yeah, there were
Grazie Janux. Oh che fa la cazzata. Giusto per info, sappi che oltre alla gara è attiva anche la maratona estendibile. Io la butto lì, cioè sono tenuto a dare queste informazioni. Cosa cazzo che c'è? Ma perché non ce la fanno a ripartire con ste cazzo di macchine? Io non ci credo. Oh, muchas gracias Valentino. Ale, altro giro, fermi. Caution in arrivo.
4 or 5 cars widths off the circuit, but he can't stay there. And that car's dead stick. That hasn't even got any lights on.
No, and that car was in the pits just 2 or 3 laps ago. I've been running in the top 5 for a while.
Eccola là che mi prolunga la live. Grazie Ciccio, bentornato sul canale.
Orange and black.
È tutto grazie alla nostra camionista simulativa in comune. Guarda che ne approfittano tutti per entrare prima che venga chiamata la caution. Guarda lì.
Yeah, it's the blue Acura, the number 10. That's a full service for that car with Filipe Albuquerque getting on board. Behind it, the BMW, which I assume must be the 25, is getting a full service as well. The Mustang sampling, Porsche comes in. Have a bit of a stare at that one. There doesn't appear to be any damage on the front of it, and that is our number one suspect, of course, for punting the back of the 24 BMW's already been in. 23
Oh, grazie della fiducia, Janus. Davvero. Gran bella cosa quella che hai scritto.
Obviously, what's a bit of damage on the nose? They are replacing the nose on the Mustang sampling number 5 car, so it looked
okay. Oh, grazie Pippo. Allora, ti dirò. Eccolo qua. Hanno fatto benissimo questi qua ad anticipare il pit prima che chiamassero il Fucusiello. Ottima mossa. Occhio ragazzi, perché questa... Cioè, io però davvero non li capisco. Io non li capisco quelli che si fermano con la macchina e non riescono a ripartire rigirando. Hai una trazione posteriore, cazzo, ma sgasa un po', Dio buono. Comunque, dato che siamo in Fucusiello, ne approfittiamo. Guys, in caution in Fucusiello we can speak with each other. Ok, so anche non Italian guys, if you wanna write something in chat, please. Dicevo, non è successo niente di particolare, nel senso che è una gara talmente ben equilibrata e ben combattuta che non ci sono stati episodi eclatanti, sorpassoni o domini. È tutta bella tirata e piacevole da seguire, e davvero si prospetta una gran bella lunga gara, e che in puro stile IMSA molto probabilmente si concluderà e si giocheranno tutto gli ultimi 40-30 minuti come siamo abituati. No Arion, quando chiamano Fucusiello il pit lane viene chiusa, a meno che tu non sia già dentro ovviamente. Infatti vedi che era rosso, vedi, è rosso, non può entrare, quindi si beccheranno una penalità. Queste sono cose da tenere in considerazione quando si vedono, e stiamo parlando della 31 che era in comunque, cazzo sta dicendo, mi ricordo già più. Ah sì, no, allora quando parte un Fucusiello, una caution, i box vengono chiusi. Se sei dentro, stai dentro, devi uscire, ok? E poi devi aspettare. entri nei pit, perché il pit viene aperto a scaglioni, quindi prima entrano tutte le GTP, cioè viene aperto il pit per le GTP, poi viene aperto il pit per l'MP2, poi viene aperto il pit per tutte le GT, ok? Finita questa procedura, durante questa procedura comunque vengono attivati pass around, lo split delle categorie, cose varie, e poi riparte, anche perché in IMSA se c'è una caution, se c'è un fucursiello, automaticamente esce la safety car, la pace car, e ci si infila dietro, a differenza del WEC dove il fucursiello non comporta l'uscita della safety car, è a discrezione della DG se far uscire la safety car o meno. Quindi questa è una cosa da... cioè, il bello dell'IMSA, tra virgolette, è che quando effettivamente c'è una caution è bello perché rimescola tutto, cioè riequilibria tutto, ripartono tutti da zero, perché parte i doppiati, ma tutti si ritrovano splittati in categoria, tutti ripartono uno attaccato all'altro, capito? E tutti ripartono dietro la safety car, sempre e comunque, quindi è questo che rende bello, è questo che vogliamo sempre la caution nell'ultima ora di gara, proprio perché così vediamo le ultime fasi di gara, l'ultimissima sezione di gara che se le danno di santa ragione, se la battagliano alla grandissima. Niente di che, Emilio, la solita Ligieux ferma e una Mercedes che non è riuscito a fare lo spin per ripartire, si è appoggiata col muso al muro, quindi ha dovuto fermare tutto. Niente di che. Esatto, Arion, è proprio quella la differenza. Qua invece se fai uscire la safety car, ciao, si riparte letteralmente da zero. No, che BMW? Mercedes. Era una Mercedes GT, adesso mi ricordo il nome, però.
He's going to come in. Or are they doing a full set? I'm a bit confused now. No, it's just the fueler. Count the elephants.
Adesso c'è allora, sicuramente la 31 si prenderà la penalità adesso. Sì, Emilio, la 31 molto probabilmente si beccherà la penalità adesso, finita la fucursiello. Infatti adesso, per esempio, Iron, sto guardando nel timing, puoi aprire l'RC, no? Il Race Control, e adesso c'è, per esempio, che hanno autorizzato il pass around, quindi adesso chi vuole sdoppiarsi è libero di procedere in pista per andare a sdoppiarsi, e fino a quando non diranno ok tutti dietro si va avanti. Ciao Champion, appena detto c'era la Ligieux, la 33 dell'LMP2 che si è fermato a bordo pista, e contemporaneamente a una Mercedes GT, adesso non mi ricordo che cazzo il numero era, aspetta, fai vedere, credo la 80, che si è appoggiata al muro perché stava cercando di ripartire da un fuoripista, solo che ha spinnato male, si è appoggiato col muso al muro e non riusciva più a muoversi da lì, quindi mi hanno chiamato una caution. E c'erano alcuni che hanno approfittato subito del fatto che c'era la Mercedes ferma e si sono buttati a cannone a fare pit stop prima che chiamassero il fucursiello, quindi occhio adesso quando finirà, perché avremo l'ordine delle GTP completamente stravolto. Male Ale, malissimo. Costantemente in fondo la Lambo, purtroppo. Non uno dei migliori esordi.
All part of the balance of performance, absolutely.
Most of it way over my head, but really interesting.
Yeah, it needs more study from me. I'm beginning to think that my teachers might have been right and I should have taken more.
Vediamo. Cioè, è comunque la prima gara, è comunque una gara, cioè, competere a Sebring con gli altri delle GTP che comunque hanno auto ben più che rodate, comunque stiamo parlando di Porsche, di Acura, di BMW e di Cadillac, cioè arrivare come esordiente al Sebring in IMSA a competere contro quelli è una bella lotta, è una gran bella sfida, quindi vediamo effettivamente come andrà nell'arco del campionato. Comunque Charlie, ben arrivato. Mi sei italiano anche tu? Esatto, infatti adesso hanno aperto la pit lane per le GTP e soltanto le GTP potranno entrare, poi apriranno per le MP2, poi apriranno per le GTP. È per quello che quando c'è una caution dura almeno una ventina di minuti, perché tutte queste procedure sono normalmente sono la normalità, devono seguire tutta questa procedura qui, quindi tra una balla e l'altra la vellunga. Grazie della sub regalata, Jannux. Non che Darlene non sia felice del fatto che gli ha regalato una sub, perché ogni tanto passa, però magari qualcuno qui se la meritava di più, solo che non si fanno regalare la sub. Sai chi potreste regalarla, Jannux? A Mabot, perché Mabot ha scritto prima no, non regalatemi una sub che poi mi sento in colpa che non posso restituire il favore, perché fai il bastardo, regalagli una sub a Mabot. No, Arion, è una portabilità dell'IMSA. L'IMSA procede in questo modo. Il WEC, se c'è Fucusiello, partono con l'imitatore. Infatti, una cosa che noti quando ci sono le gare del WEC è che si sente proprio, mandano proprio in live la voce della direzione gara che dice Fucusiello, fai 4, 3, 2, 1 e tutti sono obbligati ad attivare il limitatore in quel preciso momento e poi con la stessa procedura viene staccato, cioè viene annullato l'effetto e con il countdown tutti possono togliere il limitatore. C'è da dire, se una volta chiamato Fucusiello, e questa è la procedura standard, Fucusiello, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, tutti con l'imitatore. Da quel momento, se la direzione gara decide di buttare fuori la pace car, si butta fuori la pace car e fine. Mabot, ci sei? Scrivi.
And Nick Dearman, that was a full service and a fuller service than perhaps we even expected.
Yeah, little monkeys. They changed the
Fucusiello,
front
sì.
some damage on the right-hand side. It looked like it had a scuff out of it.
Mabot 24, eccolo lì.
What should we say? Forceful drive, robust, brilliant, robust.
So, non Italian guys. Sorry if I speak in Italian with my followers. But I want to interact with you also. So write something in chat. What about this race? It's a good race. Try something. Come on.
Just checking the pit stops.
Sicuro, Ale?
Our pits are open for GT.
Oh, cazzo, adesso Arion mi fai. Credo che sia la stessa cosa, Sì, credo sia la stessa cosa. Adesso non mi ricordo bene tutta la procedura, però mi sembra di sì. Cioè, vedi, io sta procedura in IMSA la conosco molto bene perché viene adottata in tutte le categorie dell'IMSA, che sia le Mazda, che sia il WeatherTech, che sia il Mission Pilot, che sia il Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Fanno tutta sempre questa procedura qui. Nel WEC non mi ricordo. Comunque, se Arion, lunedì, quando saremo qua in live con il Luca, ricordati e chiediglielo, così ti facciamo spiegare. O se passa, se dopo vedi un Pelle Motorsport scrivere in chat, ricordamelo che glielo chiediamo direttamente. Now Sebring been a good one so far. DJ, why you're not in Sebring to watch the race in live? No problem, DJ, no problem. Sub to channel. No problem. Guarda che prima o poi a sto cazzo di camera non gliela portano via la telecamera con una macchina, eh. Ma anche questo qua rischia, questa cazzo. Sempre lì, attaccato al... Vabbè.
And just to fill in with the thing, I was too excited about having so many cars in front of me. It was Brian Sellers who got into the Formula Racing number 1 car.
Guardate, chi c'è davanti? I due che sono riusciti a pittare prima della caution, e infatti Yellow e Albuquerque che sono lì davanti. Problemi per Ferrari? Dove l'hai visto, Sangue?
Shay, you've got a best memory.
Non ho
Was it
visto.
the Lone Star Mercedes?
Oh, of course it was. The Lone Star Mercedes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry. I can remember things that happened back in 1966, but not 15 minutes ago.
It wasn't the number 33 car stopped?
It was the 80. It was the 80 Lone Star car.
Scusa, dove l'hai visto sta cosa, Sangue?
Nick Dearman, go ahead.
Yeah, with Jack Aitken throughout the car. Jack, that was a fantastic stint until it wasn't when the yellow flag came out. What happened? What was the confusion?
Yeah, we were just a bit unlucky with the timing because
Lo son perso.
getting ready to pit, getting quite low on energy, and it looked like it was going to stay green until we got to pit lane and we sort of...
niente, me lo so, è per quello che ci siete voi. Me lo son perso. Allora, Commands GTP Class Split. Quindi adesso mettono tutte le GTP davanti, apriranno il pit per le LMP2 e poi tutto il resto. Fai vedere? No, fe. Ah, ok, non si sono capiti. Ah, non ha stretto bene, ok. No, più che altro ho letto adesso 18:52, quindi 2 minuti fa, l'auto numero 8 è stata mandata dietro al muro, quindi le Dams hanno portato la loro Lambo rosa dietro al muro per far lavori, come ha fatto la McLaren prima attraversando il parcheggio. Janus, io continuo a dire che prima o poi lo tirano sotto. vedremo un uomo con una telecamera che verrà buttata in mezzo alla pista perché ha colpito una macchina.
Nick Dearman?
No, because it stopped 2 laps ago.
They had come again because they came in, didn't stop, came in, did an emergency stop, came in and did a full stop including
Ma
driver.
bella Marcaz, ma bentornato. Effettivamente da un bel po' che non passi di qua. Come stai, Cicino?
Lamborghini's in and also one of the two BMWs. Obviously everyone's decided that full fuel is the key rather than track position at this point.
Vedere. Cazzo!
New nose for the six as well.
È dal 17 agosto che no, aspetta, il 9 cos'è? Agosto? Sì, no, il 9 febbraio, marzo, aprile, maggio, giugno, luglio, agosto, settembre. È dal 17 settembre che non passi qua in live. Che cazzo è successo? Cosa hai combinato? Stefano, come fai a sapere che mi chiamo Stefano, Alessio? Oh, non fammi venire gli incubi.
That said, if the cloud cover stays, it might not be too bad.
Ah, hai letto l'info. Ah, ok. Si vede che sei uno strano, eh? Si vede.
Then the splash stop, then a full stop, and then it just came in again just now. So it's made 1, 2, 3, 4 pit stops in the last 5 laps.
Right. What's that about then?
Maybe they just wanted us to splash or.
Ah, ok, vabbè, tranquillo.
Wasn't a problem.
Spero comunque tutto bene. Allora sì, seguiamo anche la NASCAR al solito, esattamente come la IndyCar. Purtroppo non possiamo restreamarla. Non ci mettiamo lì a guardare tutte le gare della NASCAR. Oddio, poi c'è effettivamente qua nel gruppo dei Tincotti gli appassionati di NASCAR al pari degli appassionati di Formula 1 che si guardano tutte le gare della NASCAR tutti i weekend, però quelle classiche, le famose, le più belle da vedere, Talladega, la Daytona 500, ce ne sono da vedere, no? Comunque sì, diciamo che come side seguiamo anche la NASCAR. Poi davvero, già ripartita così, cazzo, scusate, bellissima mossa di Albuquerque, subito così, gran ripartenza. Arion, lì è stata tanta roba davvero. Figa se viaggia. Quale Lambo, Marcaz? GT o la nuova GTP intendi? Guarda che quello scappa via. Occhio che Albuquerque scappa via.
When we get a breather, we'll give you the Michelin Endurance points for the first tranche, the first split. Stage points, if you will.
No.
Ok, ci tengo a precisare che non è un hypercar, giusto per dovere di cronaca, sempre meglio specificare. Qua è una GTP. Comunque va male. Un esordio un po' deludente come Lamborghini, però la gara è lunga. L'anno scorso abbiamo visto come è andata a finire con i primi 3 della categoria regina che si sono buttati fuori a vicenda a 18 minuti dalla fine della gara, agevolando ovviamente quelli dietro, quindi facendo sì che non quelli che si sono dati battaglia per tutta la gara, ma gli altri, gli inseguitori, portassero a casa la vittoria. Quindi sa mai, mi fanno qualche cazzata davanti, Lamborghini può comunque portarmi a casa il risultato, quindi vediamo. Però se dobbiamo essere obiettivi, sì, sta arrancando e non poco la Lamborghini da dietro.
Right there as well for JDC Motorsport.
Looking at GTD, the number 13 AWA Corvette is well up the order.
They've been quietly going about their business, haven't they?
10th in class, but a lot higher than
Lo so, anche a me Marquez dispiace.
Third place in GTD for Ori Ferdinand.
Essendo anch'io cuore Lamborghini, mi spiace un po' anche a me che non vada, però dai, è la prima gara del campionato, ci sono tante tappe del WeatherTech, non è fondamentale vincerle tutte, è fondamentale portare a casa buoni risultati, però vediamo, dai. Tanto diamo un occhio anche dietro, perché c'è la gara, adesso stanno inquadrando, Rexy ha recuperato, adesso in seconda posizione in lotta con Barnicot su Lexus. Anche nelle GT si è rivoluzionato un po' tutto, perché era ben diversa la situazione. Sono fondamentalmente le stesse cose, Dade. Differiscono dal punto di vista dei regolamenti di costruzione, cioè sono realizzate, cioè ancora prima di essere settate, sono realizzate secondo degli standard di regolamento che differiscono tra WEC e IMSA. Poi, ripeto, fondamentalmente sono le stesse macchine, però hanno delle impostazioni di meccaniche diverse. Have you ever had the opportunity to attend any of the IMSA races? Aspettate ragazzi, qualcuno mi traduca. Cos'è che ha scritto Papa Smurfs? Ciao Scotivento, bentornato. Have you ever had the opportunity to attend any of the IMSA races?
So let's give you a VP Racing in-race update.
No, hai mai avuto
As we've
to
just
attend
got past 2
any?
o'clock in the afternoon here at Sebring. It's Filipe Albuquerque.
Ah, ok, K, grazie. No, cosa hai fatto la testa? Sei bianca.
BMW 10 from 25. Just under a second further back, the Porsche
non sono
963 and Porsche Penske
No,
Motorsports.
hai avuto mai l'opportunità di vedere una gara dell'IMSA dal vivo? No, have you ever had? Oh, is English. No, no! Che cazzo è successo già di nuovo? Perché un'altra Fucosiello? What's up? Di nuovo per quel cazzo di pezzo? Sorry, papà. Per quel pezzettino. Pensa a te, per quel pezzettino di me. A quanto siamo? 5? È il quinto? È la quinta caution che viene chiamata, sì. Anyway, Papa. Wait.
Then go back to green. It was the Forte Lamborghini just easing the Corvette onto the curb, but then I think the Corvette being at a strange angle, something.
C'è Mabot, basta che scrivi punto esclamativo caution e viene fuori. Ma comunque crede c'è Carrer, Mabot, va che qua è tutto preparato, tutto automatizzato, tutto serio, Punto esclamativo timing e ti viene fuori il timing della gara. Punto esclamativo caution, ti viene fuori il counter delle caution. Punto esclamativo e viene fuori una sorpresa tutta dedicata a te. Cioè, dai. Vedi, papam.
It just takes for something as little as that. I understand why you have to neutralize the circuit.
Allora, la procedura sì, solo che
there's enough gaps around the track now.
Allora, non hanno chiamato uno short yellow, ma è un fucosiello normale. Debris on track, track service working, all cars pack up. Prepare per pass around, commence pass around, all cars pack up. E poi all cars pack up, che cazzo vuol dire? Pack, scritto proprio PACK. What is all cars pack up?
So he's a long way back on the road.
Yes, correct.
Did he get past?
And get the lap back. That's a good question, and I don't know the answer.
Anyway, Smurf, no, because I am Italian, I live in Italia, and I never come in USA.
So, I can see the zero. So yeah, absolutely, they did, Jeremy.
So
good spot on that.
the IMSA, I watched the IMSA only on stream. Ah, ok, compattarsi. Ok.
To be now back on the lead lap when we go back to green.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait a minute. No, we weren't. He weren't.
Aspetta, cos'è che ha scritto Master?
But at least
he's still ahead of them.
He's still ahead of him, so he's at the back of that pack. But
well, let's run down the rest of the VP Racing in-race updates. So in LMP2, Ben Keating for the wins. United Autosport USA number 2 car leads from Nick Bull for Inter Europol. That's the yellow and green number 52. Dan Goldberg for the second United Autosports USA 22 machine in third. Fourth is Josh Burden for Riley in the 74 blue and orange.
Dei frullatori sarebbe? No, vabbè, addirittura il Prime.
Spike car.
Vale, ma addirittura il Prime. Ma grazie, Ciccio.
TDS Racing number 11. That is Steven.
No, aspetta, i frullatori cosa intendono? Ah, la Formula E. Ok, ok. Ok, Dark. Cioè, Master. Capito. Green flag, si riparte. A dopo. Ah, tienimi in sottofondo, Ale.
Vasser Sullivan in second with cars between them. Right, it was a quick
Thank you,
yellow.
Papa.
Back to green flag. Now,
Where are you go?
front of the field, can BMW driver Nick Yellerly do the same to Filipe Albuquerque as Albuquerque did to him on the restart? Answer no, he cannot. Matt Campbell sitting dutifully in third place at the moment, but here comes the Cadillac with the gold front end. Renger van der Zande goes to the right. Campbell had to defend into turn 3, might just compromise his exit. Yellerly on the brakes, trailing the brakes through turn 4. Underneath the Mission Food drive over bridge. It's Corvette on the other
Ok,
side.
proprio
Now through that long,
the most famous city of Italian in the world.
turn 7 under the Advent Health walkover bridge. And it's Matt Campbell who's looking the man most likely at the moment.
Perché è l'unico che non deve battagliare con gli altri. Perché Yellerly ovviamente deve stare attento a Campbell che si fa sotto e quindi sono in bagarre. Tutti quelli che... Cioè, anche tu che fai sim racing dovresti sapere che se ti metti a battagliare con qualcuno perdi tempo. Vero, vero. Poi soprattutto Vercelli e le sue risaie, anzi, cioè i suoi allevamenti di zanzare.
Run to the sweepers, through the sweepers rather, to turn 16. Now let's see the relative horsepower of these cars down the Ullman straight.
Talk about that car coming into the pit lane. What was going down the pit lane was number 9 Pfaff McLaren after all these problems. So they have not given up the hope of at least learning something from this event.
Well, they've got to give James Hinchcliffe some laps, haven't they? So completing the first lap of green after that safety car period for very quick safety car period for Debris on the track. What a restart lap from Filipe Albuquerque. Switching the tyres on seems to be
Mica è l'unica.
a real trait of the Acura ARX06. Now, meanwhile, further behind, the number 6 of Nick Tandy having a go at Alessio Piccariello.
Comunque io lo dico, prossimo Fucursiello, quella una fatta bene, vado a fare la cacca. Voi fate quello che volete, ma io vado a fare la caccotta.
Once again, the laps go past really quickly here, don't they? We are working that 124 at the moment.
Could you just talk about that? Ross Gunn making up a couple of positions in the Aston Martin to run third now. At the expense, particularly Jordan Pepper, lost a couple of positions.
A dopo capa, tanto qua tra la gara che mi finisce alle 2:40 di stanotte e la maratona che mi finisce verso le 5, se vuoi tornare sei più che benvenuto, ragazzo.
Side by side, the front of LMP2, Ben Keating with the Spike Dragon right in his wheel tracks as they're catching up to the high-class racing car. Oh, there was an off for Keating at turn 10.
Okay, I was wondering
that's how he dropped back into the clutches of those cars, because that's not who he was battling with.
He was leading.
Correct, he's dropped back to 4th position, I reckon, there.
Yeah.
That is very unusual.
Senti come scorreggiano queste qua. Le MP2 scoppiettano con piacere quando passano. Quando ballano il gas
through to the far side of the circuit at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch. Meantime, the GTD battle goes across the line. Ben Barnicut from Lauren Heinrich. These are all line astern as I say them. It's how they're going through turn 1.
Ma no, perché la Bugatti dovrebbe... Ma la Bugatti... Ma cazzo sei fumata adesso?
Thrown by the Iron Lynx Lamborghini there. Bortolotti down last time around. But
bravo Mirko, fagli fare la strada più lunga.
And he managed to drop back underneath. Jordan Pepper and Brian Sellers having a good fight out on the circuit there. And we're enjoying that. The leaders in class through turn 7. Ross Good with the leaders in sight now for Heart of Racing.
And there's no results yet posted, by the way, at the 4-hour mark. I just had a look under that brief yellow.
Thank you.
So not posted yet. So they'll be only unofficial even then, but I'm sure they'll be posted momentarily. There's all that shuffling going on as that caution came out and who was going to be scored.
Ma non c'hanno i soldi, ma ragazzi, ma dai, ma siete obiettivi.
Yes,
Siete Cioè, non c'hanno i soldi. Non è di loro interesse portare una macchina in IMSA o nel WEC.
10 cars, excuse me, with Caldarelli now driving the Lamborghini.
Oh, io magari sì, magari vengo.
Big long train, 51.4.
Non lo so, ragazzi, non lo so.
Filipe Albuquerque in car number 10.
La 37 sarebbe
5 different cars have led this race from 4 different manufacturers.
Number 120 Porsche almost having to go into the secondary pit lane to make the pass. Coming down the back
dove l'hai letta la penalità da 37?
Who was going past Albert Costa in the Conquest Racing Ferrari. Skier up into 5th position for Wright in that dark green and yellow machine. Still getting used to seeing them in those colours. Forte Racing.
Io credo proprio che sia più una questione di interesse, cioè a Bugatti che cazzo gliene frega. L'unica che secondo me potrebbe fare la pazzia di tornare è Bentley. Secondo me Bentley potrebbe dare la botta di testa, il colpo di matto per puntare a realizzare qualcosa per il WEC, più che altro per Le Mans, però sei sempre lì, vuol dire far partire un progetto da zero. Problemi per la Lexus. Tutti in quella curva escono,
Number 12 GTD. That's Frankie Montecalvo for Vasser Sullivan in the Lexus.
E invece no, Arion, invece no, secondo me Bentley, se volesse mai tornare ad essere presente nel WEC, tornerebbe con un'auto per la classe regina, come stanno facendo tutti, dai. Ragazzi, la cosa figa del WEC è che tra quest'anno, che sono 2 anni che andiamo avanti a dirlo, stiamo tutti aspettando il 2025 perché tutti i grandi nomi che dovevano arrivare o tornare nel WEC stanno effettivamente tornando e arrivando, quindi sarà spettacolare. Non le inquadrano, Storm.
So the final corner then. Everyone's still sorting them out. At the front of the field, let's check back in with the leader, Filipe Albuquerque, ARX 06 from Acura.
Come Nissan, secondo me anche Nissan potrebbe essere una di quelle case che potrebbe tornare nel WEC. La vedo molto difficile, però sarebbe figo vedere di nuovo il marchio Nissan a Le Mans.
That have not
esatto
raced outside of IMSA, as we have Lamborghini here with the Ligier chassis, Lamborghini SC63. What a shame that has been, and with its 3
ha aggiunto il duo BMW alla Lego Speed Championship. Cos'è la Lego Speed Championship?
engine, and the MGU, of course, the motor.
Oddio.
Motor, extra.
È vero che tu su quello che c'ha le macchine dentro il PC. Pirla.
Running on VP racing fuels here in IMSA, as does everybody. Great to see them here.
Sì, mi ricordo.
Process for that car. Quite a lot of people from last
Ma figurati Ale, ma figurati Ciccio. Ma stai tranquillo, devi fare come Alessio Tranquilli, star tranquillo. Ben arrivato ragazzo. Che Chino, Janux fa la stessa cosa che fai tu, solo che lui mette quelle piccole. Tranquillo Ale, non ti preoccupare. Tanto qua ce la caviamo tranquillamente.
Yellow flag period, and that car now in 7th position and 5 seconds off the lead. So frustrating at the time, but by no means disastrous for that Whelen Engineering number 31 Cadillac. Has the bright yellow Timon van der Helm driven JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche just ahead of it.
Bella Ale, bella combattuta, apertissima perché cioè fino adesso per esempio sono state davanti a portare avanti il gruppone le due Cadillac in GTP intendo. Adesso poi c'è stata una caution un po' strana, c'è chi ne ha approfittato subito per pittare e infatti quelli che hanno pittato subito adesso sono davanti, ovvero Albuquerque in Acura e la BMW con l'Inlay e le Cadillac sono dietro che devono recuperare, quindi anche dietro bella, gran bella gara, combattuta, equilibrata, mai un momento morto, bella.
Just done his fastest lap the lap before. Stephen Thomas's TDS Racing number 11 Origa with the fastest LMP2 lap. Josh Burden then slightly chastened, I'm sure, but just needs to get his head back in the game. Ahead of him, the number 22 of Daniel Goldberg, so he didn't drop any further back down because the number 20, Lawrence Hurt, is still behind him.
Mayo Dingus. Welcome back. How are you?
Lawrence Hurt just a couple of corners behind him. And
lo sanno, l'ho fatto il money grabber fino a 5 minuti fa, non ti preoccupare. Lo sanno.
Just ahead of him. Let's go down to the pit lane. Settling in now for another long run, we hope. And Shea Adam has Kyle Kirkwood for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Kyle, we're more than 5.5 hours into this race, and you still haven't sat behind the wheel of the 14 Vasser Sullivan Lexus. Are Jack and Ben just really bad at sharing their toys?
No, I actually got in a little while ago. I think you forgot. Yeah. No, I was in after we had the penalty, and I was kind of just circulating in the middle. It wasn't anything to write home about. But they made some good strategy calls. We're back out front, so we're happy with that. We know we got a quick car.
Quindi mi devo arrancare.
Okay.
Oh, perso. Ben good you of how the new generation of cars look. In Italy we say tanta roba, many things.
This capability to fight back though, no matter what seems to be thrown your direction.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I try and keep it where it's not that exciting when I'm driving.
No, aspetta, te la giro io, sangue. Non è che ti basterebbe fare punto esclamativo timing, però aspetta che te la giro io in chat.
So we're glad to be at that front spot right now.
You've won a long endurance race with Vasser Sullivan.
Tranquillo Marcas, tanto io sono qui. Ripeto, la gara finisce alle ore italiane alle 2:40 di stanotte e da quanto ho capito la mia maratona invece durerà un po' di più, quindi trovarmi mi trovate sicuramente. Mayo, I'm good. Today is the anniversary of the channel, 3 years on Twitch. So is all calculated.
You just have to do everything perfectly
there are is a extendable marathon. So if you wanna support my channel with a sub, with a donation, is not come si dice obbligatorio? Come si dice? Is not you are not ragazzi, aiutatemi.
65 cars down towards the hairpin. We'll check in with the Michelin Endurance Cup points in a moment. Nick Yallely, as they went past the 55.
Don't have to support my channel, but if you want to support my channel,
just looking for some kind of opportunity, has to make the move down in the 10.
It's not mandatory.
Antonio Fuoco and
elicottero mandatori.
Flexbox Aston, and yeah, they both make it. Now there's a little bit of a gap before they catch up with Brendon Hartley and the Inception McLaren. Whisper that car had some problems early on, but it's been going well. Now back up to 7th in GTD. Down the back straight.
No, non tratto, ma non tratto male. Mandatori e ricevi mucche. Ha riso Jannux, l'hai fatta ridere, sei un cretino. No, appunto Jannux, guarda che Checchino mi aveva già girato la foto del suo PC con dentro la macchina su Telegram. Comunque rimandala che chi non si fa. Ok, quindi devo pensare a cosa mangiare eventualmente stasera. Potrei farmi una pasta, giusto per.
Also coming into the picture, the third place Porsche of Matt Campbell. He's only another 2 seconds further back. He's only got 2/10 of a second on the Cadillac of Renger van der Zande as they're picking their way through traffic. And that's Jordan Taylor right with Renger as well. So 3rd, 4th and 5th having a great fight through the GTD traffic. Matt Campbell just managed to eke out half a second or so there, maybe a little bit more through that traffic. Fascinating stuff. I love this, Jeremy. Catching the traffic. A little bit of a lateral movement from the 40, a little bit of a wiggle. Can't surely be struggling for tyre grip already. It is very warm out there now. 29 in the air.
Ciao Tata, bella Giulia.
And that said, the track temperatures drop back to 24. It changes. It changes depending on the cloud cover. Wind still straight down the front straight, so behind the cars into turn number 1.
Beato lui Franchino, io non vedo l'ora.
Has a little bit, and as you were saying earlier on, it's exactly the opposite direction from yesterday, and that, that upsets the gearing of these cars, because now they're carrying more speed into, a little bit more speed into turn 1, a little bit less speed at the end of the back straightaway.
Jeremy Shaw, John Hindorf, Shea Adam and Nick Damon with you. RS2 around the world. Across the Central Highlands here in Florida. On Highlands ESPN, 1063 AM, 100.9 FM here at Sebring International Raceway. And if you are moving around, want to save a bit of data, you are so equipped. Sirius XM 206. Nice to have you company. Our Michelin post-race tech, of course, will follow. The checkered flag ends the race, but starts the conversation. I suspect we'll have plenty to talk about. Closer to 10 o'clock this evening. Here's our Porsche keys to the race. Number 1, get to the night. Sunset is 7:35 this evening. And that's really when the race will come alive. Maybe an hour or so before that, but certainly those last 2 hours of the race expected to be a different cadence to what we're seeing now. And you might be thinking, what are you talking about, Hindorf? This is pretty exciting. Yes, I agree, it is pretty exciting. but it will be turned up to 11 when it gets dark.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the lap times now of our racing to Filipe Albuquerque. 54s, he's turning 52s in traffic, 51s if he has a clear lap. The previous stint, it was mainly 51s and occasional 50s in there. So he's certainly been a little bit cautious, I think, at this stage. He wants to make sure he doesn't use up his tyres too much, but he might well have to double stint this set.
Aspetta, Janux, madonna che roba, cosa? La foto di Checchino o come sta correndo la gara? Oh, welcome Delta. Thank you too to be here.
PR1, Mathiasen Motorsport number 52 guy. He leads over Josh Brendon now by just over 3 seconds. Gap came down just a little bit last time around with Josh Brendon having got past Dan Goldberg. 4 seconds.
It's a great race. Really fightful, regular, spectacular.
Yes, that's right. La Filippone asking what's the origin of the V8 in the Lamborghini.
Allora, 5 caution, just one incident, the other 4 for the debris on the track, and no more. Is a real regular race. Ciccio è un multi cioè ci sono più categorie di auto in pista come nel WEC, quindi c'è la classe regina, che c'è la GTP, dove ci sono quelle che nel WEC conosciamo come hypercar. Qua sono le GTP, fondamentalmente sono le stesse macchine, anche se non sono le stesse macchine. Respect for the bumps, sempre, always. Le LMP2 sono le vecchie prototipo, e poi ci sono le classiche GT3 divise in GTD PRO e in GTD, cioè le Pro sono quelle ufficiali, diciamo promosse e sostenute dalle case ufficiali, Mercedes, Lexus, bla bla bla, e le altre sono dei team che fanno parte del campionato, ok? Lo sto spiegando io, Ale, fatti i cazzi tuoi. E quindi niente, corrono insieme perché il campionato in sé dell'IMSA sono gare sia
he's only dropped a couple of seconds or so, and then he dropped another couple of seconds on that last lap. So maybe there is
aspetta, Delta, wait, Delta. Think about don't work in real time. You can use to translate if you want, but it's not work in real time. Okay, if you wanna see the timing of the race, after exclamation mark timing, the command chat. Ok. Comunque volevi la Lamborghini, lascia stare, Lamborghini is not the day for the Lambo. Is cioè corre ancora, is until in race, but not a good come si dice, com'è not a good first race, ecco. Comunque scontimento, questo è il discorso principalmente. E invece no, rendono tutto più spettacolare. Il traffico che genera così tante auto in pista è più spettacolare. Conosci, cioè presumo che tu conosca Le Mans, la 24 ore di Le Mans, La 24 ore di Le Mans è la gara cardine del WEC, dove effettivamente corrono 60 e passa auto, 62 auto di categorie differenti. Quindi il traffico fa parte dello show. Esatto, poi c'è devi tenere in considerazione che per esempio queste qui, le GTP, corrono 20 secondi più veloci delle GT, quindi quando devono passare passano, non hanno problemi.
Filipe Albuquerque,
Stupido che sei, Franchino.
And a 51.2 from Matt Campbell in third.
Yeah, and the tail end of that train, Andrea Caldarelli is driving the Lamborghini now. He's closing in on the battle ahead of him. It was 4 seconds 5 laps ago between the number 24 BMW and number 63 Lamborghini. It's now 1.7 seconds, so he's worked his way nicely through that knot of traffic. His first race stint at the wheel of this Lamborghini SC63 for the Italian Andrea Caldarelli. This is IMSA trim.
All of a sudden we're closing in on another hour completed, Jeremy. 8 away. Have we got any points yet, did you say?
Yes, I do have the points actually.
Well, before something else explodes into action.
Right.
Allora, prima di tutto dalla linea le vedi che sono differenti. Cioè, queste stanno inquadrando, vedi la tipologia della macchina come è strutturata. Calcola, allora l'LMP2 sono praticamente un monomarca, sono tutte uguali, hanno tutte quella linea lì con l'alettone costruito in quel determinato modo, con la spina longitudinale e il muso con quel bozzino. Poi questa qua dove siamo in macchina sono quelle che in WEC conosciamo come hypercar, quindi sono delle prototipo vere e proprie, e le vedi che sono sostanzialmente differenti da tutte le altre che trovi in pista. E poi ci sono le GT, le classiche GT3 che vedi nel WEC, che vedi nell'IMSA, che vedi nel DTM, che vedi nel GT World Challenge, quindi che vedi nell'Intercontinental GT. Sono quelle le classiche Lamborghini, Ferrari, Lexus, Porsche, Aston Martin, Mercedes. Queste qua sono le GT. Differiscono tra di loro GTD PRO rosso, vedi specchietti, bordo dell'alettone, numero, cioè sfondo colorato del numero, che sono rossi. Differiscono dalle GTD, sempre GT3, quindi stessa categoria di auto, ma di una categoria differente dal punto di vista dei piloti che guidano quelle macchine, e hanno gli specchietti, il bordo dell'alettone, lo sfondo del numero verde, e cambiano anche le luci dei fanali, se noti. Poi lo noterai dopo, perché intanto la gara si concluderà di notte, vedrai la differenza di fanali. Le Pro hanno la luce bianca, mentre le GTD hanno la luce gialla. No, ma figurati Ciccio, dopo è scontato, cioè, poi non sei una capra, chiedi pure, vai tranquillo. Bentornato Play, anzi ben arrivato, era ancora arrivato oggi. Procede, gran gara, queste prime 5 ore sono andate via per niente noiose, è stata spettacolare come gara finora. Quindi siamo tutti in attesa di arrivare alle ultime 2 ore dove ne vedremo veramente delle belle. 5 caution finora, una sola caution dovuta a incidente vero e proprio, perché una è andata a muro, gli altri o quello che si è impiantato a bordo pista o pezzi sparsi in giro per la pista, quindi hanno chiamato a caution per pulire. Niente di che da quel punto di vista lì. Poi gara regolare, bella combattuta, fighissimo. Of Korthoff Preston and Inception and Triasi Competizione number 023 Ferrari that was second placed at the 4-hour mark. The manufacturers in GTD, Mercedes will extend its lead with Delta Zero, and the other non-Italian guys. I repeat, I will stream all the races of IMSA this year. So if you wanna come back for the come si dice prossimo, for the in the future for the other races, you are welcome, all of you. Come back next, bravo, for the next races. Tinka is here for all of you.
15th and 16th in the GT field.
Hi Phoenix,
but there was a little bit of
welcome on board.
A moment or two ago, so we're going to keep our eye on that just in case that gets even more spicy as we're coming down to that 7-hour mark with just 4 minutes to go. Now, one of the team members from Pratt Miller, as they are watching the car. It's down towards turn 3. Oh yeah, definitely.
Ancora in lotta sti due, oh.
Just clip the left rear of the number 62 Ferrari with the right front.
Ma sì, se la gioca, man.
Right on that edge there. Bamber down the inside, but not really close enough. Door firmly closed.
Se la gioca, se la battaglia con la Chevrolet numero 4.
That was a moment or two ago.
Diciamo, comunque sono dietro, diciamo che nelle GT ci sono altri protagonisti al momento.
There is also a flapping dive plane on the left front, or is it a piece of somebody else's car that's on the front of James Collardo's machine? Hard to tell. I think it might be, yeah, it is the lower dive plane on the left-hand side seems to have delaminated. And it's actually now, sort of looks like a beak flapping open. An insistent chick hoping to
Leon.
That's the number 85 car.
Welcome.
In the pits? Yes, in the pits.
Yes, it is. Here it comes past us now, in what is bright sunshine now.
Should be, that's early.
Shea Adam is watching that car come into the pit lane.
And hit its marks basically just across from me as I'm out on the pit wall waiting to see this swap of beacon.
Visto.
Fuel and tires only, no driver change for that number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche. Where on the track is Collado at this point, John?
Stand by, caller.
Standing by.
I will let you know when I find them.
Kneeling by, actually, as I can see below the fence line.
They are 4 and 62 is what we're looking for.
I'm seeing the GTD Pro leaders coming out of turn 17 now. How far back in the pack are
they? They're 15th in GT.
Okay.
15th and 16th. I think they're a little bit further back than even I thought.
That's Vasser, Turner, Ford, Corvette.
A cavallo dell'ora adesso dovrebbero cominciare a rientrare le GTP, Vediamo cosa succede anche in relazione a quella comunicazione. Ci sta. Taz ha scritto effettivamente l'RC hanno comunicato che ci sono dei detriti in curva 3. Hanno chiamato 3 caution per lo stesso motivo che c'erano dei detriti in giro per la pista, quindi potrebbe anche essere che se gli gira.
We have it. That was JDC Miller into the pit lane after 23 laps only last time around. And that car was steaming when it came in.
I think he was, which car? Which car?
And tyres for that car.
Yeah, I think he was struggling on tyre wear. He'd lost a couple of positions the last few laps at time in Van der Halve. I think that was a double stint he'd been running.
Yes.
So within an hour. So he'd only done one stint on those tyres, but I think he was a stint and a half, I guess. So he was, I think he was struggling, and they brought him in to put him on a fresh set.
Scontivento, lo faccio apposta, se non ti abboni, e che cazzo? È sul sito di Alcamel, quello che ho girato, se no questo qua è il live timing di Alcamel System. Se tu lo apri e vai in fondo, proprio in basso, c'è la situazione meteo e in centro c'è RC Se tu ci clicchi sopra ti apre una finestrella con tutte le comunicazioni RC che ci sono state fino all'ultimo momento di quando hai aperto. Abbiamo una NSX ferma.
That, by the way, was a car that was placed third in GTD at the 4-hour mark, despite the. We talked about had a couple of dramas, didn't it, earlier on?
Leon, momentito.
The Andretti car, very similar colourway actually, white with green. The 43 with Jared Andretti on board. Now they weren't. Sheena Monk was further up the field there on her birthday. She was 12th and has, I think, has a lap. Yeah, had a lap on that other car. Sheena's pointing it in the right direction and has got going again. Quietly going about their job. The CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing. Toby Sowery driven 04 has come into the pits. Meanwhile, Henrik Edmund has taken out the Dragon Speed number 81.
I think all of the LMP2 cars have just been into the pits. They've just completed that cycle of pit stops. So I think Nick Bull now
Perché?
He's done
Perché Tinkabot non fa più quello che deve? Aspetta un attimo.
Just 3 seconds over the number 22 car, and Josh Burden a similar margin back in third.
Non so dov'era Emilio, l'abbiamo detto tipo 15 volte che la gara è molto divertente.
We've had another racing hour, so let's do another VP Racing in-race update. Filipe Albuquerque, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. The Acura leads by 4.5 seconds from the BMW number 25, Nick Yellerly behind the wheel. He's got 6 seconds now on Matt Campbell, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Number 7 in 4th, it's Cadillac Racing, 3 seconds further back, and that's Renger van der Zande in the gold and black number 01. Jordan Taylor for the 40, the mostly red Acura is next up ahead of the 31 red Whelen Cadillac racing car. They're in very close, those last 3 I've mentioned in very close contention. Then behind them, about 3 seconds further back, Nick Tandy in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 leads a trio of the Porsche GTP cars with Tymon van der Helm, the JDC Miller in the
ok. Ma l'avevo intuito io, cioè l'avevo intuito anch'io. Leon,
Caldarelli is in 11th.
all my social, there are Telegram channel also.
Unless I say differently, and I won't, because I don't think we'll have time to go all the way down to Sean Creech Motorsport in 11th. There you go, we mentioned them. It is Inter Europol, Nick Bull in the 52 yellow and green car by a decent margin now, about 5 seconds back to the orange and blue of the Riley, number 74. Josh Burton there, Lawrence Herb, MDK by High Class. Number 20 car back up to 3rd place, but 15 seconds in arrears. Then another 9-10 seconds back to Spike Hill Racing.
Oh, ciao Michael, bentornato.
He's got 3.5 seconds on TDS Racing. Stephen Thomas.
Bentornato ragazzo. Sta andando alla grande. Ti stai perdendo, cioè ti stai perso 5 ore di gara stupende. Letteralmente stupende. Sta venendo fuori una signora gara sotto ogni punto di vista.
It's Turner Motorsports BMW from Indy Donchi in Winwood Racing and Wright Motorsports Porsche 911 for Elliott Skier. That's how they stand with just under 7 hours to go.
Vabbè, fai ancora in tempo a recuperare. Se non so se rimarrai, se vuoi rimanere fino alla fine della gara. Quello che è successo non è successo niente particolare, incidenti grossi, semplicemente una gara molto ben equilibrata, combattuta, cioè tiratissima, e sono tutti lì, sono tutti che possono giocarsela, e tanta roba.
Michelin tires, no driver change, but further down for the 12 Vasser Sullivan Lexus. There was a driver change.
Lo so, Narcio, lo so. Comunque, ripeto, vediamo.
Going to stay in for another stint, but they are giving him new tires. Wow, I am very
Oddio.
impressed. There are
Sì,
still
sì, Dade.
or remnants thereof on the left rear Michelin.
Anche perché Acura è la Honda americana, quindi Arion, hai trovato dove devi schiacciare?
They add some pressurized oil through a canister. That's actually a really clever system. So that is something that I believe we will be seeing from this point forward, because when Cadillac did it last year.
Guardi in basso. Allora, adesso non so se sei dal telefono o sei da PC, però se tu guardi in basso, so proprio alla fine della lista delle auto c'è la sezione grigia dove c'è RC, c'è la velocità del tempo e in mezzo c'è RC. Se tu clicchi lì sopra, tappi lì sopra, in teoria dovrebbe aprirti una finestra con tutte le comunicazioni della direzione gara. Non so se lo fa da telefono, sinceramente, se lo faccio da PC, quindi non so se magari la formattazione della pagina è differente, non ho idea.
Hello to Josh Bracero as well, who's tuned in. Chris Aurello, hello to you, and to people tuning
Leon
across the world at the moment as the leader heads into the pit lane, and to this crowd straight pit lane report.
This will not be
Daniel Leon, sei riuscito con i social?
They're not giving Filipe new tires. That's critical, considering that we just saw new tires going on to Tom Blancpain's car. So we'll have to see how the balance shifts during this stint. There will also be new tires on the number 25 BMW. No driver change there. So drinks bottle being actually passed in through the open door while they are working on the car. It is also a driver change. No, not a driver change for the number 5. So the Proton, that is the Mustang sampling Porsche. The one that's a number 5.
Esiste.
Having yes, all 4 tires changed. I was waiting on the right front. That was
non
the
interrogarti
sound
su
of
ste
Filipe
cose.
Albuquerque leaving the pits once again. And reports from the team of the number 25 BMW M Team RLL, the drinks bottle in the car is not working. So for Nick Yellowly, that was an especially difficult
Molto più
stint.
equilibrata da questo punto di vista. Cioè, oddio, molto più equilibrata. È molto equilibrata tutta la gara e tutte le categorie.
It's causing Nick the strife there. He gets out just in front of the Whelan's 31 car as they come through.
Yeah, stopped on the previous lap.
Yes, exactly so. So Filipe Albuquerque out. Matt Campbell yet to pit in the number 6 Porsche, side by side with the Whelan car and the BMW. Tires maybe just up to a little
8 ore e 50.
temperature and pressure on that number 31 as they breezed around the outside of the BMW. No tire warmers, remember,
fino alle 4:40. Sì, assolutamente, Pietro. Io e tanti altri. Dobbiamo poi sentirci, cioè, se davvero, ragazzi, seguitemi, o entrate nel gruppo Telegram o seguitemi su Instagram, perché ovviamente ci organizziamo che la domenica a Imola ci troviamo tutti insieme per guardarci in faccia e sputarci avvicendevolmente negli occhi, così, in segno di amicizia.
He's down to virtually no energy on the stint. 5%, same as Renger van der Zande, Jordan Taylor, Nick Tandy, Augusta Farbus and Andrea Caldarelli. Everybody else, of course, is stopped. Filipe Albuquerque was the...
Io inizialmente, sarò sincero, ragazzi, ho dovuto rinunciare a tutto, che inizialmente sarei dovuto venire a fare 3 giorni, ma mi sa tanto che faccio una toccata e fuga domenica, quindi devo anche trovare, cioè devo capire se c'è la possibilità di comprare il biglietto soltanto per domenica o se devo comunque farmi da 3 giorni.
miles an hour.
Molto probabilmente vado a Modena a farmi ospitare da... non lo so, adesso devo vedere, perché arrivare in giornata, in mattinata sarà dura. Quello è l'orario di... Sì. Quello in alto a destra, intendi? Sì, è l'ora locale del Sebring. Amici, amiconi. Lo so, Narcio, lo so, però adesso vedo. No, ma no, vuoi dirmi che costa 47 euro il biglietto per un giorno? Ma no, possibile. Sono un po' di più, Emilio, quasi un centinaio di chilometri. C'è mezzo Bologna, ti ricordo.
Waiting on the energy replenishment, i.e. fuel, to be put into the car, and as soon as that's done, the 7 will depart first ahead of the 6 because...
Ale, non insistere, se ce la fa bene, se no si arrangia.
Having re-energized himself and his car, and he actually beats one of the Porsches back out. That would be the number 6, but the 7 was
Sì, il biglietto per 3 giorni costa 57 euro.
Spot on using the word re-energizing himself. I think that was an energy gel that they were giving. Race car drivers are athletes. People hum and ha about that. But they are losing.
Il problema è che non sono in vendita i biglietti singolo, perlomeno io non l'ho trovato il biglietto singolo in vendita, ho trovato
of their racing car. I'd be surprised if that wasn't some kind of energy gel or maybe a pickle gel.
Ho letto, però c'è anche il singolo, là non l'ho trovato io, sono un pirla. Vabbè, dopo poi vado a vedere. 01 i box.
For Renger van der Zende having gone one lap further.
Yeah, you came into the position before the round of pits. Obviously, he was running in 4th position.
21,50 il singolo? Ottimo.
More than a couple of cars and 2 laps more than
si può fare.
That will pay dividends for that number 01 team.
It'll be the driver staying in and no sign of any tyres even being offered to this car share.
No, they had them on a wall as a psych out to everybody else to say, oh, we might do tires. Nope, no, they're not. Renger, who's doing a very good job, has turned this into a double stint. So for the Cadillac Racing number 01, it's going to be just fuel. And it looks like maybe fuel for the driver too, but they're not even giving him a windshield tear off. They are just cleaning the screen. Also into the pit lane of some serious significance. Number 23, Heart of Racing Aston Martin. No driver change. Last gun is staying aboard, but they are having trouble with the air gun on the left rear, unable to get the wheel loose. Trying a second wheel gun to see if maybe that one works. Yes, it does, but this could potentially be a penalty because now.
Lo so, Arion, volevo farlo anch'io. Cioè, volevo prendere il VIP Experience, ma considerando che venivo su soltanto un giorno era inutile, faccio poi il prossimo anno.
Number 57, Indy has gotten out. I saw Russell sitting up on the top of the pit box with his dad Bryce, who did a good job in the start of yesterday's race. Unfortunately, it didn't go Windward's way at the end of it. Car is still firmly on the ground, and they have done all 4 tires. We're waiting on fuel as rolling back down the pit lane, the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. That looks like Jake Walker's helmet to me, so I think Patrick Gallagher may be already out. And the number 19 Lamborghini from Iron Links, that too has been a driver change, but I didn't see who got aboard. They did fuel and tires for the Lamborghini. Waiting up on the pit wall, the number 27 Heart of Racing, Roman DeAngelis, about to take back over.
And the main upshot from that was that Filipe Albuquerque went through back into the lead ahead of Tom Blanc.
Assolutamente, e goditelo perché è veramente spettacolare poter girare nel paddock.
The end of lap 147.
Albuquerque didn't take tires, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
And say that again, Shay. Sorry.
Neither Albuquerque nor Taylor took tires.
Io quest'anno voglio prendere il biglietto con la pit walk per il GT World Challenge.
So Renger van der Zande, keep an eye on that. He comes out at the end of 147, and so let's see 20 laps on from that 167. Let's keep an eye on these lap times. 25. It's going to be 172. Let's see that's the sort of time it seems to be, sort of 23, 24, 25 laps on the second stint is where people are starting to struggle, at least in some of the other cars.
A settembre.
Let's see how it works for the Cadillac and see whether it's a little kinder on its tyres, and also what lap times he runs as well. Air temperature's gone back up again. It dropped down to about 27. Now it's gone back up to 30. Very bright and sunny, but the track temperature...
calcola, lì ti costa ancora di meno,
It is into the pit lane for United Autosports. Ben Handley comes in from the sharp end of the yellow.
Esatto, Pietro. No, però la pit walk sì.
Into the pit lane. Adam.
Damage, severe damage to the
Però sono tanto indietro le Dams, hanno perso un botto di tempo che hanno avuto dei problemi, infatti sono indietro di 35 giri.
behind their box where everybody can hang out and kind of be calm and keep cooler. Now it is sticking. Let's see if they can.
Però l'importante, sappiamo in IMSA, è finire la gara, portare comunque a casa la macchina, non ritirarsi perché sennò non vengono assegnati punti.
Now the question will be, is the bracket damage or can they just slot a new one on? Waiting, by the way, the sound in the background is the Heart of Racing Aston Martin Roman Diazzo's having just taken that over. They're lifting the old piece back up and over the wall. They haven't yet begun to attach. They need a new engine cover as well for the number 6 Penske Porsche. Oh boy, this is a disaster for the team that a lot of people thought was going to be one to beat here today.
Ragazzi, abbiamo un Acura numero 10 guidata da un certo Albuquerque davanti, così a quasi 8 secondi di vantaggio dagli inseguitori. Magari Emilio, magari una Porsche va a muro. Sì, hanno recuperato la grandissima.
Hello to David Lawrence, who's listening in on Sirius XM 206.
Manel è entrato? Oh, bienvenido Manel.
And what you haven't told us, David, is where you are in the country. Happy trails wherever it is. Battle Royale, building nicely throughout the field, totally transfixed on the race. And keep up the coverage, says James O'Donnell. And now let's go back down to Shea Adam, who's got the Risi Competizione 296.
Adesso sono un pochino più limitanti.
That's Beaky, not Dave Beaky Sims, who was almost inextricably linked with that team for a long time.
Ottimo Leon.
Always will be associated with that. Now, the beak was firmly closed actually as it was driving down a pit lane speed limit, so that carbon dive plane is opening its mouth.
Oddio Narcio, dipende. Anch'io l'anno scorso girando per il paddock nel GT World Challenge, bello tranquillo, cioè a parte c'era una ressa della Madonna, ovviamente tutti lì soltanto per Valentino Rossi, però io ho avuto il piacere di fare la foto nel box dell'Aerolinks con Bortolotti, ho fatto le foto con le Dams, che lo trovate lì in giro, che se la giravano allegre, con Lello, che nessuno si inculava, e io ho fatto la foto col pilota più forte del GT World Challenge. E quello potevi ancora tranquillamente girartelo, il GT World Challenge. Il WEC effettivamente era tutto chiuso.
Yeah, Tandy is just crossing the line now, and here comes the leader now. Yeah. So has just managed to stay on the lead.
No, come non c'è Valentino quest'anno? Cazzo dici, Pietro? Certo c'è Valentino.
Obviously Tandy now slightly out of sync because of coming into the pits for that bodywork change, and what we don't know is how that happened. We'll try and find out.
Tutto sarebbe fattibile, Emilio, il problema è che sappiamo perfettamente che non è così. Purtroppo fino a quando c'è la Formula 1 e la gente che segue la Formula 1, i calendari sono costruiti sulla Formula 1, che cazzo ci possiamo fare? Ma no, Pietro, cazzo stai dicendo? Valentino corre anche nel GT World Challenge insieme a Raffaele Marcello. The Fall. È la novità che è nel WEC, ma qui corre nel GT World Challenge.
6.8 seconds is the gap between Filipe Albuquerque in the blue, black and silver Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti.
E non so nelle altre tappe del GT Intercontinental, però l'abbiamo visto insieme a Marcello e Martin a Bathurst.
But Renger has got a battle on his hands because he's got Nick Yellowly who's really bringing.
Capito Emilio? A parte il fatto che dovresti anche smetterla cioè tu fai il giro, sei talmente esagerato nel dar contro la Formula 1 che diventi ridicolo. Cioè io ho detto una roba reale. Rimane comunque il fatto che la Formula 1 esiste, che la FIA dà molta più importanza alla Formula 1 e che quindi tutti i calendari delle varie gare devono tenere in considerazione l'andazzo della Formula 1. È inutile che tu mi scrivi che la Formula 1 conta più un cazzo, perché non è assolutamente vero, perché purtroppo detta ancora legge. Tecnocriollo?
SportsCar racing has the best fans and the most
Tecnocriollo?
your help around the track, around the world. If you
Beh,
happen to notice
welcome,
one of the cars
benvenuto,
missing a
benvenuto.
mirror, particularly in the GTD class because
Ciao,
of
passu.
the green mirror, then please let Porsche Penske Motorsport know because they found a mirror wedged into the rear clip of Nick Tandy's number 6 Porsche. They don't know to whom it belongs, but that's who hit them.
No way.
Yep.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Shay. Enjoy a little break, won't you? Out from behind the wall, Lodestar AMG. So that car will be back on the track in a moment. It's a huge crowd here at Sebring for the 72nd running of the Mobile 1 12 Hours of Sebring presented by Cadillac. Delighted that you can join us here at the track, 100.9 FM. Still 40 minutes to go before we're halfway there. Get the memes ready. Sirius XM 206. Hello to Dave Alcock, tuned in as ever. And let's go down to Nick Damon in the pit lane, who has Jared Andretti. It's been a funny old day for them already. Looked like they were losing.
C'hai ragione, Iron.
Right wing was off at one stage, and they're fighting back now, Nick.
Difficult day so far, Jared. I mean, you had half the car falling off at one point, and the wing was coming off.
The wing?
Side of the car. Bodywork damage? Fender. Sorry, Fender. Sorry, I speak English, didn't I? Fender.
Poi Ale, detta giusta, detta completa è ciapa su e porta a ca.
So it is what it is. It's IMSA racing here at Sebring.
You look, yours is the car looking pretty hot. What's it like out there? Is it as frenetic as it seems? Is it as busy as it seems?
Yeah, it's as busy as it seems. Yeah, and
Io comunque devo ringraziarvi tutti, ragazzi. Aspetta, finisce la pubblicità, poi vi ringrazio.
It's somebody in front of you, somebody behind you, and somebody coming, at you from a higher class.
How easy is it to keep the tyres together for more than one stint?
Not easy. Yeah, the double stint's rough. So I think we're done with ours, and yeah, it's
Oh, non ho visto Jonas. Benvenuto, Jonas.
That's a fantastic example of two nations divided by a common language. What's a wing?
Non solo a te, Arion, non solo a te. Comunque, volevo ringraziarvi tutti. Faccio solo una piccola puntualizzazione. Quando ci sono le gare così, ovviamente, ragazzi, ne approfitto e tiro su il minutaggio delle pubblicità, come avete ben visto. Anche perché sarà una cazzata, ma io guadagno anche dalle pubblicità che vengono visualizzate durante la live. Quando ci sono gare così lunghe, con live così lunghe, mi conviene, no? Contate che soltanto di pubblicità per la prima gara del WEC in Qatar ho fatto quasi 30 euro di guadagno. Però, no, che sto dicendo, scusate, ho fatto quasi 18 euro di guadagno di pubblicità. Dall'altra parte preferirei che voi poteste usufruire della live in maniera tranquilla, senza pubblicità, senza niente. per fare questo basta l'abbonamento. Lo dico a voi che capite, cioè gli stranieri possono anche incularsi e beccarsi tutta la sorpresa e tutta la pubblicità, ma voi che poi comunque mi conoscete, sapete cosa faccio, cose varie, no? Cioè non mettetemi nelle condizioni di dover ridurre la pubblicità, io ci devo guadagnare un attimino, dai. È l'unico modo che ho per vedere un po' di gente nel mio canale, seguire le live e ritrasmettere ste cazzo di gare. Se no o porto figa, e allora sì, lì quando ci sono le fighe ci siete. Se invece faccio puntate normali mi sparite tutti, brutte persone che siete.
The yellow and green car leads the race. He's got one GTD cover as they go on the Ullman straight. Let's have a word with Jordan Pepper in this crowd strike pit lane report.
Mercoledì ci sarà ospite Sara, la ragazza che sarebbe dovuta esserci il primo mercoledì del mese, la ragazza italiana che lavora su TikTok ma che lavora ad Amsterdam come chimica, che si è trasferita ad Amsterdam a vivere, ha trovato lavoro come chimica, ragazza anche lei giovane, e parleremo della sua esperienza lavorativa e di vita ad Amsterdam.
Just conserving the energy, because as we know, when it gets darker is when it counts.
As you say, conserving the rear is important. We've seen quite a few cars spin. Are you kind of on the knife edge of the rear?
Beh, oddio, sì. Ci sono tantissime cose che normalmente non potreste fare se non foste abbonati, tipo usare Thinkabot, a parte le emoji, ma anche determinati comandi, se non siete abbonati non potete utilizzarli. Ma non è questo il giorno.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks.
Significant moment out on the track as Nick Tandy is desperately trying to stay on the lead lap, with Filipe Albuquerque closing in at 55.2 last time around the leader, 55.8 for Nick Tandy. So
there was a huge gaggle of traffic they had to work their way through.
No, costa di meno, Ale, sono 3,99 € la sub.
We think we might have an answer to the mirror. Shea Adam, who is out of the pit lane at the moment, has just had an Insta. I love our collective knowledge and wisdom that comes in. Shea, what do you got?
Stephen Sheriff, thank you very much. The driver's side mirror on the AWA Corvette, so that would be the
quella non lo sapevo.
remaining one, is missing.
I think we'll take that. That seems reasonable. So there you go, down at Porsche Penske Motorsport. You can wander down to AWA and give them their mirror back. Fantastic. The power of the collective. Thank you very much for that. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us as well. Thank you very much to Kerry up in London. Her stint for the day coming to an end. It will be Rob to take us through to the end. Now, I tell you, Rob is a font of all knowledge, so I'm expecting between him and Aaron in my ear to be besieged with facts before the end of the race, which I will dutifully pass on to you. Sally Olick into the pit lane with that number 80 car. We said we thought that was coming back. It has gone out, it's come back in again. They'll be spanner checking it and presumably sending it if they are happy. 6.5 hours to go. We've got another set of Michelin Endurance Cup points to come at 8 hours, so that's about 2.5 hours away. So not back timing quite that far at the moment, as the 0-1 of Renger van der Zande cuts his way through traffic, and he's been kept honest, as we said before, by the BMW.
Io comunque avevo detto la prossima caution vado a fare la caccotta. Qua non arriva nessuna caution e mi sto cagando addosso. Mi scappa la cacca, voglio andare a fare la cacca.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, everybody's struggling on old tires. Number 5 car, Alessio Picciarello, in the number 5 Mustang sampling Proton Porsche. He's really struggling right now. He's fallen behind number 24 BMW. I think on the last lap he lost about 3 or 4 seconds to it as well. So it's a bit of a battle there for Picciarello. Actually, last time wasn't so bad. It was the previous lap he lost a lot of time. Where is Nick Tandy? Is he still ahead of Joe?
No, tanto me la seguo comunque da telefono, però era il principio. Cioè, abbiamo fatto il food break a una caution, ho portato Gio Toporagno a una caution, gradirei fare la caccotta a una caution. No, vabbè, la trattengo ancora, però. Oh, bella Nico, bentornato ragazzo.
Lexus number 12 and the Inception McLaren. So we may have other takers for that. The Porsche Penske Motorsports salvage yard at the moment. If you are considering coming here for next year, the dates are out. All of the dates for next year are out. Consider no longer. You can only start booking.
Ciao ragazzone.
So it'll either be this week or next week when the airlines start thinking about it. Just get it booked and sort yourself out. It's absolutely brilliant event, this. And when they decide to stay at the circuit, something I've not done actually, I'm just discussing this the other night, although we have a fabulous little villa that we're staying in this year, and thanks to the ladies who book our accommodation at IMSA for getting us sorted. Brilliant. Run by a chap called Frank, who is clearly one of us, because as we walked in, the first thing I saw was Steve McQueen.
Guardatelo, il nostro Zilish, quello che corre anche nelle Mazda.
From McQueen. I thought, we're in safe hands in this house. That's good. But there's loads of places that you can stay close by, up to a 45-minute or an hour or so away. Camp here as well, of course. And it is an event with a capital E. This is not just a race. We had
Te lo dico io, aspetta.
an airplane playing on Friday night. It was a big party. Jefferson Starship, excuse me. Nick just
Qua mi segna, aspetta, 6, moderatore dal 24 agosto 2022.
Cetilar Ferrari down to the final corner will start to live up to its name in round about 4 hours time. Timon van der Helm absolutely gangbusters at the moment. He's got within a second and a half of Matt Campbell. However, that has consequence, because his energy level, well, his car's energy level, 35%. Everyone else around him, 55, 60, 65%. Nick Tandy, 70%, because he was in later. And Van der Helm hasn't been out that much longer than anybody else, so he's using it at the moment.
No, he has actually. John, he came in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps, 4 laps before number 31 car.
So, having said that, he's nearly down to half the power level, the energy level of everybody else, so he's still pushing it. Yep. He's burning it.
Yeah, so
use it or
really
lose
laps.
it. Now, is he on his second stint on those tyres, Joe?
Who?
Van der Helm? No, this is the first stint.
Yeah, he did that. I think that's why the last stint was relatively short, to put him on to fresher tyres.
Got you. Lead crosses the line, and Nick Tandy is right ahead.
Yeah.
Right ahead now.
Yeah, he is. And right behind Albuquerque also is Tom Blomqvist in second position and wanting first again.
The number 66 Gradient. Catherine Legg now behind the wheel of the Acura, 13th position. That will be passed as they go down towards the hairpin at turn 7.
Oh, a new leader in LMP2.
Vedo, è lì cazzo, è lì.
The guy who's been charged
Ormai l'ha preso.
in number 20, the MDK by high class racing.
What a drive back by that car, by the way. That was facing the wrong direction earlier on.
Yeah, he's been absolutely flying, and both of those two in the last lap got past Nick Bull in number 52 Inter Europol car. So maybe it was a slow lap for Nick. He must, I think, perhaps as Brendon went past, he lost some momentum somehow, or even maybe ran off the road a little bit, because his last lap was a 2 minutes, 0.8, whereas the other guys are doing 56s. So he lost 4 seconds or more on that last lap. That's the number 52 car.
Aguai, Nicky. Respect the bumps. Sebring si taccona giusto un po' e basta.
The leaders are heading down the on straight. Porsche still in front.
Yeah, just going underneath the Mission Food drive over bridge. Tandy this time with a little bit of a better edge.
3, although last on lead lap, then first and second.
Yeah.
But just what, 8 or 9 car lengths perhaps between all three.
Occhio adesso.
1.4 for Tandy, 51.5 for Albuquerque, 51.1.
Ale, fai prima dire che ad agosto sono 2 anni.
With Tom Blomqvist getting a bit closer to that blue Acura and starting to give him a bit of a hard time.
Well, that's exactly what he's doing, because if we go back 8 laps ago, there was 6 seconds or more between the first and second place cars. Now it's less than a second.
Yeah, Tandy will be very happy if they start having a scrap and he can get away.
Wait a minute, Nick Yellerly managed to get past the 0-1 car on that lap.
Yes, he did. Yeah. Renger van der Zande relegated to 4th position as Nick Yellerly in the BMW goes back up to 3rd. Some 8.5 seconds between him and the leading pair. Matt Campbell coming strongly as well now and challenging Renger van der Zande. Campbell in the number 7 car. Here comes Tom Blomqvist. Play the Jaws music. It's really been an impressive run from Blomqvist. Under a second now between first and second as they're on the Ullman straight. Nick Tandy drags past one of the GTD Porsches. Let's see how long we think this battle can go on before a pit stop will break it up. 16 laps into the stint for the leading Acura, 17 for the Whelen Cadillac in second. Nick Tandy, 11 laps into his stint. So he's, in theory, should be able to stay out longer than the cars chasing him. So it's really important for him to stay ahead right now. And then, should there be an opportunity for him to close back up under a yellow flag. So that is now super important that he stays in front now that we know that he's got a 6 or 7 lap differential. In the Europol.
Van der Zande, excuse me, John, didn't change tires on that last stint, did he? I think he's now beginning to pay the price for that. Yeah. He's struggling all of a sudden now over the course of the last, well, really just the last 2 or 3 laps. He's begun to slip back because the gap between second and third, the 2 Cadillacs, number 31 and number 01, was pretty stationary around about 5 seconds, and all of a sudden that's mushroomed.
Nick Damon has the erstwhile leader in LMP2 in the pit lane, the number 52.
Yeah, full service. Nick Paul got out, Jacob Szymowski got in, tyres, fuel, the whole lot, and it seemed pretty fixed. It looks like we're now back in the area of the P2s. I see the 81 Flexbox car, that's the Headman car going past me, and I know we're going to get the very, very quick and swiftly improving the 20 MDK by high class racing there on the sitting on the pit wall as well, waiting to come in for a full service and driver change in the next lap or so.
CrowdStrike pit lane report, Nick Damon. RS2 around the world. Here in the Central Highlands, Voice of Sport is Highlands ESPN 1063, and thank you for allowing as to have your airwaves. Sirius XM 206 across North America. And here at Sebring International Raceway, 100.9 FM. Good afternoon. Still a toasty 29 degrees with 60% humidity. It's up in the mid-80s today, about 84. Track temperature still sitting around about the 24. It gets to a point where I think it just doesn't get any hotter because of the light colour of most of the concrete here. It's not like some of the tracks we go to where we see 45, sometimes even over 50. That's when the tyre engineers get a little bit antsy. End of the race, the checkered flag finishes the competition but starts the conversation. Mission of post-race tech with you, exclusively on RS2. We'll be finding out who's won the BDO Knows Strategy Award and trying to answer some of your questions. At IMSA Radio, hashtag Michelin PRT. If you see anything in the meanwhile that you think you might want to discuss.
Sta a piedino Blomqvist o è in mezzo al traffico che non riesce più a recuperare?
And we're delighted if you want to throw some questions or discussion points. Hashtag Michelin PRT to at IMSA Radio.
Ah, ok, non li inquadrano più.
Now Porsche keys the race for a little while. Our main one is get to the night, and that's still some, well, 4 hours or there, about until sunset.
Ecco, occhio.
Reasonable patience in traffic. I'll come back.
Ah no, questi sono gli altri due.
BMW versus Acura on the circuit, and the number 40 Acura, Jordan Taylor and Philip Eng are at it hammer and tongs going through turn 1. Patience.
Infatti qua ci sono altri due. Possono giocarsela.
We've not seen, dare I say this, we've not seen too many issues with particularly the GTPs and the GT cars. So we've got somebody off at turn 11 at the moment. Our leader just coming to that. Also in our Porsche keys to the race, the tyres. Well, a lot of people still struggling with tyres and trying to save them and keep it tidy. It's not being tidy for some people, particularly not in the pit. It is the, AO Racing off. The 99, PJ Hyatt from 4th position.
Yeah, 4th position. I was going under pressure there for number 2 car, driven at the moment by Ben Hanley. Whether the pass had been made, number 4 car rejoins just as number 19 Lamborghini is pulling into its pit stall.
How far off the track is the number 99? And can he get back onto the circuit? It's just before Tower turn, so just out of turn 10.
Non ancora, non so mica.
Looks like we've got Nick Yellerly about to dive into the pit lane from 3rd position as well. With a car, of course, at turn 11.
Quale delle due, Michael?
This could be absolutely crucial. Remember what happened last time when people got it wrong? Just by seconds. You don't have to be that far out. Timon van der Helm has to come to the pit shortly.
Perché sono i primi due che stanno... Siamo sempre lì, ragazzi, quando ci sono bagarre, i primi due stanno tirando come dei dannati e Van der Zande sta comunque difendendosi su camper, quindi non riesce a spingere tra il traffico e uno che ti punta dietro. Ah, ok. Ah, e l'altra Rexy, la pterodactyl. Ok, adesso ho capito qual è. Ah, non ho capito, è andata a muro? Sì.
GTD Heart of Racing Aston Martin come down the lane as well. I only saw it go past. I have no idea that was fuel or driver. But yeah, so we are now in the heat of these changes. I think that's probably the last of the P2s. That was the leader of the P2 blasting away.
Big burnout. Rexy's in pit lane, number 77 Porsche. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down there as our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter at the moment. I think I'm really wondering why Tymon van der Helmer has not come in for JDC Miller Motorsports with a car buried in the tires.
No, non è la Jaguar.
Way off and
sono tutte Oreca, ricordatelo. L'unica che non è Oreca è nella G.
But if somebody goes straight on there,
become our leaders in GTP.
They've got to come in now. Nick Damon.
Eccola qua, arriva, Fucursiello. Chiamata. Chiamata, Fucursiello, ne stanno approfittando. Mica, ha fatto già di nuovo la mossona alla 10. Acura 10 ha fatto di nuovo la mossona di entrare in pit prima della Fucursiello. Eccolo qua. Ah, tanto Arion, guardalo qua, tutto da rifare. Tutto da rifare. Questi qui hanno fatto tutti la mossa corretta di approfittare di passare dentro. Mi è fatto strano che con una macchina ferma lì da un botto di tempo non ne abbiano approfittato subito. Adesso tutti quelli che sono entrati bene, e adesso sarà difficile. Ciao Viman. Ciao Viman, ciao ragazzo, bentornato. Sì, scusati, ho risposto alla tua domanda ma non ho... Stavo cercando di capire che cazzo stesse succedendo. Sì, ho il timing che è circa 20 secondi in anticipo rispetto a quello che vediamo della gara. Quindi quella Fucursiello, sì, sono 18 secondi in anticipo. Che pezzo è?
They might be playing a different game, but that one I don't understand. It's not for me to understand in some ways.
Oh, un raidino! Un raidino, ma buongiorno!
Bits of carbon fiber and plastic, or is that in fact
buonasera?
Contact as the Cadillac came into the pit lane, the 0-1 car.
Ciao Nico. Ciao Nico, guarda, sei arrivato in un momento giusto, non è che farlo apposta, è appena scattato un Fucursiello, quindi possiamo starci un pochino tranquilli. Io la stavo aspettando con ansia perché devo fare la cacca. Automuro Fucursiello, Jannux stava per iniziare una bellissima lotta a 3 perché davanti in GTP c'erano i primi due, il terzo e il quarto e il quinto e il sesto che erano tutti uno attaccato all'altro, avrebbero iniziato a darseli di santa ragione, ma ci ha fregati la Fucursiello e ha sistemato tutto. Ciao Pagni, grazie del followino, ben arrivato. Ma sai che sangue quasi quasi, oltre che prendermi un'altra birretta mi vado anche a mettere sulla pasta, perché quasi quasi. Comunque Nico, compleanno, 3 anni su Twitch, maratona estendibile attiva, quindi oltre alle 12 ore del Sebring al momento devo andare 2 ore oltre la fine, quindi per ora la maratona mi porterà fino a quasi le 5 di domani mattina. Però ce la stiamo godendo, gran bella gara. Adesso ovviamente non vi dico di rimanere, però gran bella gara. Dall'altra parte ragazzi invece chi è interessato al mondo dello Swift, ovvero quelli che fanno sim racing sulle biciclette, sapete che c'è anche in questo mondo virtuale di competizioni virtuali non c'è soltanto sim racing nudo e crudo, quelli col volante, ma c'è anche lo Swift, che sono quelli che corrono sulle biciclette, su degli apparati che sono praticamente delle biciclette per fare delle gare online. Se volete un must di riferimento andatemi a seguire Nicolò e Team Italy, perché sì, perché oltre a lui che partecipa alle gare, lui commenta anche le gare delle squadre ufficiali italiane che partecipano ai campionati nazionali e internazionali, quindi diciamo che è davvero punto di riferimento italiano in questo settore. Lo conosci? Bravo Viman, ecco, è esattamente lui. Quindi davvero andateli a seguire perché sennò siete delle brutte persone. Già che non vi abbonate al canale e che quindi vi dovrete assorbire la pubblicità, se neanche mi andate a seguire... Nico, dammi conferma se almeno in 4 o 5 sono venuti a metterti il followino, perché sennò io aumento ulteriormente la pubblicità oraria. La porterò a 8 minuti ogni ora. Così questi diventano scemi, che sarà più la pubblicità che guardano rispetto alla gara. Quindi dammi subito conferma se c'è stato un ritorno.
Dragging a little bit of spike with him, Nick.
Yeah, that dragon's lost one of its wings, not its fenders, its wings. And he's managed to stay attached, but
Comunque sì, adesso vado, volevo un attimino capire cosa stava succedendo. Solo uno, che stronzi. Che stronzi. Per forza sangue, perché tu sei abbonato. Per quello sono i non abbonati scrocconi che le arriva la pubblicità. Pochi giri il cazzo, Taz. Qua ci parte un'altra 20 minuti buoni. Sicuro sangue? Ma strano. Non è che è un anti-blocker attivo, Michael, perché potrebbe anche essere quello,
I assume. No, it is one tyre, all made by Michelin. There is one specification of tyre for each category. The only time that we've had two tyre specifications is at Daytona, where the
Delta, sei arrivato un po' in ritardo. Delta, refresh the live, because you are many delay. Al solito, con abbonamenti, con il bit, con le donazioni.
Miss any of the action. Mr. Toonen, welcome back to IMSA Radio and to the international feed. And we've just been seeing streaming on YouTube for the first time as a little test, as a little taster for people out there in the farther reaches away from the US.
Exactly right. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to come join you and the team. And you're right, a little bit of a test.
Ho spaccato giù un po' tutto.
Portal for me to start off by thanking our fans. Unbelievable infield view.
Have you been on the infield?
I have. I took some partners back there this afternoon to show them the Officers Club that we renovated. I took some folks out into the dark depths last night. In fact, Matt Yoakum from the NBC Sports broadcast team, I think, was doing a piece out there, and he needed to find the saloon. There's a saloon out there with a rooster that they brought for their alarm clock.
Excellent.
So, of course, why not? I mean, it would be rude not to.
Well, particularly for Saturday, because we didn't start till 20 to 10 this morning, whereas we had Mazdas and Porsches on track at 8 o'clock in the morning.
That's correct, Delta.
But whether it's YouTube and that audience tuned in today, whether it's the audience tuned in to the Peacock broadcast.
Mo vado, volevo capire un attimino la situazione. A dopo, Michael.
Anybody tuning in to our NBC broadcast, it'll be
sai cosa? È che mi sta passando il sta passando lo Steam. Phoenix è the number 99 LMP2 crash to wall, so focussello. No, comunque, Nico, dobbiamo sentirci. Guarda che io ho una roba in testa che potrebbe essere molto interessante. Sentiamoci. Lunedì, se hai modo, sentiamoci.
had opportunity and got really nice notes from Pierre Fion and Frederic wishing us well this weekend. I did the same on their Qatar.
Watch the replay.
Lovely to have them here.
No, aspetta, non è qua. Ah, sì, eccola là.
Between Whelen MX5 Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Michelin Pilot and WeatherTech has done.
Ale, non serve più anche quello. No, ho automatizzato anche il comando social, parte in automatico lui ogni tot in maniera randomica, quindi non serve più neanche che mi fai il punto schematico social. Ma mi è passato lo stimolo, sangue. Ottimo, bene. La mia è una roba grossa, ma che se ci parte il progetto e riusciamo a piazzarlo sono soldi, Nico, io te lo dico proprio chiaro e tondo, però ho bisogno di te per il discorso Swift. Sentiamoci.
Be able to make an announcement like that yesterday, give everybody a longer runway to put partnership deals together, give our fans, to your point, an opportunity to book flights and hotels far in advance. In fact, we said, I'm not sure some hotels and flights
Mi conosci, guarda che la cacca la tengo
330 days I've just been told for flights, so we're going to have a little while to wait yet, believe it or not. That's incredible. But also we had Ron Fellows in here earlier on.
Tanto davvero vado a mettere sull'acqua per la pasta.
But also a big part of the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park group gives every single track from now on this season the chance to promote next year.
Vabbè ragazzi, sono anche a casa, cioè, piuttosto che cagarmi addosso mi alzo un attimo e vado.
That's true, and so many loyal fans attend specific races.
Allora, anche c'è che
a Daytona maybe is a bucket list.
Allora, facciamo così, vi lascio tranquilli, vado a fare la caccotta, vado a mettere sull'acqua e ci vediamo. Tanto vi scrivo dall'altro account.
You know, we're still in touch with Dickie Regal and Steve Sewell at Lime Rock. I mean, as I said yesterday, if money were no object, we'd go every weekend racing. I think we'd love that.
No, non faccio la live dal cesso, seguo la live dal cesso. Sì, dai, così vado anch'io a controllare una cosa. Sì, andiamo tutti a controllare una cosa in bagno. Già capito? Ah, mi sa che andiamo a fare la cagata di gruppo.
Success brings its own challenges, John, and that's why somebody in your team has to sit around with coloured pieces of paper and go, right, at such and such a track, here's what we can fit in the pit lane.
Yeah, you start with the pit lane, you're exactly right. And of course, 58 cars here. You got people beyond the bridge pitting today towards turn 1. You then go to the paddock, and as you and I talked about yesterday, 245 transporters from turn 16 to turn 17. It's 0.6 of a mile. It is jam-packed in there, and so we need to be sensitive to that. But I want to assure the fans in those markets, again, around Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, around Lime Rock Park, around other venues, that we want to do our ever best to get back there within the confines of what we have. We're trying an event back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course this June, as you know, with a 4-hour Michelin Pilot feature and the VPRC series, you know, VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, the new Ford Mustang Challenge, a Mazda MX-5 Cup. There may be more of those types of weekends coming, and there may be more of those weekends needed to be able to fill out a championship.
Serious question, John. How many more cars can you fit in? We've got 58 here. Are we about at maximum now? It would be lovely to think we could have 60, 65, 70, because I know there's people out there.
Ergo, devo mettere le scarpe e portare giù. Comunque ragazzi, ridendo e scherzando, metà gara l'endà, come diciamo noi dalle nostre parti.
Really fit nicely. I think the 58 you have here is, man, I think you're getting right up against. I think you're getting right up against the ceiling. The traffic for the men and women piloting these cars and the men
Visto Allen che parte da solo.
Strategy. I think it gets awful tight if you try to do any more than that.
I've just heard from the fan base who are watching on YouTube, saying thank you very much for that.
Andiamo a fare la pipì!
18,000 viewers concurrently at the moment on YouTube. So I'd say that's working. There's always room. You'll always make room for another manufacturer if you can. Of course we will. But let's be honest. Where else in any paddock by any sanctioning body in the world will you find the amount of manufacturers, quality marks that we've got here in Inter? Answer none.
I'm not sure exactly the answer to where, but I can tell you this. My entire team from